Chapter 404. In the dark and sturdy room, Derek Berg, who was pretending to be unconscious, suddenly stood up. His axe of hurricane had been taken away and sent for inspection. All the pockets on his clothes had been emptied, leaving nothing behind. Derek took a deep breath and calmly looked around. His eyes suddenly lit up like two tiny suns, causing everything in the room to be reflected in his eyes. There was only a table and two chairs. Other than that, there was a stone floor with strange patterns. On the table was a half-used candle. This was a standard configuration in every room in the City of Silver, because once it was dark for too long, monsters might suddenly appear. Derek didn't hesitate any longer. He sat down and reached out to pick up the half-used candle. Following that, he broke and tore the candle into 3 sections. One section took up 3/4 of the original length, and the other 2 sections shared the remaining quarter. After Derek's adjustments, the 3 sections of the candle's wick all protruded out. He rubbed his fingers, creating a golden flame that lit the 3 candles. The 2 at the top represented Mr. Fool, and the remaining 1 represented Derek himself. After finishing his preparations, Derek didn't follow the normal procedure of burning the herbal powder. Instead, he dripped in the essential oil and leaned back. He softly chanted the honorific name of the Fool and quickly entered a state of cogitation. He chanted it over and over again in a monotonous and repetitive manner, as if he was constantly hypnotizing himself. With the help of cogitation, Derek entered a strange state where his mind was asleep and his spirituality was emanating. His entire being was muddled, but he maintained a strange lucidity. His mind kept drifting upwards, getting higher and higher. This was artificial sleepwalking. And with Mr. Fool's permission, Derek could simplify some of the unnecessary steps. Above the grey fog, in the towering ancient palace, the Fool Klein, who was playing with the all-black eye, suddenly saw the crimson star that symbolized Little Sun expand and condense into a humanoid phantom. The power of the mysterious space was stirred a little. Seeing this, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, because it meant that Little Sun had completed the relatively more dangerous preliminary tasks, and all that was left was the final finishing touches. Without any delay, Klein immediately put down the all-black eye and picked up the Dark Emperor card. His level, his status, instantly rose, causing the power above the grey fog to submit to him one by one. Then, he grabbed a paper figurine, shook his wrist, and threw it at the crimson star corresponding to Sunday. The paper doll merged with the power that flowed like water and quickly expanded into a giant angel with 12 pairs of black wings. The angel pierced through the crimson light and overlapped with Little Sun's phantom. It burned silently and turned into ashes in less than a second. At this point, Klein could no longer influence the situation in the City of Silver. As for whether his angel substitute could help Little Sun successfully pass the subsequent inquiries and investigations, he didn't have absolute confidence. All he could do was sigh inwardly. After doing what needs to be done and working hard on what needs to be done, all I can do is wait for fate to arrange things for me. I hope it's a good outcome. In a daze, Derek saw an angel descend in front of him with an aura that blotted out the sky. It then wrapped itself in 12 pairs of black wings. He suddenly woke up, and in his eyes, there were 3 candlelight flames burning quietly. After thanking Mr. Fool sincerely, Derek ended the ritual and extinguished the 2 candles that only took up a quarter of the original amount. Then, he plucked them out and created a golden and clear flame in his palm. Drip, drip. The 2 candles quickly melted, and tears kept falling. They either landed on the remaining candle's body or surrounded it. As the candle wick completely burned out, there was only 1 candle left on the table. It was a little shorter than before, but it wasn't very obvious. It seemed like it had only burned a little longer. After getting rid of the remaining traces, Derek extinguished the last dim candle flame. He sat up in silence and stared ahead in a daze. He didn't move for a long time. He was worried that the 6-member council wouldn't react quickly enough, allowing the exploratory team members to contaminate more City of Silver residents with the mushrooms and doom fruits. He was afraid that the chief and the others would find other clues elsewhere, causing his preparations to fail. He hated the outsiders who hid in the depths of the darkness and always carried strong malice, including Amorn and the fallen creator. He felt guilty that he had avoided the exploration, but he didn't warn Dark and the others, causing them to become corrupted monsters. He was pained that he had personally eliminated a classmate who could be considered a friend. Although Derek didn't see Dark's final outcome, he believed that Dark's transformation was equivalent to his death. Amidst his complicated and chaotic emotions, Derek didn't know how long he waited, and midway, he lit the candle again. Finally, he heard the sound of the seal being removed and the door opening. Turning his head, he used the dim yellow candlelight to see a woman in a black dress with her hair tied into a long braid that reached her vest walk in. "Mara Mayfla," Derek subconsciously shouted. Ayfla had delicate looks, but there were already some wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. She smiled and nodded in response to Derek before briskly walking to sit opposite him. "Do you have anything you want to say?" she asked softly. Derek instinctively raised his head and looked over. Suddenly, he realized that her eyes had turned into pale golden vertical pupils at some point in time. Derek's thoughts instantly turned adrift as he seemed to enter a state of sleepwalking. Ayfla adjusted the candlelight, allowing the dim yellow color to completely illuminate the youth's face. Her pale golden vertical pupils became more and more indifferent, like an emotionless spectator. Suddenly, circles of faint light appeared in the pale golden vertical pupils, as though they formed a vortex and constructed a maze. In a daze, Derek felt himself floating in the endless darkness and countless bright colors. At this moment, he suddenly woke up. He felt that his sleepwalking state had been cleverly taken over by something. He saw the flickering candlelight and Ayfla, who was sitting opposite him, her eyes golden and erect. The white-haired chief elder, Colin Iliad, walked out of the shadows in a corner. After nodding at the chief, Ayfla gently asked Derek, "What's the matter? What have you done during this time?" Derek remembered his teachings and maintained his previous state. "I don't know. I've been in a daze. It's like I'm dreaming. I only wake up occasionally." At the same time he answered, two complex dark green symbols appeared in Demon Hunter Colin's eyes. Ayfla continued to ask, "Do you know that you had a conflict with Dark Regents?" "I only remember fighting him. I think I saw a man hanging upside down on a cross. I saw a man wearing a pointed hat and crystal glasses. Yes, I saw him in the dungeon." He spoke, smiled, and spoke. Derek recounted the story that he had fabricated for a long time. Ayfla glanced at the chief and pressed, "What did he say?" "I can't remember clearly. I can only remember a little." He smiled and said, "Fallen creator, true creator, shepherd." Derek almost couldn't control the excitement in his heart. He had taken such a huge risk just to tell the chief about the name of the fallen creator and the suspicions of the shepherd. The fallen creator, the true creator, matches the contents of the murals at the bottom of the temple. Colin nodded slightly, frowning as he muttered, "Shepherd, and then?" Ayfla's voice was unusually gentle. Derek replied in a daze, "Yes. After that, they collided with each other. There was a lot of light, a very bright light. I woke up and kept coughing." The dark green symbols in Colin's eyes didn't fade as he gestured for Ayfla to ask about the details. Derek answered selectively. He told the questions that he had already considered according to the script, and he pushed the questions to Amorn, saying that he couldn't recall them. Finally, Ayfla asked, "Where did you get that axe? Where did you get the potion formula for the sun pathway?" "I bought the axe from the underground market. That person had his face covered, so I could only tell that he was male. The potion formula for the sun pathway was left to me by my parents. I found it during an exploration," Derek said without any guilt. These were questions that had always existed. The hanging man had believed that they would definitely appear when he was guessing the questions, so he had repeatedly rehearsed the answers. Although the City of Silver's underground market was semi-public, there were also people who attempted to conceal their identities for various reasons. This provided the best explanation for Derek. After listening seriously, Ayfla turned to Demon Hunter Colin and said, "He's not lying. It's impossible for him to lie. I have the power of the glorious crown." Colin nodded and said, in such a state, he didn't show any signs of evil, depravity, or corruption. Discovering these things was a demon hunter's specialty. And as a high-sequence beyonder, The strongest point of a demon hunter was that they could conceal their actions and intentions, making it impossible for targets who could foresee danger to detect them. Therefore, every demon hunter was the nemesis of a devil. After some thought, Colin got up and left the room. He said to the shadow in the corner outside, "Let Derek leave later. For the time being, we don't think that there's any problem with him. But secretly monitor him for a period of time. If Amorn can create 2 avatars, he might be able to create a third." "Yes, Your Excellency," the shadow replied respectfully. By the time Derek woke up, there was no one in the interrogation room. All that was left was the words that said that he was free to leave. He heaved a sigh of relief and walked out, thinking about Mr. the Hanging Man's exhortations. "You can't relax and be careless. The surveillance in secret will definitely continue for a period of time. Otherwise, your chief will be unqualified. I can't even recite Mr. Fool's honorific name anymore." Derek muttered to himself as he walked down the spiral staircase. As he walked, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was Shepherd Elder Lovia, who was dressed in a purple-patterned black robe. She had a beautiful and elegant appearance. Lovia's pale grey eyes swept across Derek as a gentle smile appeared on her face. After returning to her room, Lovia walked to her desk with an indifferent expression and spread out a piece of paper made of leather. She pinched her right index finger with her left hand and snapped it, but the blood didn't drip down at all. It seemed to have been sucked to the surface. With this finger in hand, Lovia drew a complicated symbol on the paper. It was a symbol formed from half of the pupilless eye, which symbolized secrecy, and the other half of the contorted lines, which symbolized change. After carefully examining it, Lovia wrapped the severed finger with the piece of paper and stuffed it into her mouth. She chewed on it and swallowed it all. The flesh on her right palm, which only had 4 fingers left, squirmed at the wound, and it quickly grew into a new index finger, a slightly pale index finger. Lovia lowered her head, looked at her palm, and whispered, "Don't worry." Chapter 405. Beekland, in a basement that resembled a temple. Mr. A, dressed in a hooded black robe, quietly knelt in front of the hanging giant statue. He didn't move for a long time. Suddenly, he cocked his ear, as if listening to something. After a brief pause, Mr. A suddenly raised his hands and snapped his right index finger with his left palm. He stuffed the bloody finger into his mouth and chewed it like he was eating a snack. Gulp! Mr. A's throat squirmed as he swallowed the crushed finger into his stomach. His body suddenly trembled, as if he was being shaken by an invisible person. In this state, Mr. A stretched out his right hand and used the blood that flowed from his wound to write words on the ground. Those words weren't Jotun or Dragonese, which could stir the powers of nature, nor were they Hermes, which was used for sacrificial rituals. Instead, they were the most ordinary and common rune. The bright red luster quickly condensed, and the words formed a few paragraphs found: "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck, adored and believers, in Beekland." With the end of the revelation, Mr. A stopped trembling, and a brand new finger grew out of his wound. He lowered his head and carefully looked at the words he had just written. The corners of his mouth curled up in the shadows. "I will only obey your oracle." Mr. A humbly prostrated himself on the ground, as if he had found the meaning of his existence. City of Silver, upper part of the spire. Lovia walked to the window and looked down at the flickering candlelight in the darkness. Her expression gradually softened. After an unknown period of time, she heard a knock on the door. "Your Excellency?" Lovia turned around lightly and asked with a smile. The door opened by itself without any wind. Standing outside was demon hunter Colin Iliad. He wore a brown coat and had a leather belt with hidden compartments around his waist. "Lovia, the abnormality of the exploratory team members has been confirmed," Colin said straightforwardly. "As the captain, regardless of whether you have any problems, you have to stay in the dungeon for 7 days and receive the baptism of the glorious crown. You should know very well that this is the rule." Lovia wasn't angry at all. "I know. I've already made preparations to stay in the dungeon for a long time. If you're still worried when it's over, I can accept any arrangement." As she spoke, She had already walked to the door and walked past demon hunter Colin. Colin turned around silently and followed her diagonally down the spiral staircase. Halfway there, the two of them heard heart-wrenching cries and shouts. "Is it starting again?" Lovia asked with a confused expression. Colin nodded and replied hoarsely, "Yes, this is our fate that we can't escape." At this moment, in a hall in the middle level of the spire, the exploratory team members and the few residents of the City of Silver that they had contaminated were pressed to the ground by the corporeal holy luster. They were unable to move, as though they were carrying a huge mountain on their backs. A dark-skinned couple in their 40s walked up to a young man in his early 20s, each holding a straight sword with complicated patterns. The young man's body had already collapsed like a pile of meat paste, but his head was still intact, only a few blood-colored hairs had grown out of it. Seeing the couple approaching, he cried out in alarm, "Dad, Mom, what are you doing? Didn't we agree to eat roasted iron scorpions together tonight?" "Dad, Mom, I caught a lot of iron scorpions for you." The couple could not bear to look sideways, but the swords in their hands were raised high. After 2 puffs, the young man stopped crying. He first twitched, then completely lost all signs of life. On the other side, a 10-year-old girl also raised a sword with complicated patterns, and with tears streaming down her face, she stabbed her sister. The woman lying on the ground suddenly laughed and said in a gentle tone, "From today onwards, you will have to live on your own. Don't be so naive." The girl cried until her vision blurred, and the sword in her hand stopped in mid-air. However, a strong and forceful palm pressed on the back of her hand and pushed it forward. Puff! The girl stood there in a daze as if she couldn't hear or see anything. This was the ancient curse that enveloped everyone in the City of Silver. They had to kill their own blood relatives with their own hands to prevent them from turning into a terrifying and strange evil spirit after death. Therefore, even though Dark had completely mutated into a monster and had been corrupted by an unknown existence, making him worthless for interrogation, the Shadow Watcher didn't dare to kill him on the spot. Instead, he tried his best to restrain him and bring him back to the spire to wait for his parents. Otherwise, things would become even more troublesome. The members of the exploration team who had also been corrupted were currently undergoing the same treatment that hadn't changed for more than 2,000 years. Although no one knew if they would mutate after death in such a state, no one dared to take the risk. Fortunately, the City of Silver didn't have a large population, and they were trapped in one place. Under the arrangements of the upper echelons, there were quite a number of people who were related by blood. Even if it had to be limited to 3 generations, there was still quite a number of them. It was precisely because of this that the Beyonders in charge of the patrol team had to first consider the factor of bloodline to prevent any accidents from happening. For the exploration team, the requirements weren't that strict. This was because their missions often went deep into the darkness and were extremely far away from the City of Silver. Even if they died or mutated, it wouldn't affect everyone's safety. Once a resident no longer had any blood relatives within 3 generations, they would be strictly monitored. As long as they were seriously ill or showed obvious signs of aging, they would immediately be sent into the depths of the darkness, far away from the City of Silver. When the former captain of the exploration team, Udall, who had been isolated in the dungeon, mutated, there were actually 3 elders in the spire. However, the one who ultimately took action was Chief Colin Iliad. Otherwise, he could only attempt to seal it. This was because Udall was his biological brother. Shepherd Lovia and Demon Hunter Colin silently entered the lowest level of the spire. Under the company of a few Dawn Paladins, they arrived at the depths of the dungeon. Soon, the two of them stopped outside a cell. The Dawn Paladins were scattered in the distance. Lovia didn't show any abnormalities as she unhurriedly walked into the room that only had a bed, a table, and a candle. Before the metal door closed, she turned around and looked at Demon Hunter Colin with her light grey eyes. She calmly said, "Your Excellency, you once told me that when the residents of the City of Silver leave this place and die in the depths of the darkness, they won't immediately mutate into evil spirits. They will have to wait for a few days. Therefore, the other members of the exploration team have plenty of time to distance themselves." Colin nodded, indicating that it was indeed the case. Lovia closed her eyes and revealed a sorrowful smile. 2 months ago, during an exploration, a member of the team died in front of me. I pretended to be separated from the other team members and waited there for 5 days, but he didn't mutate into an evil spirit. Demon Hunter Colin looked at her in silence until the metal door closed with a clang, and the seal took shape. Above the grey fog, in the ancient palace, Klein waited for a while, and seeing that the crimson star that symbolized Little Sun didn't change, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. It should be a success. He rubbed his temples, wrapped himself with his spirituality, and fell back into the real world. As soon as he felt the existence of his body, Klein tasted the cold. He sneezed, quickly dispelled the wall of spirituality, and got back into bed. Sadly, his bed was already cold. Thankfully, my body received a certain degree of protection after entering the grey fog. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll catch a cold tomorrow. Klein wrapped himself in the blanket and sighed. His current state reminded him of a witty saying he had heard in his previous life: keeping warm basically depends on shaking. Before his bed warmed up again, he could only let his thoughts wander and consider all kinds of problems. Hey, I don't seem to have anything urgent to do recently. I've concluded the magician's code of conduct. Even if I don't challenge the impossible and just do a normal performance, I'll be able to digest the potion step by step around the new year. My next plan is to gather the Beyonder ingredients for the faceless potion and save up the corresponding money. However, this can't be rushed. The tense strings in Klein's mind gradually relaxed, and he suddenly had the thought of resting for 2 or 3 days. As his bed warmed up, he fell asleep unknowingly. When he woke up, he happened to hear the cathedral bell strike 8 times. Klein stretched out his arm, felt the cold outside, and silently retracted it. It seems to have cooled down again today. I don't have anything urgent to do, so it seems like I can sleep in. He closed his eyes again, relaxed. But after lazing in bed for a while, he heard his stomach rumble and felt his abdomen swell. Life is really full of difficult choices, Klein mumbled. After trying his best to resist the 2 feelings for about 10 minutes, he finally gave up. He abruptly got out of bed and rushed to the bathroom next door. After changing his clothes and washing up, he went down to the first floor and dug out the ingredients to make Fainapotter noodles. This time, he didn't plan on using the meat sauce he had bought. He wanted to try the meat paste that he had made 2 days ago. This was the meat paste that he had carefully selected and stir-fried according to the taste he remembered. Although some of the ingredients from the 2 worlds were ultimately a little different, making it difficult to truly replicate the taste, Klein found it pretty good after tasting it. Before long, he had Fainapotter noodles mixed with sauce and meat paste, and he felt that it was a beautiful morning. Adhering to the tradition of this world, he flipped through the newspapers as he ate, and he first confirmed that old Mr. Eye of Wisdom hadn't placed an advertisement. Based on the thoughts he had last night, Klein decided to have some entertainment today, so he considered whether to attend a concert, an opera, or a play. Tickets to many music halls in West Borough, Hillston Borough, and Sherwood Borough cost at least 6 soldi. If one encountered a famous musician, it would even be priced in pounds. Professional music halls targeted at commoners cost 6 to 9 pence, and those open to the poor in East Borough who have spare cash only cost 1 penny. Klein flipped through the corresponding information to choose today's entertainment. At that moment, he heard the doorbell ring. Chapter 406. Who is it? Klein jerked his head up and looked at the door. He felt like he had contracted a disease where he was afraid of the doorbell ringing. It was just like how he was afraid of his phone ringing on Earth. Putting down the newspaper and magazine, and looking at the empty plate without any seasoning left, Klein got up and walked to the door. Before he even grabbed the doorknob, he already knew that it was Dr. Allen outside. "Don't you need to go to work?" Klein mumbled and reached out to open the door. "Good morning, Allen. The fog is grey today," he said with a smile. Allen still wore his cold expression, but there was a hint of anxiety and fear. He nudged his gold-rimmed glasses and didn't bother to greet him. He went straight to the point and said, "Sherlock, I had a dream again. I dreamed of Will or Septin again." "Ah!" Klein was nearly stunned. "That's not right, right? The authentic paper crane is with me, above the grey fog, and the paper crane I folded is with the Nighthawks. You can still dream of Will or Septin with an inferior paper crane folded by the Nighthawks. This isn't scientific." "No, This isn't mysticism. Klein suddenly turned serious. He immediately asked, "Is it the same dream as before?" "No, it's not that scary this time." Alan calmed down a little. "I dreamed of Grim Cemetery." "You know of Grim Cemetery, right?" "Yes," Klein answered simply. Outside Grim Cemetery, he had caught a group of spirit dance students and a noob mysticism enthusiast, Kapusky. He had obtained another copper whistle that could summon a messenger from the latter. Alan took a deep breath of cold air and continued, "I dreamed of the forest outside Grim Cemetery. I dreamed of the forest outside Grim Cemetery. I dreamed of a birch tree that had shed a layer of bark from its waist. Will Orseptin was sitting under this tree, quietly watching me. And then..." Klein pressed. Alan shook his head and said, "The dream ended here." What a strange thing. Could it be that Dr. Allen's dream had nothing to do with the paper crane? No, if it's unrelated, the dream wouldn't have changed after swapping the paper cranes. Besides, I've also used the paper crane above the grey fog for divination and received the corresponding revelation. Klein deliberated and said, "That's right. This is no longer within my scope of understanding. Alan, what do you want from me?" Alan's hot breath dispersed into white mist in the air. "I want to take a look outside the Grim Cemetery. Now, in the daytime, can you protect me? I'll pay the commission fee, £1. Now he was going to explore the scene that appeared in his dream. "It's unlikely that I'll encounter anything too strange during the day." Klein thought for a moment and said, "I can accept this commission, but I suggest that you make a trip to the cathedral first and tell the bishop you're familiar with about the dream." Alan tersely acknowledged before asking in puzzlement, "Why do you always suggest me to go to the cathedral? I know that you've explained it in a very logical way. If there's magical power, the church that can dominate the human world is definitely the faction with the strongest magical power. If there isn't, going to the church will at least give you psychological comfort and the corresponding resources. However, why do you suggest me to go to the cathedral when it's not too strange?" Klein considered for 2 seconds and replied in all seriousness, "I'm a detective. I come into contact with many unusual things, so I understand the uniqueness of the church. I also know when to seek help from them." "Really?" Alan's expression turned solemn. Klein immediately curled the corners of his mouth. "I'm joking. Alan, relax. I'll go change my clothes first. I'll also wash the cutlery." He didn't wear a thick coat and chatted with Alan for a long time at the door. His body was a little stiff from the cold wind. Taking this opportunity, Klein went to the bathroom and went above the grey fog. He divined the danger level of the commission and came to the conclusion that there was almost no risk. If he received a very dangerous revelation, his plan was to use the Church of the Evernite Goddess to repudiate the commission. Hillston Borough, Myriad Star Cathedral. "Sherlock, why don't you hire a maid? As a detective, you can handle several servants." Alan asked curiously as he led Klein into the largest cathedral of the Church of the Evernite Goddess in Hillston Borough. This was something he had wanted to ask on the carriage, but he had never found a chance to broach the topic. Klein sighed and said heavily, "Alan, let me tell you a story. Ellen, let me tell you a story. There was once a detective who hired 2 maids, a cook, and an assistant. He was doing quite well, but one day, he took over a case and successfully locked onto the murderer. The murderer was a very savage and cruel person. He snuck into the detective's house with the idea of revenge. Ellen, let me tell you a story. Ellen, there was a detective who hired 2 maids, a cook, and an assistant. The detective was a combat expert, and he only suffered minor injuries in the end. However, 2 of his servants died as a result. Alan, do you understand?" "I understand." Alan's tone was filled with obvious sympathy. "Sherlock, I didn't know you had such an experience." "No, the protagonist has nothing to do with me. This is just a story I just made up. I can't tell you directly that I'm involved in many strange and mysterious matters. There are often unspeakable secrets at home, so it's best not to hire a servant if possible." Klein looked ahead and let out a long sigh. The cleaning of his room was mainly done by Mrs. Stellin Samus maid. Twice a week, she only did the most basic cleaning for one solely. As they spoke, the The two of them had already entered the hall of the Myriad Star Cathedral. It was dark, quiet, and sparse in the style of the Church of the Evernite Goddess. At the very front of the hall was a sacred altar engraved with the dark sacred emblem. On it, stars were inlaid with glowing pearls, and the crimson moon was formed with red gems. The rest of the place was pitch-black night. At a glance, it was dotted with stars, and the crimson glow made it look especially holy. However, Klein felt that it wasn't as good as the design of St. Selena Cathedral in Tingen City. The hall was pitch-black, with only light shining through the fist-sized holes in front of it. It made one feel as if they could see the starry sky directly, giving them a sense of awe. However, there's a problem with that design. At night, the effect is gone. Klein found a random seat and sat down. He took off his half-top hat and leaned on his black hardwood cane. As for Alan, he continued walking down the aisle and headed straight for the confessional in search of the bishop. Sitting in such a hall and looking at the devotees who were focused on praying, Klein suddenly felt tranquil. Speaking of which, this is only my third time entering the goddess's cathedral. He laughed self-deprecatingly. Winter County, inside the Cathedral of Serenity. Leonard Mitchell put on a black trench coat and red gloves and entered the high-ranking deacon, Crestit Sesamir's room. Congratulations on officially becoming a red glove. May the goddess bless you. Sesamir drew a crimson moon on his chest. He still covered his mouth with his high collar. Praise the goddess. It's my honor. Leonard raised his right hand and tapped it 4 times in a clockwise manner. Sesamir didn't speak further and went straight to the point. According to your request, I've placed you in Sostel's team. He's a soul assurer and has his own mystical item. I've also instructed someone to prepare the Beyonder weapon you need for you. You've been in charge of a devil summoning case recently, and you've also taken care of the collection of clues. For example, the continuous incidents in Beekland related to the tarot ritual. Yes, Your Excellency Sesamir. Leonard didn't have any objections. This will be the beginning of my revenge, he said silently in his heart. Westborough, the periphery of Grim Cemetery. Klein accompanied Dr. Allen as they walked in the nearby woods for a long time. From time to time, he would cough because of the falling grayish-white dust. Perhaps there isn't such a tree. It's impossible for a dream to be completely reflected in reality. In the end, even Allen was a little uncertain. Thankfully, I'm good at finding things. Klein pointed in a direction with his cane. Let's take a look over there and make a final effort. All right. Allen took a deep breath. After walking for a while, Allen suddenly stopped in his tracks. He pointed to the front and said, There. More than 10 meters away, a birch tree with its waist peeled off stood there quietly, as though it was waiting for the two of them. It's exactly the same as in my dream, Allen said with great certainty. Klein smiled warily. But there's no will or septin. Allen approached the birch tree and frowned for a while. Suddenly, he pointed to the side of the tree root and said, Will or septin was sitting here back then, and he had one hand pointing at the soil below. Pointing at the soil below? Klein stood by the side and looked down at the area where there was almost no withered grass. You want to dig it up? Allen nodded. Since we've already found this place, we have to confirm what's inside. Sherlock, go to the cemetery and borrow 2 shovels. I'll stay here. You go to the cemetery. I'm worried that an accident might happen, Klein said cautiously. All right. Allen didn't decline and immediately left the woods. After a while, he spent some money and returned with 3 shovels and a gravekeeper before attempting to dig. As Klein dug, he suddenly smelled something familiar. As the soil on the surface parted, what was underneath was gradually exposed. It was the highly decomposed corpse of a child. His skin and flesh looked as though they were about to melt, and there were many worms crawling in and out of his nose and mouth. Clang! The shovel in Allen's hand fell and smashed into a rock. He pointed at the corpse's legs, his mouth frantically quivering, but he couldn't say a word. Klein held back his disgust and looked carefully. He discovered that the child's corpse's left leg was clearly missing its lower half. At the same time, Allen took 2 steps back, fell to the ground, and shouted in a shrill voice. He shouted with a sharp voice, Will or septin. Will Orseptin. It was Will Orseptin's corpse. Chapter 407. Dead. Will Orseptin is dead. Furthermore, he seems to have been dead for quite some time. Could this be fake? Klein looked at the child's corpse in surprise and suspicion as many thoughts popped up in his mind. From what he knew, Will Orseptin was a child with a special trait. He might be related to the sequence 1 Snake of Mercury of the Monster Pathway. In the divination game he played, he had casually said, "Doctor, your luck will turn for the worse," causing Alan to suffer for a long time. The paper cranes he folded allowed Alan's astral projection to be located in the spirit world, giving him a man-made revelation. Even Klein could only catch a glimpse of his whereabouts above the grey fog, making it difficult for him to come to an effective conclusion. How could such a child die for no reason? He died before Dr. Allen had a dream. Where are his family? Klein narrowed his eyes and endured the intense disgust. He carefully examined the highly decomposed corpse and discovered some torn tarot cards in the surrounding soil. His spiritual intuition told him that the corpse in front of him was most likely Will Orseptin. It's really shocking and puzzling. I'll head above the grey fog to confirm if Will Orseptin is faking his death. Wait, what has this got to do with me? I've long decided not to get involved in this matter, lest I get entangled by some snake of Mercury. This might be even more terrifying than sealed artifact 0-08. Klein snapped to his senses and said to the dumbfounded tombkeeper and Dr. Allen, who was on the verge of breaking down, "Call the police." Okay. Good. The tombkeeper was stunned for a moment before replying repeatedly. He held the shovel and turned to run out of the woods. He was so fast that it was as if a zombie was chasing after him. He's indeed just an ordinary person. He's not cautious at all. Under such circumstances, shouldn't I be wary of the people around me? By exposing my back, it's easy for someone to smack me with a shovel. Klein glanced at the tombkeeper's back and sighed as he shook his head. When he was in the Tingen Nighthawks, he had read many case files and discovered that many victims had been scammed by their accomplices. With this in mind, Klein walked to Dr. Allen's side, bent down, and extended his hand. There's nothing to be afraid of, he's already dead. It's the death that scares people. Allen calmed down a little. He didn't accept Klein's help and got up on his own. His black robe was already stained with mud, which made Klein feel an inexplicable heartache. I can't bear to see anything valuable get damaged. He sighed in his heart. Seeing that Allen was still a little panicked, Klein smiled and said, "At times like this, praying to the God you believe in will have a good effect." Really? Allen was taken aback for a moment. He tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise manner and chanted softly, "Evernite Goddess, loftier than the starry sky and more eternal than eternity, your devout believer prays for your favor." After repeated whispers, he slowly calmed down and was no longer as fearful as before. Klein also drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest and silently muttered to himself, "That's right." He silently muttered to himself, "God of steam and machinery, your not devout believer prays for your favor at all." As he spoke, he couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh, suspecting that he might be struck to death by lightning on the spot. However, lightning and thunder belong to the Lord of Storms, not the domain of the God of steam and machinery. Klein thought rather casually. After about 20 minutes, the two of them sat in the interrogation room of a nearby police station. During the recording of the statement, Klein frankly told the police that he was only a commissioned private detective and didn't know what had happened. Dr. Allen, on the other hand, described his dream in detail, as well as the reason for digging up the corpse. Klein could tell that the police didn't believe him at all, but after they circled the area, they immediately changed their attitude and indicated that Dr. Allen and Detective Moriarty weren't suspicious. All they needed to do was sign the statement and leave. Allen was rather surprised, but Klein didn't find it strange at all. It was obvious that the Nighthawks had appeared. The benefits of getting the doctor to go to the Myriad Star Cathedral in advance to find the bishop showed itself. Before leaving the police station, Klein wasn't surprised to see a familiar figure. It was the Nighthawk who had entered his dream previously. This Nighthawk, who might be the captain, was still wearing a grey trench coat. It was obvious that he was more resistant to the cold than Klein. His blue eyes swept the area and looked away from Klein's face without any abnormalities, pretending to be an ordinary high-ranking inspector. Klein, who was also pretending to be an ordinary private detective, nudged his glasses, put on his half-top hat, and left the police station with Dr. Allen and got into a carriage. After instructing his coachman to go to Minsk Street first, Allen turned to look at Klein. "Sherlock, do you think this will end here? If that corpse is really Will or Septin, you shouldn't be troubled anymore." Klein paused and said, "Allen, have you felt anything strange during this period of time? No matter what it is." Allen thought seriously and shook his head. "No. That's worth celebrating." Klein exhaled and said with a smile. To him, it was best for Will or Septin's matter to end like this. Although the paper crane Klein folded above the grey fog wouldn't expose anything, and there weren't any problems with the divination afterward, he was still a little worried that some nighthawk would suddenly have a whim and use it to find some clues. And now, with Will or Septin's death, this case might soon reach a dead end. It would be placed in the dossier and temporarily declared closed. No one would pay attention to it without any new developments. Allen relaxed and asked in puzzlement, "Frankly speaking, I don't think my testimony is very convincing. Why did the police choose to believe me in the end?" "I don't know either." Klein deliberately played dumb. "I thought I would have to get my lawyer to take me home again." "No, bail me home." Allen curled the corners of his mouth, which was a rare sight. "Sherlock, you seem to have a lot of experience when it comes to entering a police station." Klein laughed and replied in a deep voice, "This is the fate of every private detective. This is the fate of every private detective." Just as Klein and Allen were being taken to the police station near Grim Cemetery, Force Wall walked into the quiet cemetery in an elegant black dress and a black bonnet with a fine mesh hanging down. She found Mrs. Orlice's grave. She and Zio had already gone to Empress Borough to look for Viscount Glaint an hour ago and received a reply that he was willing to borrow £400 without any interest. Viscount Glaint's only request was for the two Beyonders to accompany him to the gathering that Mr. A was holding that night to ensure his safety. He was in a hurry to find the crown jellyfish's venom crystal to complete the concoction of the apothecary potion. The horn of an adult Pegasus had already been found by Audrey in her family's treasury. She had obtained one in the name of a biological experiment, effectively offsetting part of her debt. She also raised an additional condition. She wanted Viscount Glaint to use the Duke of Negan's children to confirm if the dragon specimen in his treasury belonged to the thousand-faced hunter and if there were any spots of light shimmering inside. After settling the loan, Force wasn't in a hurry to pray to Mr. Fool. She wanted to complete the transaction as soon as possible because it would be too fast. It would make Zio instinctively feel that something was wrong and become suspicious. Taking advantage of her free time, Force changed her clothes and rented a carriage to Grim Cemetery on the outskirts of Westborough. After learning about the law of Beyonder characteristics indestructibility and conservation, Force already knew that the main ingredient for her to become an apprentice was the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Mrs. Orlice. It was equivalent to her inheriting her power. Therefore, she couldn't help but want to come here and place a bouquet of flowers in front of Mrs. Orlice's tombstone to thank her. It was already early winter, and most of the flowers had already withered, but Force still managed to buy a bouquet of simple yet elegant flowers. This was a flower cultivated in a glass greenhouse, so it was quite expensive. "Thank you, Roselle the Great, for your invention," Force said sincerely in her heart. As far as she knew, most of the flowers used by the nobles at the winter banquets came from glass greenhouses, and a small number were sent directly from the warm southern regions by airship. This was beyond what the average middle class could afford. Standing in front of the black tombstone, Force took a few deep looks at the photo of Mrs. Orlice. She bent down to put down the flowers and said softly, "Thank you." She immediately stood up straight, closed her eyes, and quietly recalled the past. At that moment, she heard a slightly aged voice. "You really are a kind lady." Force opened her eyes and turned her head, only to find that Mr. Lawrence from the House of Abraham had appeared there at some point in time. He was also holding a bouquet of simple yet elegant flowers in his hand. "No, this is not kindness, nor kindness. Mrs. Orlice once brought me an unforgettable period of warmth when I lost my mother," Force said sincerely. Her eyes suddenly became a little moist. Lawrence only had some wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. As he put down the flowers, he sighed. This shows that you value friendship. After chatting casually for a while, Force was about to leave. Lawrence was waving his hand when he suddenly coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed until his legs went weak, and he fell to the ground, as if he would suffocate to death at any moment. As a doctor who had graduated from a formal academy, Force did not hesitate to turn around, squat down, and start the first aid. After a while, Lawrence's condition finally stabilized. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and smiled at Force. "Maram, can you send me back to the hotel?" "No problem." Force helped him up. Lawrence looked ahead, his eyes slightly out of focus. He coughed lightly and laughed in a half-sad, half-self-deprecating manner. "My life may have come to an end." Chapter 408. Westborough, Culpensa Hotel. Force helped Lawrence into his room and laid him down on the bed. This was a rather luxurious hotel. Apart from the bathroom, every place was covered in a thick, soft, greyish-yellow carpet. The walls were hung with replicas of famous oil paintings. Lawrence took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, Miss Wall." "Thank you, Miss Wall. Please forgive a dying man for not being able to bow." "No, Mr. Lawrence, your problem has been alleviated. As a former practicing doctor, I can tell you without a doubt that you can still live. After you rest for a while, we'll go to the clinic or the hospital," Force consoled him. Lawrence smiled and said, "I know my physical condition very well. You don't need to console me. Besides, I'm an astrologer. I already have a premonition that I'll die in Beekland, in this hotel." Apart from the superficial decorations, everything he said was the truth. He was nearly 80 years old, and he was no longer the strong and spirited lad from before. If not for the sequence potion improving his physical fitness, he might have already been buried in some cemetery. Lawrence originally believed that he could live for another 10 years, but who knew that he would encounter the rebellion instigated by the former traveler Booties. He suffered serious injuries at the hands of the Aurora Order, and his remaining descendants all died in that disaster. This dealt him a huge blow, and he almost couldn't recover from it. And when he went to Beekland to search for his 2 brothers and their descendants, he only found out that they had long passed away. This caused a certain level of mental trauma to him. With all these things added together, Lawrence clearly felt that his life was coming to an end. His original plan was to pay a bouquet of flowers at Lawborough and Orlisa's graves before immediately returning to meet the other members of the Elder Council of Families and make arrangements for his funeral. However, the condition of an elderly person was really bad. It didn't take long for him to reach his end. Without waiting for Force to speak, Lawrence struggled to take out a palm-sized notebook from his half-opened inner pocket. The notebook's hard cover was a coppery green, giving off a very ancient vibe. On its surface was a paragraph written in ancient Fasak: "I came, I saw, I recorded." Lawrence placed the notebook on the blanket in front of his chest and took a deep breath. "Miss Wall, if I die here, can you help me send this to Pritz Harbor?" "Mr. Lawrence, you'll be fine," Force emphasized. At the same time, she subconsciously glanced at the notebook and found that it was not thick. There were 3 kinds of paper in it. One was burnt yellow and had a very small amount. Another was yellowish-brown parchment and had a medium amount. The last one was ordinary white paper and had the largest amount. The third was ordinary white paper, which had the most numbers. "I mean, if, Ms. Wall, would you help? Pritz Harbor isn't far. It can't even be considered a trip. If I'm in a rush, I can even make a round trip in half a day with the steam locomotive." Force nodded. Lawrence heaved a sigh of relief. He seemed to have recovered a little. "After I die, wait 10 minutes, take a glowing item from my corpse, and send it along with this notebook to Dorian Gray of the Pritz Harbor Fishermen's Association. My wallet and the £42 in cash are my reward and gratitude to you. My clothes will accompany me to Ashes." "No, you don't have to give me anything." "No, you'll be fine, Mr. Force," Force said sincerely. Lawrence didn't seem to hear what she said and continued to mutter to himself, "Maybe Dorian will give you some other rewards, but it's up to you. I believe in you. I can see that you are a good girl from what happened to Orlisa." He suddenly came to his senses and said to Force, "Ms. Wall, Can you go to the first floor and get me a bottle of boiling water? I don't know when the waiter will come. No problem. Force didn't think too much about it. She took the bottle of boiling water and walked out of the room. After taking a few steps, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. The water bottle in her hand was heavy, and it was obvious that there was still a lot of it left. Force was about to turn around and ask when she suddenly sensed a strong spirituality fluctuation in the room. This is. Force was stunned at first, but she immediately understood Mr. Lawrence's intentions. As death approached, he clearly felt that something was wrong with his body. He was afraid that he would lose control and become a monster. He wanted to die as a human, not a monster, so he chose to end his life himself. This was the last dignity of a Beyonder. Of course, if he became a monster, all his arrangements would be for naught. With this in mind, Force felt gloomy. She stood outside for nearly 10 minutes before pushing the door open and entering. She saw Lawrence lying silently on the bed, as though he had aged a lot in an instant. Beside him was a diamond the size of an eye. Light shone in from outside the window and constantly refracted on the diamond, forming a scene as beautiful as the starlight. Phew! Force exhaled and did a serious check. She discovered that the cause of Lawrence's death was the most common cause of cardiac arrest. Sherwood Borough, 15, Minsk Street. After returning home, Klein rested for a while before going above the grey fog. He planned on divining Will Orseptin's death. He made the paper crane fly out from the junk pile in the corner and land on the long bronze table in front of him. Then, he removed the topaz pendant wrapped around his sleeve. As he held the spirit pendulum in his left hand, Klein used cogitation to adjust his state and recalled the scenes he had seen in the forest outside the cemetery. There were some details that he might not have noticed, but his spirituality definitely wouldn't miss out on them. This divination was mainly using this point and relying on the grey fog to eliminate any interference. After finishing his preparations, Klein conjured a new piece of goatskin and wrote the divination statement. Will Orseptin is completely dead. Right on the heels of that, he pressed the paper crane to the side of the divination statement, causing the topaz pendant to nearly touch the words. After entering cogitation and completing all the steps of the spirit pendulum, Klein opened his eyes and looked at the results. The topaz pendant was spinning counterclockwise at a rather fast speed. This meant that it was negative. This meant that Will Orseptin wasn't completely dead. Klein was stunned, but he also felt that it was within his expectations. He thought for a moment and changed the divination statement. That corpse is Will Orseptin's. This time, the spirit pendulum gave him a positive revelation. That corpse was indeed Will Orseptin's. Klein had a vague idea as he wrote a new divination statement. Will Orseptin's corpse will revive. After calmly busying himself, Klein saw a revelation. It was spinning counterclockwise at an extremely fast speed. This meant that Will Orseptin's corpse wouldn't revive, which meant that it wouldn't morph. From the looks of it, Will Orseptin had either actively or passively abandoned his previous body and used another method to survive. This matter has something to do with the snake of Mercury. Klein attempted to divine other matters, but all of them resulted in failure. This included Will Orseptin's current state. However, when he repeated the previous divination using dream divination and asked Will Orseptin's current location, he still received a similar scene, a dark room with the sound of flowing water. But this gave him a slightly different feeling. Forget it, there's no need to waste time. It's not like I plan on getting involved. Klein put away the spirit pendulum and prepared to return to the real world. Through the divination and the various matters from before, he had a vague guess about Will Orseptin, but he was unable to verify it. He suspected that Will Orseptin was another snake of Mercury. As a sequence one, the snake of Mercury wasn't unique. At most, there could be 3 of them existing at the same time. The snake of Mercury that wielded fate could easily locate Alan's astral projection through the paper crane and create a false revelation to him. Without a doubt, it had the ability to change a person's fate with a single word. For some unknown reason, Will Orseptin had become weak and was under the threat of a second snake of Mercury. Everything he did was to escape him. As for the reason for their conflict, the answer was simple. Without a sequence 0, There could be 3 sequence 1s at the same time, but once there was a sequence 0, there wouldn't be a sequence 1. As for this sentence, the Dark Emperor potion formula explained its true meaning. One of the main ingredients of the formula was the beyonder characteristics of 2 princes of disorder. The Prince of Disorder was a sequence 1 of the Dark Emperor pathway. As a sequence 1, to advance to sequence 0, one had to obtain all the beyonder characteristics of 2 other sequence 1s of the same pathway. It was precisely with such a guess that Klein didn't dare to get involved in Will or Septin's matter. If my deduction is correct, then this is a genuine fight between deities. I can't afford to offend them. Klein's spirituality descended and disappeared from the ancient palace above the grey fog. In Empress Borough, in an inconspicuous house, the Beyonder gathering that Mr. A had convened was carried out as scheduled. Force and Zio changed their attire and accompanied Viscount Glaint, who was wearing an iron-black mask, into the hall. They found a random seat and sat down. Before the gathering officially began, Viscount Glaint rushed to write his request to the attendant and prayed to the goddess, hoping that someone would respond. Force was as languid as usual. She wore a hood, which she rarely did, and used the shadow to cover her face. She was recalling the matter regarding Mr. Lawrence. She knew very well what the diamond the size of an eye was. It was the beyonder characteristic left behind by him, but she was temporarily unable to confirm which sequence it belonged to. Force casually flipped through the notebook and found that many of the pages were still blank. And the contents were filled with all sorts of strange, and mysterious symbols and magic labels. They were completely beyond the scope of Force knowledge. It doesn't matter what it is. What's important is that I have to keep my promise. Force warned herself. At this moment, Mr. A, who was sitting on a single-seater sofa with an exaggerated hood, spoke in a hoarse voice. I have a mission. Help me find some people who believe in the Fool. Ah! Force snapped out of her thoughts. Chapter 409. The Fool. The Beyonders at Mr. A's party chewed on the word to themselves or whispered to their companions about whether they had met anyone with similar beliefs. When did such a cult appear? Someone asked in a low voice. At this moment, Mr. A asked the waiter next to him to raise a blackboard with a few lines written in ruin. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. While everyone was examining the blackboard, Mr. A said in a hoarse voice that made people uncomfortable, Jotun, Elvish, Dragonese, and Ancient Hermes won't do either. You can't even use them to write the corresponding descriptions. Otherwise, there's a high chance that something terrifying will happen. Help me find those who believe in the Fool. Of course, they might also be followers of the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. As long as you find any clues, tell me immediately. I'll reward you handsomely beyond your imagination. This description. It sounds like an incredible existence. I've only seen such a title in the books of the 7 gods. A member of the gathering exclaimed. His companion shook his head. Many cults have similar descriptions of the targets they worship. Is it really a cult? Another member of the gathering heard their discussion and blurted out in shock. It should be. Usually, the spirit world creatures we summon would also have such a 3-paragraph description, but one of them would definitely be something along the lines of someone's favor or something along the lines of something that belongs to someone. It wouldn't be in this form. A gathering member who was proficient in mysticism provided a theoretical basis. While they were enthusiastically communicating, Force was dumbfounded. Isn't that Mr. Fool's honorific name? Although it's described in Loney's, I'm certain without a doubt. Why would Mr. A want to find Mr. Fool's believers? Was this the Aurora Order's intention? Force's mind was in a mess. She knew that Mr. A was a member of the Aurora Order because a certain terrorist organization had publicly announced responsibility for the assassination of Ambassador Intes, Bakerland. After a brief moment of shock, Force subconsciously examined herself, worried that someone would discover that she was already a member of the Tarot. In a sense, she was a blessed of the Fool. I only recited Mr. Fool's honorific name according to the ancient Hermes on the piece of paper, and I was pulled above the grey fog. No one knows of this matter, so there's no need to be afraid of investigations. But that piece of paper with Mr. Fool's honorific name has a source. It's hidden in a book we borrowed from Viscount Glaint. Force's thoughts raced. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Isn't that the description I saw on that piece of paper? I even dreamed of an evil spirit. At the same time, Zio also recalled the matter that left her with lingering fear, but her long experience as a bounty hunter prevented her from exposing anything abnormal. Following that, she traced it back and thought about the origins of the piece of paper. It was hidden in the middle of History of the Nobles of the Ruined Kingdom. I borrowed History of the Nobles of the Ruined Kingdom from Viscount Glaint's study. Suddenly, a person's name flashed across Force and Zio's minds at the same time. Viscount Glaint. At this moment, Viscount Glaint was looking at the blackboard and muttering to himself with interest. This honorific name is very rare. But it sounds very powerful. Just as he said that, he looked around in confusion and said to Force and Zio, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing, nothing." Zio and Force shook their heads at the same time. "Nothing, nothing." Zio and Force shook their heads at the same time. After dinner, in an elegantly decorated house, Audrey brought Susie into the living room under the guidance of her psychology teacher, Escalante. This was the academic gathering that had been agreed upon last week. Her maids and bodyguards were all left here, while she and Susie walked to the spacious living room. In the living room, it was unknown if it was due to the atmosphere or some other reason, but the gas wall lamps weren't lit. The light in the room came from the candles on the coffee table and a few gold-plated lamp holders on the cupboard. Before Audrey could take a closer look at her surroundings, she saw a gentleman in his 30s wearing a grey tuxedo walking towards her. "This is the owner of this place, Mr. Stephen Hampolster, a furniture merchant," the waist-length Escalante introduced. She was about to tell him about Audrey's identity when Hampolster chuckled and said, "Escalante, don't speak. Escalante, don't speak. Give me a chance to guess." He had a neatly trimmed mustache and a pair of charming dark brown eyes. He looked very cultured and refined, not like a furniture merchant, but more like a university lecturer. After seriously sizing up Audrey, he smiled and said, "Escalante only said that you're her student. Heh, I think you're a cultured noble lady, and you're not the type who only looks impressive. There's no doubt that you don't have to worry about your quality of life dropping. You're a little agitated, you're very curious, and you're relatively simple and compassionate. Of course, the most obvious point is that you're very beautiful, just like an angel." He made a final joke before pressing his hand to his chest and bowing. "Welcome, Miss Beautiful Angel. You're right. As expected of a member of Psychological Alchemy. However, what you observed was me from a few months ago. It's all me that I deliberately presented myself." Audrey said in surprise and astonishment, "Mr. Hampolster, did you know me from before?" She didn't let the astonished expression linger on her face for too long, because such emotions were instantaneous reactions and couldn't last for too long. Once someone was surprised for a few seconds, it meant that they were likely faking it. Audrey didn't notice this at first, but after observing other people's acting for a long time, she naturally concluded many patterns. "No, I still don't know you. This is just a basic quality of a psychology hobbyist." Hampolster chuckled. Before he finished speaking, Audrey had already completed her observation and made the corresponding judgment based on the surrounding environment. His clothes and the furnishings of his house all indicate that he's a person who cares a lot about his own dignity. The sapphire on the ring on his left hand doesn't look small, but its quality is actually very ordinary. Furthermore, it doesn't have any symbols or magic labels. His financial situation isn't as good as it appears. He's very vain, although he was very enthusiastic just now. The way he stood, the pointing of his feet, and the changes in the color of his emotions all indicate that he still has a lot of concerns and is rather wary. He sincerely praised my looks, but it doesn't seem like a man looking at a woman. There are traces of skincare products on his face, and his eyebrows must have been drawn. His skills aren't as good as my makeup maid, Sonia, but they're better than mine. The perfume he's wearing is Confusion, which I've only seen women use. He probably likes men, and he's playing the relatively weaker side. At the same time, Audrey skillfully expressed her yearning. "Mr. Hampolster, I really want to have your powers of observation." As she spoke, she smiled faintly. Under Hampelster and Escalante's lead, she got to know the other 7 or 8 people in the activity room. Some of these dual enthusiasts of mysticism and psychology were descendants of declining nobles, some were university associate professors, and some were the children of rich people. For example, there was a young man whose father was the owner of the most famous department store in Beekland, Phillips Department Store. For the rest of the conversation, Audrey only listened and did not speak. Even when she spoke, she would ask questions, fully expressing her curiosity and yearning. In this academic discussion, Escalante, Hampelster, and the others had deliberately mentioned the ether body and the body of heart and mind, as well as the spirit world and the collective subconscious. They had also given some relatively unique viewpoints, allowing Audrey to gradually figure out some of the questions that had accumulated over the years. When it was over and they walked out of the house, Audrey glanced at Escalante and asked innocently, "Ms. Escalante, when can I be as excellent as Mr. Hampelster in the field of psychology?" Escalante curled the corners of her mouth, turned her head slightly, and looked at her. "Very soon." At night, Klein, who was about to get into bed, once again went above the grey fog. The somewhat sleepy Klein was immediately jolted awake by Miss Magician's news. "The Aurora Order knows of the fool. You know my name. The true creator has locked onto me." Klein suddenly sat up straight, as though he was facing a formidable enemy. He quickly rejected the last guess. If the true creator had really locked onto him, Mr. A would have long come to collect the copper pennies in the gas meter. There might even be a saint. In other words, he only knows of the fool and the corresponding honorific name, and knows that the clues are in Beekland. Who leaked the news? Klein frowned and thought carefully. Soon, he discovered a possibility. Recently, Little Sun chanted my honorific name, and it was when he interacted with the members of the expedition team who had been corrupted by the true creator. He held a sacrificial ritual, and there should be a symbol corresponding to the fool at the scene. There should be an ancient palace above the grey fog. Therefore, the true creator has sensed the existence of the fool and determined that I'm the one who previously blasphemed, no, harassed, and no, spied on him. Also, Little Sun used the all-black eye back then, and it contained the mental corruption of the true creator. Through this, he confirmed that my adorer or believer is in Beekland. I can't bring the all-black eye out in the future. After roughly understanding the problem, Klein fell into another dilemma. Mr. A is offering a bounty to find the fool's believers in a relatively open Beyonder gathering that isn't considered too private. Is his brain really lacking, or is he deliberately fishing? Sigh, the Aurora Order is full of paranoid lunatics. Their brains are almost broken, and there's no way to guess their true intentions. Chapter 410. Above the grey fog, the towering palace stood silently. Klein rapped his fingers rhythmically on the edge of the long bronze table as he focused on the countermeasures he should take against the threat posed by the Aurora Order and Mr. A. In a situation where he couldn't figure out their true intentions, he instinctively had an idea: report Mr. A. Report an illegal gathering. Klein could easily find out the location of Mr. A's gathering from Miss Magicians and secretly report it to the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or machinery hive mind. An oracle of the Aurora Order would definitely attract enough attention. When the time came, Mr. A might not even be able to protect himself, much less track down the fool's believers. But the problem was that this would definitely implicate a group of innocent Beyonders. Furthermore, Klein suspected that this was the reason why Mr. A had directly offered a bounty on the fool's believers. He might have already arranged an escape route. Once he was reported, he could clearly confirm that there were people from the fool at the previous gathering. As for who it was, it didn't matter. Mr. A and the lunatics from the Aurora Order would definitely do something that left no room for error, and as long as a Beyonder fell into their hands, most people would no longer be able to hide their secrets. The Aurora Order, or rather, the shepherd pathway represented by the true creator, was best at corrupting others. When a Beyonders worldview was completely distorted and they began to believe in the true creator from the bottom of their hearts, what else could be kept a secret? It's not that there's no other way, but it's best not to report it. Klein leaned back in his chair, reined in his chaotic thoughts, and reorganized the entire matter. As he thought, he suddenly realized a problem. There were no believers or blessed of the Fool in this world. Even the tarot only had a few members, and no one had revealed the corresponding situation to the outside world. That is to say, the Aurora Order won't be able to find any corresponding clues. There's nothing to worry about. The only bad outcome is that the Fool will be marked by the true Creator. It doesn't feel good to be constantly targeted by an evil god, but it basically won't affect anything else. Klein nodded in thought. He had thought it through very clearly. The only flaw in the entire matter was that he had once used the title of the Fool written in ancient Hermes as the password for his anonymous account. However, with the sacrificial and bestowment ritual being proven to be effective, this account had been abandoned for a long time and had long been forgotten. This could be inferred from the fact that no one had been noticed by Klein for copying passwords in the past month and a half. As such, the bank employees who had come into contact with passwords but clearly didn't understand mysticism wouldn't reveal this matter to anyone. As for the Beyonders, they would at most ask in ruin. Even if they found the right person, the other party wouldn't be able to link the contents of the ruined text to the ancient Hermes password. If anyone were to copy it, I would know immediately and be able to respond effectively. Besides, even if someone were to discover the problem with the password, it would be difficult to trace it back to Sherlock Moriarty. I've always used certain methods. Miss Justice is also very careful when saving money. Amidst the tapping sounds, Klein relaxed and chuckled. Do you think that the Fool has many blessed and believers, so there must be many clues that can't be erased? Wrong, very wrong. There's only one believer and blessed of the Fool, that's me. Having said that, he couldn't help but give a self-deprecating laugh. This doesn't seem to be something to be proud of. I have to be more careful in the near future. I shouldn't use the banner of the Fool. Klein reminded himself and responded to Miss Magician's prayer. He adjusted his posture and said in a low and gentle voice, "Don't mind it. Don't mind it." Force received an answer that surprised her, but also made sense. In Mr. Fool's eyes, the Aurora Order was just a bunch of ant. Force recited the honorific name again and asked curiously, "Honorable Mr. Fool, which existence does the Aurora Order believe in?" Then, she saw Mr. Fool sitting on a high-back chair in the middle of the grey fog. He said in a leisurely manner, "True Creator." The True Creator. Force's eyes widened as she instantly understood why Mr. A was suddenly seeking the Fool's believers. With the help of tarot, the Sun Youth from the City of Silver had successfully exposed the abnormality of the expedition team and thwarted the True Creator's plans. Behind this matter is the struggle between Mr. Fool and the True Creator. Force didn't dare to ask further as she quickly recounted her encounter with the members of the House of Abraham. She also mentioned Lawrence's will, the strange notebook, and the Beyonder characteristic he left behind. "Honorable Mr. Fool, what should I do?" she asked without much confidence. "What should I do? Miss Magician's luck isn't bad. Why haven't I encountered such a good thing?" Klein chuckled in response. "Do it according to the truest thoughts in your heart." He wasn't worried at all that Dorian Gray of the Pritz Harbor Fishermen's Association would harm Miss Magician's, because he knew that her bracelet still had 2 stones that could teleport her to the spirit world twice. "The truest thoughts in my heart?" Force lowered her head in thought and said, "I understand. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Fool." She decided to buy a ticket for the steam locomotive tomorrow. With such transportation, it would only take a little more than an hour to travel from Beekland to Pritz Harbor. It might even take less than that. After reporting everything, Force requested to hold a sacrificial and bestowment ritual and received a positive response. Hence, she used £600 in exchange for the Sheriff Beyonder characteristic. Picking up the fist-shaped object that was made up of iron black, dark red, and silver, Force was both delighted and sighed as she looked at the beautiful spirituality luster. Zio has long gathered the supplementary ingredients, and she'll soon advance to sequence 8. As for me, I still don't know when I'll become a trick master. I hope that Mr. the Hanging Man and the others can help me find the corresponding Beyonder ingredients as soon as possible. Zio had been subconsciously acting as an arbiter, so she didn't have to worry about her digestion of the sequence 9 potion. But what should she do after becoming a sheriff? Should I request Mr. Fool to pay a certain price in exchange for the teaching of the acting method? Or should I directly suggest that she join the police? At the end of the long, mottled table, Klein looked at the thick stack of cash in front of him and carefully counted it a few times. This way, I'll have £1,230. I'm just short of £300 to gather the money needed for a sequence 6 Beyonder ingredient. Of course, £1,500 is only the lowest price. The actual transactions are often much more expensive than that. Where else can I get money in the near future? I'll sell a portion of the shares the moment the bicycle patent is granted. Right, I almost forgot about the uniqueness of the tarot. The werewolf Beyonder characteristic can't be sold in Beekland for the time being to prevent the high sequence Beyonders from Rose School from discovering it. However, I can sell it elsewhere. I'll get the world to appear at the next gathering and entrust Mr. the Hanging Man to sell this item on the Sonia C. I'll get a corresponding commission as payment. After deducting all the expenses, the werewolf Beyonder characteristic can give me at least £1,000. It's more than enough for a sequence 6 Beyonder ingredient. Klein quickly came up with an idea, and his heart calmed down. He found it a pity that Miss Zio didn't seem to have much money. After becoming a sheriff, even if she could quickly digest the potion, it would take her a long time to buy the corresponding Beyonder characteristic of an interrogator. And if Miss Magicians were to be fancied by the House of Abraham, he wouldn't be able to sell the subsequent astrologer potion formula. What a pity. Klein sighed and returned to the real world. Wednesday morning. Klein didn't lose sleep because of the true creator's thoughts and the Aurora Order's investigation. He slept all the way until dawn and happily went out to buy a desi pie for breakfast. And there was no doubt that desi pie needed to be paired with sweet iced tea. As he enjoyed the delicacy and flipped through the newspapers, he saw an advertisement from the Ernst firm and learned that there would be a Beyonder gathering tomorrow night organized by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom. This time, I can seek to purchase the corresponding Beyonder ingredients. However, there's a high chance that there won't be any there. Even if there is, it would only be supplementary ingredients like deep-sea Nogger's hair. Klein seriously considered which channels he could use to gather the ingredients. He spread out his left hand and counted silently with his fingers. The interior of the tarot includes Little Sun, Mr. the Hanging Man, and Miss Justice's respective channels, old Mr. Eye of Wisdom's gathering, Miss Bodyguard and Marek, but try not to contact them in the near future, and, right, Vampire Emlyn White. Didn't he say that I can write letters to consult some powerful sanguine? This is what it means to have connections. With this in mind, Klein immediately decided to go to the Harvest Church to wait for Emlyn White. Although it was impossible for the Aurora Order to track him down, it still gave him a sense of urgency. It made him want to gather the Beyonder ingredients as soon as possible. Once he digested the potion, he would quickly advance to sequence 6. 10 in the morning, south of the bridge, Rose Street. Dressed in a double-breasted frock coat, Klein took off his half-top hat and slowly walked into the rather small Harvest Church. At a glance, he saw the giant-like Father Utravsky and the brown-robed Emlyn White. The latter was wiping the candlesticks, looking numb as though his heart had already died. What a coincidence. Wait, he can't be staying here all day, right? Only returning home at night. Klein randomly found a seat and sat down. There were no more than 5 believers in the entire church. Emlyn White also saw him. He put down the rag, walked over, and sat beside him. The vampire's expression instantly turned lively. He raised his chin slightly and chuckled. Chapter 4:11. In the Harvest Church. Klein turned his head to glance at Emlyn White. Without destroying the peaceful atmosphere, he deliberately suppressed his voice and chuckled. "Are you short of money?" As soon as he said this, he felt as if he was asking if the other party knew about Amway. Emlyn was first taken aback before he scoffed. "Don't use money to insult the noble blood breed." Klein immediately snorted and looked at the tall and burly Father Utravsky in front of him. "As far as I know, those exquisitely crafted dolls aren't cheap. They can even be considered expensive, especially those that are as tall as humans." Emlyn opened his mouth in an attempt to retort, but he ultimately failed. After a moment of silence, he coughed twice and pretended to be nonchalant. "Tell me, what do you want me to help you with? I am not a vampire who likes to guess riddles." Klein didn't look at the vampire beside him as he smiled and said to himself, I have a friend who's about to advance and needs to gather the corresponding Beyonder ingredients. I wonder if you can help. Are you doubting the abilities of a vampire? Even if I didn't, I could have written to ask the nobler excellences. That's what I want. Klein immediately replied, that's right. Thousand-faced hunter's mutated pituitary gland, 100 milliliters of its blood, the human-skinned shadow characteristic, and 5 strands of hair from the deep-sea Naga. As long as you can get any one of these, I will pay you. It will depend on the price. The cheaper the price, the more you will get. He had purposely reported a larger portion of the supplementary materials to avoid losses. Upon hearing this description that didn't stutter at all, Emlyn White immediately felt like he had fallen into the other party's language trap. He calmed himself down and said, the reward for the extraordinary materials is at least £100, and the supplementary materials are at least £10. Although I don't know what level the things you want are, I believe that they are definitely not cheap or common. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to me for help. Very smart. Klein smiled. Deal. In that instant, Emlyn White deeply suspected that the remuneration he asked for was too little. So, he added another sentence. Detective, do you have any clues on how to remove the hypnosis? Seeing that Father Yutravsky was focused on praying in front of the altar, Klein turned his head and glanced at the vampire. I have the simplest solution. What? Emlyn White's eyes lit up. Defeat Bishop Yutravsky and snatch his mental terror candle. Klein chuckled. After you meet up with your parents, you should have enough strength. Do you think that 3 vampires can't defeat a Dawn Knight? The corners of Emlyn's mouth twitched as his expression crumbled. I lost. I can't beat him. My father and mother were almost captured as well. That mental terror candle was extremely evil, so you've already tried. Your entire family almost converted to Mother Earth. 3 sanguine couldn't even defeat Father Yutravsky? With the help of the mental terror candle and the blood collector, Father Yutravsky is that terrifying? Or were vampires too weak? However, all the rumors say that vampires are rather powerful. Klein said thoughtfully, then you can write a letter to seek help from the nobler excellences. Then you can write a letter to the nobler sirs for help. There should be no lack of experts in the blood race. Emlyn White replied with a numb expression. They rejected it. Suddenly, he looked at Klein with hope in his eyes. Can you defeat Father Yutravsky? Or should I say, can your friend defeat him? After obtaining the brooch of sun and the biological poison bottle, as well as digesting quite a number of potions, I originally believed that I could defeat Father Yutravsky in my spirit body state, but your description makes me unsure. Is the mental terror candle really that evil? This sealed artifact is obviously very good at restraining spirit bodies. Klein shook his head rationally. No. He quickly changed the topic. Why would the noble excellencies of the sanguine reject your request? To them, this should be a simple favor. Emlyn White's expression turned cold like ashes. They said that Father Yutravsky is a blessed of Earth Mother, and they don't wish to directly clash with him. They are researching other ways to dispel the psychological cue, such as going deep into the Sonya Sea, Fog Sea, and Berserk Sea to find the dragons that have lived in seclusion for a long time. With a smile that was uglier than crying, he added, by the time they finish their research and find a dragon in the mind domain, perhaps I'll already be a loyal believer of Earth Mother. I'm beginning to feel that life is more and more precious, and that the harvest is a delightful one. A blessed of Earth Mother? Father Yutravsky is a blessed of Earth Mother? It's no wonder he has so many mystical items. From the looks of it, as a powerful pirate, it's not that simple for him to suddenly believe in Earth Mother. Klein first sighed before he felt a lingering fear. He had almost agreed to Emlyn White's request and attempted to defeat Father Yutravsky. If I had lost, I might have been locked in a basement and forcibly detained. If I had won, I would have offended another deity. No, I wouldn't have been able to win at all. A blessed of Earth Mother definitely has a corresponding trump card. If it wasn't for Father Yutravsky suppressing his split personality, I probably wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Klein wisely didn't delve deeper into the topic. He looked straight at Father Yutravsky's figure and said, you can try to find an organization called Psychological Alchemy. Otherwise, you can only wait for our tarot's Miss Justice to become a psychiatrist. When that happens, perhaps you won't be able to bear to break away from your faith in Earth Mother. Klein silently added. To him, it would be best if Emlyn White could join Psychological Alchemy. This way, if Miss Justice were to encounter any problems in the organization, he would have other resources to help her. He wouldn't have to constantly summon his trinity of the Fool, Blessed, and Believer. Psychological Alchemy? I've never heard of it. Emlyn shook his head in disdain. It must be a secret organization that recently appeared. This organization has been around for a century or two, at the very least. Klein denied his statement. To the sanguine with long lifespans, a century or two is equivalent to having just appeared. Those noble excellences might sleep for 100 years, Emlyn White said proudly. Without waiting for Klein to speak, he turned his gaze forward and cleared his throat. Do you know how to contact that organization? Klein originally wanted to answer that there was a doctor named Daxter Guderian in the Tingen city's mental asylum who was a member of Psychological Alchemy, but he swallowed the words back down his throat. Having been targeted by the true creator, it's best that I don't get involved with the people and matters in Tingen. There's a certain risk of exposure, and once I'm exposed, with the madness of the Aurora Order, they definitely won't let Barnson and Melissa off. Klein shook his head slightly. I've only heard of this organization. You can write a letter and ask the other sanguine. Emlyn White was disappointed and didn't mention the matter again. He turned his head to look at Klein and chuckled. I'm guessing that friend of yours who's about to advance is you. Klein looked ahead indifferently and replied leisurely, Congratulations, you got it right. Emlyn White was stunned. This reaction was completely different from what he had expected. Emlyn White was stunned. This reaction was completely different from what he had expected. Mr. White, actually, the most suitable occupation for you isn't an apothecary, but an actor. Mr. White, actually, the most suitable profession for you is not a pharmacist but an actor. Mr. White, I'm a profound and noble sanguine. I don't rely on my looks to make a living. Emlyn was first taken aback before he arrogantly raised his head and said, I'm a profound and noble sanguine. I won't rely on my looks to make a living. Klein slowly got up and smiled. No, what I mean is that you have a talent for comedy. Just as Emlyn White's expression froze, he squeezed his way to the corridor and said, That's right. Don't forget the commission. Pritz Harbor, White Oak Street. Force Wall had taken the steam locomotive early in the morning to arrive at the kingdom's largest and most important port. She had booked a return ticket for the inland waterway. It was relatively cheaper. As she breathed in the smell of the sea in the air, Force saw many dockworkers in a hurry. During the peak season, there would be a surge of temporary workers at the port in order to obtain relatively good pay. Many of the poor who lived in Beekland's East Borough would head southeast in groups, walking the distance of more than 60 kilometers by foot. This was the same as them participating in the harvesting of hops. The road is much wider than Beekland's streets, and the air quality isn't bad, but it's a lot dirtier. Force looked around and found the Fishermen's Association in an old building. Without any twists and turns, she easily met Dorian Gray in an office. This gentleman was of medium build, but he had exaggerated arms. His hair was combed rather neatly, completely different from the bird's nest-like hairstyles of most people in the association. This should also be an Abraham. Force briefly explained the reason for her visit and handed Lawrence's suicide note, strange notebook, and diamond-like beyond a characteristic to him. Dorian received the items with a complicated expression and opened the suicide note first. After reading it carefully, he raised his head and looked sincerely at Force with his blue eyes. I commend you for your kindness and trustworthiness, Ms. Wall. I will always remember the help you provided to Orlisa and Lawrence. Can you accept my thanks? I would like to treat you to lunch. No problem. Force was just worrying about how to spend the time before the ship set sail. Dorian immediately arranged for her to wait in the lounge beside her and provided her with black tea, snacks, newspapers, and magazines. After returning to the office, the gentleman opened a hidden cabinet with some doubts and took out an item. Chapter 412. Dorian drew the curtains and made the office dim. Then, he sat down. He held the crystal ball in his left hand and touched the top with his right palm, stroking it back and forth. He kept murmuring as if he was murmuring. Gradually, the spots in the crystal ball became brighter and more obvious, as if the night sky was casting a reflection. The stars that were often used to determine the direction of fate and life appeared one after another, forming a three-dimensional astrolabe. There were also many revelations from the spiritual world that seemed to be symbolic symbols. Dorian Gray finally stopped what he was doing and looked at it intently. She didn't lie. That's indeed the trajectory of things. She seems to be able to bring about certain changes to the House of Abraham, optimistic changes. The light in the crystal ball gradually dimmed. Dorian stood up and made a decision in his heart. Lunchtime, in the Four-Winged Bird restaurant. In front of Force was a deep-fried fish that had been sprinkled with rosemary. Its skin was crispy and fragrant, and the meat was delicious. It didn't have any fine bones, making it rather delicious. The only problem was that the chef's aesthetic was very odd. He kept the fish's bulging eyes, and with the way he presented the dish, he made them look up at the same time, as though expressing his indignation towards death. Force pushed the fish head down, cut off the tail, and covered the eye that was looking up. At this moment, Dorian Gray moved his knife and fork and said casually, "Orlisa was very fond of mysticism and had done some research in this area." Orlisa was very fond of occultism and had done some research in it. When you were packing up her belongings, did you see any related books, notes, or items? There were some notes and books, Force answered frankly. I became a mysticism enthusiast because of this, but unfortunately, I couldn't understand some of the content at all. For example, sights in the spirit world. Not only is it absurd, but it's also illogical and doesn't convey its meaning. Even if I force myself to continue reading it and calm my anxiety in a regular manner, it's difficult to remember the contents. I'll forget it after reading it, much less understand it. Force added inwardly. Dorian nodded slightly and laughed. Then you can ask me. I'm also a mysticism enthusiast, the relatively proficient kind. Really? That's great. Force chimed in. Seeing that she was indeed interested, Dorian immediately changed the topic to mysticism. Sometimes, he mentioned the spirit world, and other times, he talked about his cogitation experiences. He was already prepared for this. When he entered the restaurant, he deliberately chose a quiet and secluded spot. He wasn't afraid that their conversation would be overheard by the customers around them. At the end of lunch, Dorian took the initiative to suggest, "I didn't know how to express my gratitude, but now I don't have to worry about this problem anymore. Although Lawrence gave you a reward, I don't think it's enough to match your kindness, and trustworthiness. Ms. Wall, you can write to me if you have any questions in the field of mysticism. This is my humble thanks. That's exactly what I want." Force didn't refuse. From the exchange just now, she could clearly tell that Dorian Gray had a solid and rich system of mysticism knowledge, as expected of a member of the ancient House of Abraham. And this was also considered Force's shortcoming. Although she had grasped quite a bit of general knowledge about the Beyonder world, it came from a few books and notes that weren't considered in depth, as well as the scattered words she had heard from various encounters at various gatherings. It wasn't comprehensive enough, systematic, and flawed. Upon hearing her answer, Dorian raised her cup and smiled. "I hope that one day, we can also possess mysterious and extraordinary powers." North Borough of Beekland, St. Samuel Cathedral. A group of people in black trench coats and red gloves entered the underground area. Leading them was a man in his 40s. He had soft facial features and long hair at his temples. He wore an exaggerated top hat and held a black cane inlaid with gold. He quietly followed behind the Nighthawks leading the way and entered a rather spacious room. There were bookshelves in the room, with many dossiers placed on them. A woman in a black robe with blue eyeshadow and blush sat leisurely on a high-back chair. She didn't get up to welcome them. She was none other than the former spirit medium, Daly. "Sostel, the information you need is over there." Daly pointed at the table by the door with her chin. The middle-aged man known as Sostel smiled. "Daly, why were you sent to guard this place?" You should be in charge of more important matters. No, this is my own idea. I need to settle down and read more information. Daly chuckled in a low voice. This is for better progress. Human beings are fragile creatures, and they need a certain period of peace. No one can always be at the peak and enjoy excitement and pleasure. Your style really hasn't changed. It's a pity that you never give me a chance. Soist couldn't help but laugh. Daly shook her head seriously. Obviously, you don't understand me. My hobbies are even more curious now. If you can turn yourself into a rotten corpse or expose your white bones, then I will definitely be interested in you. She turned to look at a red glove standing behind Sostel. Leonard, why did you choose to join his team? This guy is arrogant, and cowardly. He always fantasizes that the lady he likes will take the initiative to lie in bed and wait for him. Frankly speaking, maybe this is the characteristic of a nightmare. When she mentioned nightmare, Daly paused for a moment. Leonard replied helplessly, Maram Daly, this was arranged by His Excellency Sesamir. Is that so? I can tell that you agree with my views on Sostel, Daly concluded with a slightly hoarse voice. Leonard was momentarily at a loss for an explanation. Fortunately, Soul Assurer Sostel didn't mind Daly's words. He walked to the table filled with information and picked up a dossier to read. Leonard and company immediately surrounded him and mimicked their deacon. Amidst the long sound of paper flipping, Sostel casually asked, What's the latest situation in Beekland? What do you think is worth paying attention to? Daly's eyes flickered slightly as she thought for a moment. A few beyond us who work with us have sent news that many people have recently been searching for an organization that believes in the Fool, and they've given the corresponding honorific name. After describing the Fool's honorific name in ruin, she chuckled. I think I'm witnessing the birth of a brand new cult. Of course, it might be the incarnation of an old friend. Sostel, what do you think? Sostel gave it some serious thought. No, I've never heard of such an organization. At this moment, Leonard looked up from the dossier and pondered for a moment before saying, Could this be related to the 2 tarot rituals we're investigating? The Fool is the first and most important card of tarot card. Daly was stunned for a second and nodded thoughtfully. Your idea is very interesting, but there's no evidence for this. It's pure conjecture. It can't even be considered a deduction, Sostel said in disagreement. Leonard smiled. Roselle the Great once said, make bold assumptions, and verify them carefully. Hillston Borough, Quillag Club. After leaving the Harvest Church, Klein had rushed here. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw the equestrian teacher, Talim Dumont, sitting in a secluded spot, deep in thought. Seeing that lunch was still a while away, Klein leaned over and greeted him with a smile. Good afternoon, Talim. You seem to have encountered another problem. Talim jolted awake and hurriedly shook his head. No. You seem to have done something shameful. Klein muttered to himself and sat down. He then smiled. It's a pity that Alan and Mike aren't here. Otherwise, we would have had another pleasant afternoon. Talim smiled as well. They're all very busy and have very little free time. Without waiting for Klein to speak, he looked around and said, Sherlock, an important figure is very interested in you after hearing about your deeds. He wants to meet you. Are you willing? Frankly speaking, I'm really envious of this. This is a very rare opportunity. Wait. What deeds could I have? Help Mrs. Mary catch an adulterer? Accompany reporter Mike to a brothel? Even though I went to East Borough a few times, I didn't do anything impressive. At most, you only know that I contributed to the serial murders and helped Dr. Aaron resolve the problem of his nightmares by providing advice. Klein was confused by what he heard. After 2 seconds, he suddenly understood the reason. It must be that when the important figure asked Talim if he knew any outstanding detectives, he could only think of me, so he took the initiative to add some descriptions that sounded impressive. For example, in the serial murders, the real person who solved the case behind the scenes. In the case of Mrs. Mary's ex-husband and his mistress transferring the Coim Company's assets, I'm a detective with great mobility, a keen sense of smell, and a precise strike. This is business flattery. Klein sighed inwardly. He deliberated for a moment and said, Talim, I'm sorry. Talim, I'm sorry. As a detective, I have my own principles, and that is to try my best not to get involved in matters involving important figures. To the upper echelons of society, a small sneeze might very well bring me an unbearable disaster. I don't label myself, so I won't meet that important figure. This was actually something Klein had thought of before he became a detective. Once he got involved with high society, it would be easy for people to dig into him. Before he became a faceless, he didn't want to take such a risk. You're very rational, Talim said after some thought. That important figure expected such a reaction and believes that such a detective is more trustworthy, so he hopes that you will accept a commission that doesn't involve high society. What commission? Klein asked. Talim chuckled. Chapter 413. What? You want me to investigate myself again? Klein almost suspected that the other party was deliberately testing him. An organization that uses tarot cards as a symbol is indeed interesting. I think so too, but I don't want to betray myself. Right, Capim's matter is clearly not simple. He has a total of 4 Beyonders protecting him, so there must be a sizable faction behind him. What's the difference between investigating this case and being embroiled in the strife of high society? This isn't something Sherlock Moriarty should know. Klein revealed a thoughtful expression and deliberated. It's not easy to find a mysterious organization, and it's very dangerous. Talim seemed to have expected his answer and chuckled. Sherlock, there's no need for you to take the risk. That important figure wants you to pay more attention and gather more relevant information or rumors. Here's £5 in cash. It's the expenses he's giving you. Even if you don't obtain any valuable information, he won't ask you to return it. And once you obtain any useful clues, he'll pay you one by one and reimburse you for your expenses during the entire process. Such good conditions. That important figure places great importance on this matter. Does he have something to do with the faction behind Capim, or does he hope to find a mysterious organization that uses tarot cards as a symbol to help him? Reimbursement. It's been a long time since I've heard someone promise me something like this. With the other party saying so much, it would be too suspicious if a private detective were to reject it. Furthermore, it's obvious that I should be the one investigating me. Klein hesitated for a few seconds before saying, "All right, I'll do my best." He didn't stand on ceremony as he accepted the 5 £1 notes from Talim. He planned on providing a plausible clue every week or two. Isn't the Aurora Order looking for the Fool? The Fool is clearly a tarot card. I hope that important figure pursues all the way and gets rid of Mr. A. Klein gradually had some thoughts. In the underground section of St. Samuel Cathedral, Soul Assurer Sostel gathered his team members and discussed what to do next. He looked at the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell and asked, half inquiring and half testing him, "If I leave it to you, how do you plan on investigating the 2 cases related to the tarot ritual?" Leonard raised his hand to comb his hair and smiled. "First, follow the previous train of thought and investigate the people or organizations that are searching for the Fool's believers. They might know something. Second, reinvestigate the previous 2 cases and place all the people involved on the list, regardless of whether they are suspicious or not. After that, I'll rely on Nightmare's powers to interrogate and eliminate them one by one. The devil might be hidden in the details, hidden in seemingly impossible people." Sostel chuckled. "I've looked through the dossiers. These 2 cases involve a lot of people, and they all live in different places. It would be rather difficult to investigate them again. Furthermore, some of them are Beyonders who are active in the underground world. They know how to hide themselves, and we have no way of knowing their whereabouts. If we were to investigate according to your plan, it wouldn't just be our team. The church would have to invest at least 5 Sequence 7 Nighthawks and the corresponding support personnel. We're mainly in charge of cases related to devil summoning," another red glove reminded Leonard. Leonard didn't seem angry as he chuckled. "I know. I'm just providing an opinion. Whether to use it or not, and to what extent, is Captain Sostel's prerogative." He paused and revealed a puzzled expression. "I'm very puzzled. Why aren't the 2 cases related to the tarot ritual a high priority? The former involves an evil god's attempt to descend, and it's many times more serious than a simple devil summoning. Sostel took a sip of his coffee and slowly replied, "The Nighthawks have limited manpower, so the cases have to be prioritized. The Nighthawks have limited manpower, so the cases have to be prioritized. As for the secret organization represented by the tarot cards, they haven't shown any obvious malice towards us so far. In a sense, their actions have helped us. For example, they've destroyed the descent of the true creator. For example, they've let us know that this human trafficker, Capim, isn't simple. He has a huge secret hidden behind him." Having said that, he curled the corners of his mouth. "Perhaps they can help us find out more bad things. Of course, the necessary investigations will definitely be carried out. No one can guarantee that the secret organization won't become our enemy in the future." "I understand, Captain Sostel. Let's focus on the devil summoning case," Leonard said sincerely. Winter in Beekland was always inseparable from the fireplace and fog. Time passed quickly in this cold and grey feeling. In the blink of an eye, there was only half a month left until the new year. Klein extinguished the charcoal in the fireplace and put on a double-breasted coat over a dark red wool vest. Nearly 3 weeks ago, Leopard finally obtained the bicycle patent and began searching for a suitable second round of investors. The steam-powered car tycoon, Framis Cage, expressed some interest. After a few contacts, the three parties agreed to hold the final negotiations today. And over the past month or so, Klein led a calm and uneventful life. With the help of investigating cases, he digested the potion step by step in a meticulous manner. Now, he was just short of completing it on his own initiative. If there's nothing too urgent, there's no need to take the risk. Another month should be enough. Klein's thoughts wandered as he took down the half-top hat from the coat rack and used a brush and a handkerchief to smooth the wrinkles and remove the dust. The badge left behind by Lenivas pointed to the 4th of January gathering, but he had no intention of attending it. During this period of time, the tarot event continued at a frequency of once a week. Klein obtained a few pages of Roselle's early diary entries, witnessing him go from a weakling who only knew how to fantasize but didn't dare take action to a playboy who took the initiative to hunt. Apart from that, he didn't gain anything else. Although the werewolf Beyonder characteristic had been sold to the hanging man through World, a business that involved more than £1,000 clearly wasn't that easy to achieve. And the cursed characteristic of a werewolf also made many interested parties shrink back. However, at the tarot gathering a few days ago, the hanging man told World that he had contacted an artisan from the Church of Steam, and the other party was clearly tempted. "I hope it'll be settled this week. There's still no clue as to the wind-blessed formula that Mr. the Hanging Man needs." Klein packed his belongings, picked up his cane, put on his hat, and walked out the door. The wind-blessed potion formula was a sequence 6 potion formula, so it wasn't easy to come across one. The hanging man Alger had waited for more than a month, but he hadn't heard any good news. After a long period of observation and testing, Audrey finally obtained the approval of psychological alchemy. She reported to Mr. Fool that she should be able to officially join the secret organization this week, and she hoped to receive protection in advance to prevent any accidents. For this, she planned to plunder at least 10 pages of Roselle's diary entries from psychological alchemy and offer them to Mr. Fool without any payment. As for the dragon specimen in the Duke of Negan's vault, she had confirmed that it was a 1,000-faced hunter, but the problem was that it was just a specimen. It didn't have the corresponding Beyonder characteristics, nor did it have flowing blood. The £2,000 she owed Mr. Fool's adorer would only be repaid in February or March of next year. This was because after she officially came of age at the New Year's ball, although she would be able to gain control of a portion of her assets, she would still be under the supervision of her parents and wouldn't be able to sell it at will. Furthermore, she was still short of Viscount Glaint's final payment, so she needed sufficient time to secretly raise it. Magician's Force finally obtained the blood of a deep-sea marlin through the help of the hanging man. She paid him £320 for it, and her savings were reduced to £120. In order to make up for her losses and for the Spirit Eater's stomach pouch, she began to rush out manuscripts. Her new book quickly took shape, telling a story that combined adventure, love, travel, storms, pirates, and many other elements. Her correspondence with Dorian Gray hadn't been cut off. She had recently expressed that she would be coming to Beekland to pay her respects to Orlisa, Lawborough, and Lawrence. The son followed the hanging man's advice and didn't act out of place. He continued his daily patrols and continued to accumulate contributions without attempting any rituals. Every time there was a tarot gathering, he would skillfully pretend to be asleep, so he didn't expose any problems for the time being. Usually, he would also intermittently catch up on sleep to prevent certain things from happening and arouse suspicion. According to him, Shepherd Elder Lovia didn't leave the bottom of the spire 7 days later. She was still locked up there for unknown reasons. With Klein deliberately keeping a low profile, the Aurora Order's Mr. A's search for the Fool's Believers and Blessed didn't yield any valuable clues. As for the Beyonders who knew of the Fool's honorific name, they all knew that they shouldn't casually recite such things. Unless they were in dire straits, they definitely wouldn't have the courage to pray to an existence suspected to be an evil god. Emlyn said the last time that there were clues to the corresponding materials. Perhaps I'll be able to confirm it soon, but the problem is that I don't have enough money. Klein mumbled silently as he walked to Lawyer Jurgen's door with his cane in hand. After ringing the doorbell, he instinctively took 2 steps back. Before long, the door opened. Old Madame Doris opened her arms in high spirits, wanting to give Klein a warm hug. "Oh, the doctor you introduced last time was amazing. I haven't been this healthy in nearly 10 years. Seeing that the detective was standing quite a distance away, Doris could only retract her arms and use her words to express her joy and feelings. Klein sighed in amusement and helplessness. "Mrs. Doris, this is the 9th time you've said something like that." He saw the black cat, Brody, squatting at the top of the coat rack behind him. It looked shaky, but it kept maintaining its balance. "I can do it too." Klein evaluated himself. "Is that so?" Old Madame Doris asked in puzzlement. She then threw the question to the back of her mind and smiled. "Are you here for Jurgen?" Klein immediately smiled. "Yes." Chapter 414. St. George Borough, Such Street. As soon as Klein and Jurgen got off the carriage, they saw a behemoth parked in front of Inventor Leopard's door. It was iron-black in color, with 3 sets of 12 wheels, and a chimney towering at the top like a ship. Residual smoke was wafting out of it. This was a steam-powered vehicle that Klein had seen in magazines and on the streets. It was described by the public as an ironclad that walked on land, with a rather exaggerated body. If it wasn't for the streets that had been built or rebuilt in the last 20 to 30 years, it would have occupied the entire road, leaving no space for carriages. Therefore, such a vehicle could only be seen in certain areas. At this moment, the heavy car door with the glass window opened, and 2 figures walked out. One of them was the steam-powered car tycoon, Framis Cage, whom Klein had met before. He had a quarter of the Fasak Empire blood in him. His eyes were very light blue, and he was tall but fat. He had a pipe in his mouth. The person beside him was wearing a heavy black coat and a grey scarf. His looks were nothing special. He had the most common black hair and brown eyes, but he gave off an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Hi, Detective Moriarty, you're on time. This is my lawyer and partner, Pacheco Duane." As he spoke, 2 burly men got out of the steam-powered car. It was obvious that they were Framis's bodyguards. How unprofessional. "Shouldn't you come down first and then help the boss open the door?" Klein mumbled, greeted him with a smile, and then introduced his lawyer, Jurgen. While waiting for Leopard to open the door, he casually chatted. "Mr. Cage, is this steam-powered car popular? Will there be a lot of people who like it?" Framis Cage laughed. "Those who think they're decent say that it's too barbaric and crude, and that ordinary people can't afford it. Only a mechanical and steam fanatic like me is willing to buy it. It's mainly because many of the streets are too narrow," Klein consoled. Framis Cage was the investor he had found, not Leopard's doing. When he was playing cards at the Quelaag Club, he had deliberately mentioned this matter. The equestrian teacher, Talim, immediately said that Flamy liked similar inventions and could introduce them to each other. This made Klein very emotional. The club was indeed a good place to develop connections. The most important thing for the members who truly joined was never the free food, drinks, and activity venues. Haha, that is indeed one of the reasons. As the population increases and the cities get bigger, the horse carriages will definitely be eliminated because they are too slow. Right now, the world is pursuing efficiency, Flammy said confidently. He immediately smiled. And I've already received an order from the military. They want me to make certain improvements, just like what Roselle mentioned in his manuscript. They want me to add bulletproof armor and cover the tracks so that it can travel on simple roads. In addition, I want to add a thick cannon barrel. This will be a brand new weapon of war. Roselle's manuscript. Klein sighed silently, momentarily at a loss for words until Leopard finally opened the door. In the following discussion, the protagonists were Jürgen and Pacheco. The two lawyers would argue at times and discuss the terms with their employers. The unprepared inventor, Leopard, stood to the side in a daze. Only when someone asked him would he state his opinion. In the end, the three parties reached an agreement. Flammy would invest £1,000 for 20% of the shares, and Klein and Leopard's shares would drop in equal proportions, 28% and 52% respectively. At the same time, Flammy would buy another 18% of the shares from Klein at a premium. He would spend £1,000 after tax. Similarly, he would buy 9% of the shares from Leopard for £500 after tax. After such a transaction, Flammy became the largest shareholder of the newly established Beekland Bicycle Company, holding 47% of the shares. He would be responsible for the subsequent industrialization and marketing, and the company's accounts would have the £1,000 he had invested, which was the initial startup capital. Leopard was the second largest shareholder, with 43% of the shares. His job was to assist in the mass production of the assembly line. Klein only had 10% of the shares left, which was purely a financial investment. And the £1,000 he received from selling the shares had increased his personal wealth to £2,235, almost enough to buy the main ingredient of a faceless. As a private detective, he continued accepting commissions for the past month or so he didn't need to use his savings for his daily expenses. I still have to pay lawyer Jürgen £50, leaving me with £2,185. I have to thank Talim later. A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he signed and stamped it. Then, he got up and shook hands with Flammy and Leopard. It was a pleasure working with you. Flammy took out his golden pocket watch, glanced at it, and chuckled. Normally speaking, we should have lunch together to celebrate the agreement, but there's an important figure waiting for me. I'm really sorry, but there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Important figure, another important figure. The one behind Talim? The one whose expenses were reimbursed by me using some fake information about the Aurora order? Klein suddenly felt a little guilty as he hurriedly said with a smile that it was nothing and that there was no need to worry about it. After leaving Leopard's house and getting into a carriage, Jürgen suddenly frowned. Sherlock, you agreed too readily. Why do you say that? Klein asked in puzzlement. He didn't even know what lawyer Jürgen was referring to. Jürgen said in a rather serious tone, when we were discussing the transfer of shares. According to your description, as well as Flammy's performance, I can imagine the bright market prospects of the bicycle. Although it's only an invention now and the overall valuation won't be too high, £5,000 is a good price. You should keep more shares so that you can have better returns in the future. I originally thought that you would only sell for 8% and have the confidence to negotiate for £500, but you actually agreed to 18%. Even if it's only £500, you've already recovered your initial investment several times over. You shouldn't be in such a hurry. Because I'm in urgent need of money. But I did agree too readily just now. There was no hesitation at all. This is a huge transaction. This isn't like me. Klein recalled the previous scene and gradually had some doubts in his heart. Had I been unknowingly influenced by Framey or Pacheco? One of them is a beyonder. Thankfully, the price is still relatively normal. As Klein pondered, he said to Jürgen, who was waiting for an answer, "That's right. It's almost New Year." He didn't know how to explain it, so he just randomly started with an opening. If the other party was a smart person, they would follow the beginning and make their own connections to perfect the reason. There was no need for Klein to elaborate further. Of course, this was a trick targeted at smart people. Ordinary people would ask, "So, what is it? What happened?" Lawyer Jürgen was clearly a smart man. Seeing Klein's brief silence, he nodded. "I understand." "What do you understand?" "I haven't even thought about it myself." Klein pointed to the steam train station in front of him. "I'm getting off here. I need to find an informant." Inside the powerful steam-powered car that rumbled forward, Framey, who was sitting in the front seat, rolled down the window, blew out a ring of smoke, and said to the inconspicuous lawyer Pacheco beside him, "Did you use your powers just now?" "It was just passively stimulated." Pacheco smiled. "My powers aren't most suitable for such situations. I prefer to face government employees and company employees." Framey nodded slightly. "I'm just reminding you. There's no need to use your powers in such a situation. Don't delay the important matters." "I understand," Pacheco replied in a low voice. East Borough, a cheap coffee shop. When Klein arrived, Old Kohler was already waiting there. He took off his scarf and hat, sat opposite him, took out a stack of 1 soldi notes, and handed it to him. "The expenses for next week's event, plus the reward for the previous information, comes to a total of £1. Recently, he had been giving out rewards quite readily because he had already found someone to reimburse. Old Kohler's face was clearly much rosier than before. He took the cash with some embarrassment. "The information I gave you last time didn't seem too important." "No, whether it's important or not depends on who sees it. Many things that you think are trivial might be the source of money for others," Klein explained with a smile. "What's going on this week?" Old Kohler took the stack of notes and stuffed them into his pocket as he said in thought, "It's the same as before. Just like before, many people are still looking for believers of the fool." "Haha, why would anyone believe in the fool? That's not a good title." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly. "Have they made any progress? The Aurora order sure is persistent." Klein thought helplessly. "No, there's no such person." Old Kohler shook his head and said, "Recently, someone has been organizing a strike. They've approached me several times, saying that they want to fight for more reasonable working hours and pay. It's a very common thing in this era, but it can also lead to rather serious consequences." Klein said thoughtfully, "Pay attention to who's organizing this. Pay attention to who is organizing this, but don't be too impatient. Safety first." "All right." Old Kohler cleared his throat and said, "These past few days, many gangsters and bounty hunters have been looking for a person. I don't know why, but it's likely that someone has offered a bounty. Who are they looking for?" Feeling the cold weather, Klein picked up his coffee and took a sip. The warm liquid slid down his esophagus and warmed his stomach. Old Kohler thought for a moment. "A man named Aztec Eggers." "Aztec Eggers? Aztec Eggers?" Klein raised his gaze from his coffee cup and looked at Old Kohler opposite him. "Isn't that Mr. Aztec's full name? Why would someone suddenly offer a bounty on him?" "Ince Zangwill?" Klein relied on his clown powers and pretended to ask casually. "Did he say what kind of person he was?" Old Kohler recalled. Chapter 415. "He seems to have Balaam blood. University lecturer. It's indeed Mr. Aztec, and not someone with the same name." With the information provided by Old Kohler, Klein basically confirmed that the person being offered the bounty was Aztec, who was suspected to be the descendant of Death. Then, here comes the question. Who or what organization is looking for Mr. Aztec? The charismatic order whose ultimate goal is to resurrect Death. Ince Zangwill, who likes to be the mastermind behind the scenes? It doesn't seem like the latter. Ince Zangwill has sealed artifact 0-08, which can make a target act according to his description. Through a series of coincidences, he can achieve his desired goal. There's no need for him to use gang members and bounty hunters to find Mr. Aztec. Wait, what if this is sealed artifact 0-08's arrangement to begin with? Ince Zangwill discovered that he was targeted by Mr. Aztec, but he wasn't confident of winning the battle. Therefore, he used 0-08 to cause a conflict between Mr. Aztec and a certain faction, hoping to use indirect means to eliminate the enemy. And this bounty was issued by that faction. It's very possible. However, I can't rule out the possibility of charismatic order. Mr. Aztec might have come into contact with them in order to seek revenge, but the two parties had a major disagreement over the matter of resurrecting death, which eventually led to a rupture. Klein instantly thought of two possibilities and the corresponding reasons. He took a sip of his coffee and said to Old Kohler, "Help me find out who issued this bounty mission and the exact price. Help me find out who posted this bounty mission and the specific price. If it's suitable, maybe I'll pay attention to it." "No problem." Old Kohler didn't think there was anything wrong with Klein's request. In a sense, there was no essential difference between a private detective and a bounty hunter. The only difference was in the way they presented themselves. The former would even do trivial things like catching an adulterer, finding a cat, and helping someone walk a dog. Furthermore, they preferred inference over violence. After Old Kohler finished recounting his other experiences, Klein briefly taught him some techniques for eliciting information, as well as the emergency response plans for specific scenarios, according to the Nighthawk's tutorials. "It's time for me to go to the dock. Thank you, Detective Moriarty. You've given me a beautiful life again." Old Kohler picked up the worn-out bonnet on the table and thanked him sincerely. In his opinion, the detective had not only provided him with a well-paid job, but he had also taught him many useful things. Even if the detective no longer needed an informant in the future, these skills would be enough for him to survive in the East Side, especially when he was getting older and unable to do heavy work. A good life. In my opinion, what you have right now is the most basic life for a person. After watching Old Kohler walk out of the cheap coffee shop, Klein sat there in a daze. This was the first time he had heard the name of a friend from someone else since he came to Beekland. It was also the first time he had a chance of grasping in Sangwill's whereabout. In the past 3 months, especially after killing Lenivas, Klein's main goal had always been to digest the potion and improve himself. This was because he knew very well that there was an insurmountable gap between him and Sangwill, who was most likely a high-sequence beyonder. Revenge couldn't be rushed, especially when it came to the chilling sealed artifact 0-08. He didn't even have the thought of approaching or investigating it. The scenes that had happened in Tingen City's Blackthorn Security Company reappeared in Klein's mind. The pair of shiny leather shoes was as clear as if they were right in front of his eyes. Raising his head and slowly exhaling, Klein took his scarf and hat and walked out of the cheap coffee shop. Hillston Borough, outside a somewhat old house. Klein got out of the carriage, pressed down on his hat, and went straight for the door. This was Eichinger Stanton's home. The great detective had written a letter to Klein a few days ago, inviting him over as a guest to discuss a murder case. As Klein was busy with the financing of the bicycle project, he tactfully replied that he wasn't free to express his rejection. To his surprise, Eichinger Stanton didn't mind. He said that the case had reached a dead end and that there wouldn't be any breakthroughs in the short term. He was very happy to wait for Detective Sherlock Moriarty's visit, looking forward to an exchange that would spark the sparks of wisdom. Klein had no choice but to divine a suitable date for his visit. He chose the one closest to the negotiation, which was this afternoon, and he wrote back to finalize the matter. Ding dong, ding dong. Klein rang the doorbell twice and took a step back to wait. After more than 10 seconds, the door creaked open. Detective Eichinger's assistant smiled and said, "Good afternoon, Detective Moriarty." "Good afternoon, Detective Moriarty. Mr. Stanton is waiting for you in the living room. Would you like coffee or tea?" The assistant was thin and wore gold-rimmed glasses. He looked both gentle and professional. Klein looked up at him and said, "Black tea. Don't add lemon slices." "No problem." The assistant led Klein into the living room and pointed to the living room's door. "I'm sorry, but our servants are all temporary. They happen to be off today, so I'll have to trouble you to head over yourself." Klein nodded slightly and walked to the living room on the first floor. As he raised his hand to knock on the door, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. "My visit to Mr. Stanton was arranged a few days ago. How did I happen to encounter all the temporary servants taking a break?" Klein narrowed his eyes and reached out to take out a copper penny. At this moment, the door of the living room was pushed open by a knock, and a crack appeared on it. In an instant, it was as though some seal had been removed as the strong smell of blood wafted out, drilling into Klein's nose. In his line of sight, The reclining chair in the living room was overturned, stained with dark red blood. A book had fallen to the side with its cover facing up. With just a glance, Klein felt as though he had seen the scene of a murder. The name of the book was reflected in his eyes, The Legend of the Devil in the Savella's region. Devil. Klein was just about to take action when a gust of wind suddenly blew in the living room, pulling the door back quickly. Creak. Klein clearly saw the complete scene inside the living room. The charcoal in the fireplace had long been burned out, and the red was no longer visible. The coffee table, sofa, chairs, cupboards, and other items were either toppled or shattered, as though they had witnessed an intense battle. There were plenty of bloodstains on the carpet and walls, accompanied by a large number of burn marks. However, there wasn't a single corpse to be found, not even a severed limb. Did something happen to Detective Stanton? Klein suddenly took a step back, intending to leave this place first. But almost at the same time, he felt someone lock onto him. Someone who was hiding somewhere was staring at him coldly and mercilessly. The moment he made a mistake in his response, he would immediately suffer a fatal attack. How is this a suitable time to visit Eichinger Stanton? Is there something wrong with my interpretation of the revelation? Klein didn't dare to act rashly. However, he wasn't too nervous or flustered. Having experienced many battles and performances, he knew that the most important thing to do at this time was to remain calm. Tap, tap, tap. Eichinger Stanton's assistant walked over with a tray. On the tray was a tin teapot and 2 white porcelain cups. The assistant saw the scene in the living room and froze in place. He looked at Klein, his expression suddenly filled with fear as he enunciated each word. He said word by word, "You killed Stanton, sir." Every time he spat out a word, a piece of flesh fell off his face, dripping with blood. By the time he finished speaking, he was torn into pieces, turning into a dismembered corpse. It was as if he had always been in this state, except that he had just been stitched up. Clang. Crack. The tin teapot and white porcelain cups fell to the ground at the same time, either rolling or splashing. The black tea quickly soaked the surroundings. Klein didn't move as he watched all of this happen, because he felt that he was still being watched. The person who had caused all of this seemed to be waiting for him to make a move before pouncing on him from behind and biting off his neck. After an unknown period of time, in a silent and strange stalemate, Klein saw the door to Eichinger Stanton's house open, and a group of police officers in black and white checkered uniforms rushed in. They discovered the disgusting and terrifying dismembered corpse on the ground and immediately pulled out their revolvers, pointing them at Klein at the door of the living room. Faced with the black muzzles, Klein relaxed. The silent gaze that seemed to have a gun pressed against the back of his head disappeared in an instant. Klein raised his hands and smiled helplessly. "I won't say anything until I see my lawyer." Beekland Police Department's Hissack Station. Handcuffed to the water pipe, Klein saw lawyer Jürgen once again. "I'll accompany you for the interrogation." Jürgen's expression didn't change at all, as if Detective Moriarty should be here. Klein sighed and said, "What a tragedy. At a time like this, I should be thinking about what to eat for dinner, not chatting with a stern-faced police officer." What he was most thankful for today was that due to the Aurora Order's investigation and the attention of the high-sequence Beyonders of Rose School, he didn't bring any Beyonder items with him. The only revolver he had was easily evaded a body search through a magic performance. After entering the interrogation room, without waiting for the police officer to question him, he recounted how he had received a letter from Eichinger Stanton and how he had agreed to discuss a case. "We'll go to your house with lawyer Jürgen later to retrieve these letters. I hope they're still there." The officer in charge of the interrogation turned to ask, "How did you and Detective Eichinger Stanton meet?" Klein answered without hesitation, "That's right." Because of the previous serial murders, at this point, he was suddenly taken aback. He remembered something. He had always suspected that the devil dog had a master behind it, and he had once snorted coldly at the scene of the devil dog's death. Chapter 416. When he thought of the possibility of the devil dog's owner, Klein immediately changed his strategy and recounted the process of him getting to know Eichinger Stanton because of the serial murders. In addition, he also took the initiative to mention that Eichinger Stanton had organized a group of detectives to investigate the serial murders and had successfully received a portion of the bounty. In that commission, although I only provided some ideas, well, in the professional terminology of the private detective industry, I provided advice, I was still deemed by Mr. Stanton to have made the greatest contribution, so I received the most bounty, Klein concluded. The two police officers in charge of the interrogation recorded the situation and asked if anyone could prove the above. Klein gave the names and addresses of Stewart, Caslana, and the other private detectives. Very good, Mr. Moriarty. Your answer is sufficiently detailed. A police officer stopped writing and asked, "How long did you stay at Eichinger Stanton's house today?" "I mean from the time you entered to the time we discovered you." Klein thought for a moment, and without consulting lawyer Jürgen, he directly replied, "That's right." He directly replied, "About 2 to 3 minutes." What he said was his true personal feelings. Another police officer raised his eyebrows. "Many residents nearby can confirm that you entered Eichinger Stanton's house at around 2:10 in the afternoon, and we arrived at the scene at 2:28 in the afternoon. That is to say, you stayed in the house for about 18 minutes, not 2 to 3 minutes. What were you doing for such a long period of time? Why didn't you leave or call the police? 18 minutes have passed." Klein suddenly frowned. He felt that he had been in a stalemate with the person who was silently watching him for a minute at most. How did 18 minutes pass? Is it the strange feeling of being watched that messed up my grasp of time, or is there something else? Is this the other party's beyonder powers? If he really is the owner of the devil dog, his at least a sequence 6, probably a sequence 5. As Klein pondered, Jürgen leaned forward, ready to accuse the police of misleading him. This wasn't a sufficient reason. He only wanted to use this method to interrupt the rhythm of the interrogation and delay the question that was obviously disadvantageous to him. At this moment, Klein raised his hand and rubbed his temples. "What I just said is all true. In my personal perception, I only entered Detective Eichinger Stanton's house for 2 to 3 minutes. At this point, he emphasized, yes, in my opinion." The two officers looked at each other and wrote down this point. After a brief silence, the police officer who had just asked the question said, "During those 18 minutes, a servant who had returned from outside rang the doorbell." No one answered, so he looked in through the oriel window and saw the body parts all over the floor and you standing in the living room doorway. He was terrified and ran to the police station like a madman to report the incident. Many passers-by and some residents could confirm this. Klein ignored lawyer Jürgen's gaze and shook his head. "I didn't hear the doorbell." The two police officers looked at each other again and didn't make any comments. They just took notes. They asked a few more questions about other details, and Klein, who had never done anything, answered all of them honestly. Towards the end, he couldn't help but ask in concern, "Did you find Detective Eichinger Stanton?" "I didn't see a corpse in the living room. He should still be alive." A police officer tapped the table with his pen and said, "This is also something we are very puzzled about." "That's also something we're very puzzled about. The entire house only has signs of a fight in the activity room. Furthermore, the windows are tightly shut and haven't been opened for days. As you know, this is very normal in Backlund's autumn and winter. However, the attacker and Mr. Eichinger Stanton strangely left the room. We don't know where they went. We didn't find any clues in the rest of the house or its surroundings. We didn't even find any traces of blood." Without waiting for Klein to speak, he answered his own question. "You definitely want to talk about the living room door and the front door, but many people have confirmed that there was no chase in the vicinity, nor was there anyone taking hostages or leaving with a corpse. Maybe it really happened in the middle of the night. Maybe they went through the wall." Klein silently provided other possibilities in his heart and prayed silently. May the goddess bless Detective Eichinger Stanton and allow him to escape this calamity. The Evernite goddess was the empress of misfortune and fear. After the interrogation, Klein was handcuffed to a small room, and the police department sent someone to follow lawyer Jürgen to 15 Minsk Street to retrieve the letter and evidence. It wasn't until the evening that Klein was finally granted bail for £50. This is much more expensive than the last time. It would be difficult for an ordinary private detective to fork out so much cash in such a short period of time. After leaving the Chisak police station, Klein tightened the collar of his woolen coat and grumbled to lawyer Jürgen. Jürgen maintained his professional and serious expression. The last time was in your favor, but this time, there are many suspicious points pointing at you. As he called for the rental carriage to stop, he turned his head solemnly and glanced at Klein. Sherlock, I'm your lawyer. Before you answer the police's questions, it's best if you communicate with me, even if it's just a look. Don't speak carelessly just because you think there's no problem. It's easy for an untrained person to leave a loophole in their words. I'm already used to making up my own stories and solving my own problems. Klein recalled what had just happened and laughed dryly. All right, I'll be careful. Jürgen didn't say anything else and boarded the carriage. Klein sat opposite him and thought about the attack on Detective Eichinger Stanton. As he thought about it, he suddenly heard his stomach growl. It's already half an hour past the normal dinner time. Klein took out his gold pocket watch and opened it. He didn't plan on wasting any more energy preparing food and began to consider which restaurant was worth looking forward to. At this moment, Jürgen raised his eyelids. I've already asked my grandmother to prepare dinner for 3. How can I accept that? Klein was taken aback for a moment before he smiled. Mrs. Doris's cooking is always something to look forward to. By the time the two of them returned to Sherwood Borough's Minsk Street, the sky was already dark. The light from the gas lamps was even brighter than the faint crimson moon in the sky. After having dinner at Jürgen's house and stroking the cat, Klein paced back to the outside of Unit 15 in the cold and humid air. He habitually rummaged through the mailbox and took out a copy of the Beekland Evening News that had just arrived. Klein opened the door and entered the house with the newspaper in hand. Just as he put down his cane, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. His spiritual intuition as a seer told him that a stranger had entered his house. Was it the police who came to collect evidence? Klein looked around warily and suddenly noticed a letter on the coffee table. There should only be a newspaper there. Klein entered the living room, wary of any attacks, and approached the coffee table. During the entire process, the surroundings were silent, without the slightest abnormality. After looking down at the letter, Klein first took out his black gloves and put them on before picking it up and opening it. Inside the envelope was a thin piece of paper. After opening it, a dark red color immediately reflected in Klein's eyes, and a faint smell of blood lingered in his nose. On the letter, there was a line of words written in the solidified blood: all of you will die. Is this really the owner of the devil dog? He's taking revenge on the people involved in the death of his subordinates. He's really bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Why didn't he directly seek out the Nighthawks in charge of the cleansing operation? Klein's heart tightened as many thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. However, he quickly denied his complaints. It was the most normal choice for revenge to start with someone he could deal with. It was just like how he had never thought of looking for in Zangwill in the few months he had been in Beekland, but he had been relentlessly pursuing Lenivas. After looking around again, Klein gradually felt that the matter was a little confusing. Isn't he afraid of being ambushed by the officials by taking revenge in such a flamboyant manner? Is this the acting requirement of his potion? Or could it be that because of Detective Eichinger Stanton's escape, he knows that he can no longer secretly eliminate the targets one by one, so he can only change his method? But this method is meaningless, right? Also, when I was at Detective Stanton's house, he had clearly locked onto me and was watching me the entire time. Why didn't he take action? Would he have any qualms about an ordinary private detective like me? No, that's impossible. He knows that I'm a beyonder. It's possible that because of the side effect of getting lost with the master key, I met the devil dog directly. It saw my appearance and figure. Although I was disguised to a certain extent, I don't know if a devil can see through it. Perhaps, after that incident, it presented itself to its owner in some way. But I couldn't even defeat the devil dog back then and could only flee in a sorry state. What does he have to worry about? Unless he's worried about something else, such as Eichinger Stanton, who's hiding nearby due to his injuries? He wrote me in such a flamboyant manner because he believes that an unaffiliated beyonder like me would definitely not dare to seek help from the officials. With a mind full of questions, Klein inspected the house and went all the way to the second floor. When he opened the bedroom door, another letter jumped into his eyes. This letter lay quietly on the desk, as if it had been waiting for a long time. Klein picked up the letter and opened it gently. He saw a line of words outlined in dark red blood. "You're next. Next." How arrogant. Klein couldn't help but sigh. At that moment, he suddenly felt something. He raised his head and looked out the window. Opposite him were a few two-story houses, each lit up. The glow of the gas street lamps shone on their outer walls, forming areas of light and darkness. Suddenly, the shadows in those areas squirmed and twisted, forming a black shadow in a well-ironed tuxedo. The shadow raised its right hand, formed the shape of a gun, and pointed at Klein. Then, it retracted its arm and blew at the muzzle. Chapter 417. Inside the Rice police station, which was in charge of Minsk and the surrounding streets. Klein shook hands with the officer who sent him out. This threatening letter is definitely related to the previous serial murder case. The organizer, the great detective, Mr. Eichinger Stanton, was attacked this afternoon. Please take this seriously. The officer retracted his hand. Mr. Moriarty, don't worry. We definitely won't ignore the possibility you raised and will immediately report it to the higher-ups. Thank you so much. Klein put on his hat and walked out the door. After seeing the two threatening letters and the provocation from the suspected Devil Dog's owner, he didn't hesitate to take the evidence to the nearest police station and report the case. He secretly hoped that the matter would be handed over to the mandated punishers or the machinery hive mind as soon as possible, so that he could be protected by the authorities. Although he didn't have any reason to retain his identity as a detective, and he could completely give up his residence at 15 Minsk Street and change his identity, he suspected that this might be the goal of the writer of the threatening letter. Using the fear of unaffiliated Beyonders not daring to expose themselves, they forced him to move in the night, and then during this process, seize the opportunity to launch an attack. Actually, it's very suitable to strike while I'm reporting the case. It was the same when I was at home. That guy has other motives. Klein returned to Minsk Street in puzzlement and caution. Just as he got out of the carriage, he saw a figure loitering in front of his door with the help of the street lamps that were stained with rainwater. Klein's heart skipped a beat before he relaxed because he recognized who the visitor was. It was the bearded, moderately thin private detective, Stewart. He was an admirer of mine. I can't be careless. What if the devil has a subsequent ability similar to a faceless? Klein gripped his cane tightly and slowly approached. Then, he gave a probing shout. Detective Stewart suddenly turned his head and said nervously, "Mr. Moriarty, I received a threatening letter. Mr. Moriarty, I've received a threatening letter. The content is you're all going to die." "You received it too?" Klein blurted out in surprise, but he felt that it was reasonable. He was one of the detectives Eichinger Stanton had gathered during the serial murder case. Stewart's eyes suddenly widened. "You received it too?" "Yes." Klein nodded solemnly. "And it's not just one," he added silently. "What should we do?" "I went to look for Mr. Stanton first, but I heard that he had been attacked, so I quickly came to look for you." "Oh, thank God for your blessings. I almost left early," Stewart blurted out. Klein pointed at the door. "Let's go in first." After entering the living room, he used the excuse of going to the bathroom and hurriedly went above the grey fog to do two divinations. The first was to confirm if Stewart was the real person, and the second was to ask if there was any danger that night. In the end, he received a revelation that confirmed everything. That is to say, Stewart is not the enemy, and tonight there is no small danger. Of course, that danger might not erupt in front of Klein. It was possible that it would be eliminated by someone in secret. This was the limitation of divination. It could only obtain a certain revelation, but it could not cover everything and obtain an accurate answer. The limitations of this mysterious domain could not be solved by technical means such as elimination or dichotomy. After returning to the real world, Klein pressed the mechanical button to flush the toilet. Amidst the splashing sounds of water, he washed his hands and opened the door. "Stewart, do you want coffee or tea?" Klein asked without a hint of panic on his face. Stewart stood up and shook his head. "No, we should first discuss the problem. Although I've received many threatening letters in the past, none of them can compare to today's. He must have written them in blood." My intuition tells me that he will definitely take action, and that he has the ability to do so. By the way, Mr. Stanton's attack was also his doing, right? I think so, Klein said calmly before sitting down. This should be related to the serial murder case from before. The only common connection between you, me, and Mr. Stanton is this case. Stuart's reaction is a little too extreme. He was frightened by Mr. Stanton's attack. At the same time, Klein carefully observed Stuart. Influenced by his attitude, Stuart calmed down quite a bit. He sat down again and pondered. He sat down again and said in thought, "That seems to be the case." Before he could finish his sentence, a clanging sound echoed in the room. Someone had rung the doorbell. Stuart immediately trembled like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow. Klein frowned slightly as he glanced at him, got up, and walked to the door. Just as he held the doorknob, the scene outside surfaced in his mind. The visitors were Detective Kaslana in a grey tweed coat and her assistant, the red-haired girl, Lydia, as well as a few other men who looked rather familiar. They're all the private detectives that Mr. Stanton had gathered back then. As expected. Klein thought for a moment before recognizing the visitors. He forcefully pulled open the door and took 2 steps back. With thick eyebrows and slightly drooping cheeks, Kaslana looked at Klein and Stuart behind him. Without exchanging pleasantries, she went straight to the point. She didn't exchange pleasantries and went straight to the point. We all received the same threatening letter. You should be the same, right? Yes, Klein replied solemnly. Kaslana didn't hide her white breath. We were all gathered by Mr. Stanton to participate in the investigation of that serial murder case. That's the only thing we have in common. I think so too. Klein pointed into the room and said, "Let's talk inside." Seeing the 6 private detectives enter one after another, Klein quickly analyzed the intentions of the Devil Dog's owner. With such a huge ruckus, it would quickly attract the attention of the official Beyonder organizations. There might even be demigods lurking nearby. How was he to seek revenge? He was purely provoking them, forcing the military and the 3 churches beyond us to send people to protect so many private detectives. Not only did he expend his strength, he was also exhausted from running around, and he didn't dare to be negligent. Was he trying to take revenge on his main target? During this process, he might even have a chance to kill a few official beyond us. As for the operation against the private detectives, it would take a long time before they let down their guard. Of course, if there was an opportunity during such a probe, he definitely wouldn't let it go. For devils who could foresee danger, this was a method that was beneficial for them. However, the 3 churches, the military, and the royal family had many powerhouses and sealed artifacts. There was even no lack of demigods, and there was no lack of grade 0 and 1 sealed artifacts. Was the owner of the Devil Dog certain that he didn't have any abilities or items that could restrain his characteristics? No, he definitely wouldn't dare. The official Beyonder organizations, especially the Nighthawks, Mandated Punishers, and Machinery Hivemind, were organizations that had been fighting against devils for countless years. In the 4th epoch, or even the even older 3rd epoch, there was no lack of such incidents. The owner of the Devil Dog was at most a sequence 5. As long as something goes wrong, or even if nothing goes wrong, he might be torn apart by a demigod or a terrifying sealed artifact. Why would he still dare to make such an attempt? Or could it be said that his simply teasing the official organizations without taking action, again and again? There's another possibility. He used the threat letter to gather more than half of the targets together, using the checks and balances of the official organizations, procedural, bureaucratic tendencies, and taking advantage of the time difference. The attack on Mr. Eichinger Stanton must have been handed over to the Machinery Hivemind, which is in charge of supernatural affairs in Hillston Borough. However, the ones who killed the Devil Dog were mainly the Nighthawks, so the 2 parties definitely wouldn't have discussed the details in detail. It might also be distributed according to Mr. Stanton's faith. Which deity does he believe in? I don't seem to know, nor can I tell. In short, with so many private detectives living in different boroughs and having different faiths, the division of jurisdiction is a headache, and it's not that easy to achieve a joint operation. At this moment, there should only be 2 or 3 groups of official beyond us protecting us in secret. At most, they're at the level of a deacon, and they haven't used any powerful or dangerous sealed artifacts. The demigod high sequence beyond us also wouldn't cast their gazes over so quickly. This will give the devil dog's owner a chance. Although 3 to 4 groups of official beyond us can definitely surround and kill one, or even more than one sequence 5, as long as he grasps the opportunity, there's still a high chance that he can successfully escape. In just 20 to 30 seconds, Klein had deduced 2 or 3 possibilities and given each of them a preliminary judgment. Thinking back to the divination that there would be quite a bit of danger tonight, Klein nodded in thought. He closed the door and entered the living room, saying to the detectives who were either sitting or standing, "Did you call the police? Almost half of the people who participated in the discussion are gathered here." He looked around and thought to himself. Kaslana answered on behalf of the others. Some called the police, while others tried to find Mr. Stanton or familiar friends. "In the end, we gathered together and discussed how to visit you, the great detective." Klein nodded slightly and deliberately said, "Everyone, don't be too nervous. Don't be too nervous, everyone. The person who sent the threatening letter probably wants revenge for the serial killer, but he's only one person. At most, he has 1 or 2 companions. We have a total of 8 detectives, and all of them are good at fighting and shooting. Why should we be afraid of him? In addition, we weren't the only ones who were gathered by Mr. Stanton back then. It must have been the same for those who received the threatening letter. It's just that we didn't meet you, nor did we come to visit me." Hearing his words, Kaslana and her assistant, Lydia, had doubtful expressions on their faces, as if they were uncertain about something. The other detective took a deep breath and said, "Mr. Moriarty, perhaps, as you say, we need not fear him. But he's a sinister, venomous snake in the dark. No one knows when he'll attack, so there's no way to prepare in advance. Also, he might hurt our family." "Family? Oh, my wife. No, my little angel." The detectives' emotions fluctuated violently, and their reactions were a little exaggerated. Stewart, who was standing behind Klein, was trembling in fear and anger. "No, I don't want this," he muttered, on the verge of losing control of his emotions. Just as Klein and Kaslana were trying to calm them down, Stewart suddenly pulled out his gun and aimed it at the back of Klein's head. His eyes were glazed over, and his emotions seemed to have completely exploded. Chapter 4:18. At the same time that Stewart raised his gun to take aim, Klein, who had been on guard for a long time, had already sensed it. He fell forward almost at the same time as his opponent, pouncing towards the ground. Bang! Stewart, who had clearly lost control of his emotions, pulled the trigger. The bullet grazed the side of a private investigator's face and hit the wall. Swish, swish, swish. The rest of the detectives pulled out their revolvers in response, as if everyone was an enemy. The scene was chaotic. Among them, Stewart and a private detective's faces were flushed, and their veins were bulging. Their eyes were burning with the flames of fear and fury, as if they had turned into so-called fiends. At that moment, Kaslana growled. "Stop." Her voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with dignity, causing everyone present to tremble and unconsciously want to obey. The scene was silent for a short period of time, but everyone's mood didn't seem to improve. Klein had already rolled to the other side and stood up with his own revolver in hand. His thoughts raced, and he couldn't care less about concealing anything. He planned to use his hallucination ability to calm the visitors down. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Ding ding dang dang. The few private detectives shuddered violently, and their eyes became a little clearer. The soft ringing of the doorbell was like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads. Stewart looked at the revolver in his hand and muttered in a daze, "What was I doing just now? The official beyond us have taken action." Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He raised his revolver and approached the door. As soon as he grabbed the handle, the image of the person outside the door appeared in his mind. It was Ikinger Stanton, with graying sideburns and a thin face. He wore a deerstalker hat and a black coat. The great detective's face was a little pale, and his left arm was padded up near his shoulder. He was indeed fine. Klein was first delighted before he turned cautious. He still remembered how Nimblewright Master Rosago had turned into a policeman he was familiar with to trick him. With his finger on the trigger, Klein pulled the door open and took 2 steps back. Eichinger Stanton smiled and nodded at him. "Thank you for your visit this afternoon. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to continue playing hide-and-seek with that demon. You saved my life." This. Could it be that the correct interpretation of it's appropriate to visit Eichinger Stanton is that visiting him this afternoon can help him get out of danger? What about the next few days of suitable visits? Avoiding the scene of the murder and not being suspected. Klein didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He did not let down his guard and moved aside. "What happened? Let's talk later." Eichinger suddenly lowered his voice and laughed. "Do you wish to discuss topics related to Beyond Us in front of Stuart and the others? Is that why you mentioned Beyond Us to me so naturally?" "That's right. The fact that I could last more than 10 minutes with the Devil Dog's owner is enough to prove that I'm not an ordinary person. Also, I've previously provided advice on deliberately pointing to demonized animals." Klein silently fell 2 steps behind Eichinger Stanton. Upon seeing the great detective, Kaslana, and her assistant, Lydia, immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Stuart and the other private detectives also revealed relieved expressions. "Mr. Stanton, are you all right?" they asked one after another. Eichinger moved his left arm slightly and said, "I'm a little injured, but it's not too serious. He's hurt a little, but it's nothing serious. All right, everyone, don't be nervous. Things will be over soon. The police are waiting for that guy in the darkness nearby. Is it because of the serial murder case? Will he harm the innocent? Will he hurt the innocent?" The private detectives scrambled to be the first to ask. Eichinger pressed his right palm down and said, "Don't be anxious. I'll tell you in detail. But before that, there are a few questions I need to ask Sherlock and Kaslana. Let's go to the activity room for a few minutes." The prestige he had accumulated over a long period of time prevented the detectives from retorting as they sat down. Although they were still worried, they no longer felt anxious or uneasy, nor did they have the problem of losing control of their emotions at any moment. After entering the activity room and closing the wooden door, Klein looked at the enclosed room and suddenly thought of something. This environment is very suitable for using items like the biological poison bottle. Ahem. Klein cleared his throat, walked to the opposite side, and opened the glass window. He still didn't let down his guard against Eichinger Stanton. He didn't even believe that Kaslana was absolutely trustworthy. Eichinger looked around and directly occupied Klein's reclining chair. Then, he chuckled and said, "I'm old, but I still like to sit like this." Klein sat down on the single-seater sofa and asked again, "Mr. Stanton, what exactly happened?" Eichinger glanced at Kaslana, who was behind the coffee table. "We're all beyond us, so I won't explain the concepts of common sense." Beyonder. Kaslana first looked at Klein, then at Eichinger. She was a little surprised, but not too surprised. "So you're also a beyonder. Why were you stumped by a weak ghost back then? You didn't even see the problem." Maybe it's because you're not good at dealing with shadowy wraith-type creatures." Klein responded to Kaslana's gaze. Eichinger smiled. "I once went to Lemberg to study abroad for 4 years. There, I came into contact with the Beyonder world and became a believer of the God of knowledge and wisdom. After returning to Beekland, I gradually established a good relationship with the military, the Church of the Evernite Goddess, and the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. However, I still didn't dare to truly expose my identity, because the mandated punishers would definitely treat me as a cultist and get rid of me. On this matter, the other official organizations wouldn't directly help me, because that would be equivalent to starting a war with the Bishop of Storms. As expected of the Church of Tyrants." "Tyrants?" Klein asked casually. Eichinger took out his pipe, but he only sniffed at the tobacco. "That's how our church calls the Lord of Storms. All right, let me return to today's matter. The person who attacked me, the person who sent you the threatening letter, is the owner of the serial killer from before. You should know that the murderer is a black dog of the devil sequence, especially Sherlock. You were the first to point out that a devil might be an animal." Klein smiled. He didn't deny it, nor did he admit it. Kaslana similarly clasped her hands and didn't say a word. Eichinger immediately shook his head and laughed. You don't have to worry. I'm not a law enforcer, and as a believer of the God of knowledge and wisdom, I can't preach in Beekland, nor can I officially establish an organization. I can only rely on you and people like you to help me. In other words, you can help us take the blame. Klein teased inwardly. Seeing that they still didn't admit to it, Eichinger continued, the owner of that devil dog is a Sequence 5 Beyonder. That devil dog's owner is a Sequence 5 Beyonder. Well, according to what I know, Sequence 5 of the devil pathway is called Desire Apostle. They can use and control the emotions and desires of everyone, luring them into depravity. When facing a Desire Apostle, one mustn't have too strong of an emotional upheaval. One mustn't have too obvious desires, or else one will immediately be remotely controlled by him, either planting a seed or directly catalyzing it. This will expose many problems in a person, causing them to gradually degenerate or lose control of their emotions at critical moments, making them unable to resist. This is only a portion of the Desire Apostle's Beyonder powers. I confirmed this during my battle with him. Upon hearing this, Klein suddenly understood one of the reasons why the other party had sent the threatening letter and acted provocatively. He wanted to infuriate him, causing his emotions to fluctuate violently, thus achieving the goal of planting a seed of depravity or catalyzing his emotions, causing them to lose control and erupt. This would make his subsequent attacks easier and more relaxed. Thankfully, I'm a Beyonder who has seen and experienced many things. Back then, I was only vigilant and cautious. Stuart and the others must have experienced a rather obvious change in their emotions when they saw the threatening letter, so the Desire Apostle planted the seed. If I hadn't stabilized them in time, the situation would have turned chaotic from the inside out, preventing the surrounding official Beyonders from reacting in time, giving the Desire Apostle ample opportunity. Back when I was at Eichinger Stanton's house, I felt time slow down. Was it because of the sudden increase in vigilance, tension, and wariness? Klein thought back to the past and felt a sense of relief. So that's how it is. Kaslana also seemed to understand many things. Eichinger rubbed his temples and said, I was nearly controlled by him and was injured. Later, I used a mystical item to play hide-and-seek with him in the house. It wasn't until Sherlock came to visit that the three parties entered a stalemate. Only then did I get a chance to catch my breath. My poor assistant was still looking forward to returning to Lemberg to participate in the Mass in the new year. At this point, he let out a long sigh. When the police arrived, I took the opportunity to escape and used the river to escape their pursuit. Eichinger added, then he said, Sherlock, Kaslana, how do you plan on dealing with this? Kaslana fell silent for a moment. Mr. Stanton, do you have any suggestions? Eichinger said, first, accept the official protection and prevent the Desire Apostle from taking action. First, accept the official protection so that the Desire Apostle won't dare take action, and hope that is quickly captured or killed. If that idea doesn't come to fruition, and it's impossible for the officials to constantly send people to protect us, then we only have two choices. One is to change our and our family's identities with their help and live in a different place. However, no one can guarantee that the Desire Apostle won't discover us. The second is to directly join the corresponding official organization and become a peripheral member. This will also change our identity and residence, but it's safer. Join the corresponding official organization, machinery hive mind, or go to places like Lemberg and Mason to join the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Then, wouldn't I become a believer of the three families? No, the three families. Klein felt an inexplicable sense of absurdity. He thoughtfully asked, is there no other way? Is there no other way? Eichinger Stanton stroked his pipe and said, is there no other way? At the same time, Kaslana's expression didn't change. It was unknown what she was thinking. Yes, that is, let's join forces and create an opportunity to quickly find and hold back the Desire Apostle. That is, let's join forces and create an opportunity to find and stall the Desire Apostle as soon as possible. Chapter 419. In the face of Isengard Stanton's suggestion, Klein didn't have much of a reaction. He looked at the tightly shut activity room door. And said, according to what I know, a devil can foresee danger before we take action. He can even determine the source of the danger and make an effective response. It's very difficult for us to find and hold him back. Eichinger nodded slightly. Yes, that's indeed the case, but it's not like there's no solution. What solution? Kaslana immediately asked. Eichinger smiled. I've fought him head-on and witnessed his beyonder powers of foreseeing danger. Therefore, I've figured out its advantages and disadvantages. It's true that a devil can sense danger ahead of time, and he can even do so a long time in advance. As long as we make a plan against him and put it into action, he will have the corresponding premonition. Of course, it has to be something that truly endangers him. No, the truth is that different types of devils have different strengths and weaknesses in this aspect. Some might only be able to sense danger 10 to 20 minutes in advance. Klein silently retorted in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. Eichinger continued. The flaw of this kind of foresight ability is that it can only sense who and where the danger comes from. It has no way of knowing the exact details. This gives us an opportunity to take advantage of it. What opportunity? I don't think we can let a devil who can foresee danger fall into our trap, Kaslana asked in disbelief. Klein nodded in agreement. Of course, I can use the grey fog to deceive the Desire Apostle, preventing him from sensing the danger too far in advance. But the problem is, how can I expose the secret of the grey fog in front of others? Klein silently added. Eichinger chuckled. Normally, it wouldn't work, but the Beyonder world is always filled with all kinds of wonders. I'm a Sequence 7 knowledge keeper of the reader pathway. I can also be called a detective. I'll be frank with you to show my sincerity in cooperating. In such a situation and in such an environment, I believe honesty is more important than other factors. Only a Sequence 7? A Sequence 7 can actually escape from the hands of a Desire Apostle? From the looks of it, Mr. Stanton has a powerful mystical item. Klein adjusted his sitting posture in enlightenment. The Knowledge Keeper can restrain the demon's ability to foresee danger. Kaslana leaned forward and asked. No. Eichinger smiled and said, but I have a ring. It originates from a Sequence 6 Beyonder of the reader pathway. It allows me to recognize, see, remember, and simulate all the Beyonder powers I've seen. Of course, the stronger the Beyonder power I face, the higher the chances of failure. Haha, there is a saying in our church, omniscience means omnipotence. Why does this sound so familiar? Especially the description of that item. Klein was about to recall when he saw Eichinger Stanton take out a dazzling ring. The ring was inlaid with many fine diamonds, and they all clustered around a beautiful emerald that was as green as a human eye. Just looking at the ring made Klein feel dizzy, as if he had overused his brain. Isn't this sealed artifact 2-081? Eichinger Stanton is old Mr. Eye of Wisdom? Klein looked up in surprise at the detective sitting in the reclining chair. That ring was sealed artifact 2-081, which Eye of Wisdom had shown off to him several times at Beyonder gatherings. Eye of Wisdom. This codename sounds like it's related to the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Klein used his clown powers to control his expression and sized up Eichinger Stanton without batting an eyelid. Finally, he discovered that the detective's outline did match old Mr. Eye of Wisdom's, but there were many details that were very different. His ability to disguise himself is very strong. His using the powers of 2-081? Klein made a rough judgment. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a scene. If Mr. Stanton said, let's cooperate against the Desire Apostle. The most important thing is to be honest. I've already described my sequence and mystical item. It's your turn. What should I say? Silently take out the sun brooch I bought from him? When the time comes, will he say, wow, so it's you? As Klein's imagination ran wild, Kaslana looked at the ring Isengard Stanton displayed and asked with some envy and puzzlement, what ability do you want to simulate to fight against the Desire Apostle's foresight of danger? The corners of Eichinger's mouth curled up as he chuckled. A demon's ability to foresee danger. At this moment, he was like a fox with white fur. Ah, that works too. Klein didn't understand how to do it. Seeing his and Kaslana's puzzled looks, Eichinger smiled and explained, the first step is what we're doing right now. The first step, which is what we're doing now, is to come up with a plan that can actually harm the Desire Apostle and put it into action. The second step is for the Desire Apostle to sense danger and know that the danger comes from us, from this place. The third step is for a demon to not be prepared in advance. There are some instincts that he can't change. His first reaction will definitely be to kill the danger or take revenge on us, and there will be a certain change in his body. Only then will he consider if the current situation isn't suitable for a counterattack, or if he should choose to stay away. The fourth step is for me, who has simulated a demon's foresight, to sense the threat of the Desire Apostle and grasp the source of the danger, which is also his current location. What a godly operation. Klein was nearly alarmed. But what happens after that? The moment the Desire Apostle discovers a problem, he'll immediately escape. We won't be able to chase after him in time. He immediately had a new question. Eichinger looked at the two of them and smiled. According to my deductions, he's definitely hiding in the vicinity. No matter how much he can remotely control the emotions of others, there's still a distance limit. And just now, he led Stuart and the others to lose control of their emotions. After I escaped the pursuit, the reason why I waited until now to come over was because I was discussing a plan with the Nighthawks, Machinery Hivemind, and the military. They each sent 2 to 3 teams to be in charge of a certain area in the surroundings. These areas have their own code names. This is something that the Desire Apostle can predict ahead of time. Even if he detects danger, he'll think that it's normal. Once I confirm his location, I'll immediately inform the official beyond us. They will quickly seal off the corresponding area and surround him. But the problem is, how do we inform the official beyond us? If we can't complete this in a few seconds, the Desire Apostle will escape. Of course, after the operation failed, he might have already left, Klein said in thought. If that's the case, we have no other choice. No plan is absolutely perfect. We can only wait for the activation of a certain sealed artifact. When the time comes, the Desire Apostle might have already left Beekland, but he could return at any time, Eichinger explained. He then took out a palm-sized golden item. It looked like a miniature telegraph, but it had a loudspeaker. This is a sealed artifact. It can allow my voice to sound within a 5-kilometer radius. Eichinger introduced it with a smile. Its negative side effect is that once activated, all sounds within a 5-kilometer radius will be transmitted to the user's ears for a long time. Of course, I can simulate a Beyonder power to weaken this effect. Kaslana listened carefully and frowned slightly. Since there are official Beyonders, there doesn't seem to be a need for you to cooperate with us. Eichinger carefully and cautiously put on sealed artifact 2-081 and sincerely said, in order to not alarm the Desire Apostle in advance, the area closest to us is empty. In order to not alarm the Desire Apostle in advance, the area closest to us is empty. If the target is really here, we'll need the 3 of us to help each other and try our best to stall him. I have no problem with that. Klein agreed after some thought. Kaslana nodded as well. Mr. Stanton, there's actually no need for you to explain so much. We will cooperate for our own sake. An explanation is part of the plan, and reaching an agreement means that the operation is about to begin. Eichinger half closed his eyes. The emerald gem on the ring on his right hand shimmered with a dark blue light that was almost black. Suddenly, Eichinger Stanton stood up and pointed upwards with a solemn expression. He's right here, upstairs. Klein and Kaslana stood up at the same time. One of them prepared to snap his fingers and light a match on the second floor to jump up, while the other followed Eichinger and ran towards the door. They never expected the Desire Apostle to be so bold. After the failure of the previous operation, he actually stayed nearby, at 15, Minsk Street. Perhaps he's watching all of this coldly from upstairs while we're discussing the plan to deal with him. This thought suddenly popped up in Klein's mind. At that moment, he saw Kaslana's eyes suddenly turn red. She clenched her right hand into a fist and punched at Eichinger Stanton's back. Klein's pupils constricted as he instantly understood many things. The reason why the Desire Apostle didn't escape was because he still had other arrangement. He still had the seed of depravity buried in someone's heart without catalyzing it. That person was Kaslana. one of the only 3 Beyonders here. The reason why the commotion that had been easily resolved without success was actually to lower everyone's guard. At the critical moment, Kaslana would lose control of her emotions. The Desire Apostle's biggest target was still Ikinga Stanton. How cunning. Klein snapped his fingers, but all he did was create an air bullet that shot towards Kaslana. At the same time, he shouted, "Be careful." Ikinga was also very experienced. He didn't care about the situation and directly threw himself forward. However, Kaslana ignored the bullet and allowed it to hit her arm, allowing blood to splatter everywhere. Bang! She slammed her fist into Ikinga's back. Crack! Klein heard the sound of bones breaking, and the point of contact was the spine. P.S. I woke up in the morning to write, but just as I opened a web page to check something, the wireless network connection disappeared. Even the wireless network card in the device manager is gone, and I didn't prepare a network cable at home. I could only hastily change to my phone to write. I finally made it in time. Yes, I haven't edited it yet. Please forgive me if there are any typos. My system is Windows 10. Does anyone know how to solve it? Chapter 420. Catcher. Klein saw that Ikinga Stanton's back had clearly caved in, and he felt a faint pain in his spine. With a plop, Ikinga, who had already fallen forward, fell to the ground, as if he had instantly lost consciousness from the pain. Kaslana, who had thrown the punch, stood in the same spot, panting with a blank look in her eyes. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat, and she didn't follow up with another attack. It was as if she had just woken up from a long nightmare caused by her emotions. All the strength in her body had completely disappeared from her previous outburst. Phew. Phew. Kaslana's body swayed, and she was about to collapse. Klein narrowed his eyes, took 2 steps forward, and rushed to Ikinga Stanton's side. He half-squatted down and tried to help him up. Ikinga, who was lying on the ground, shouted in pain, "Run! Don't worry about me." Clearly, he didn't believe that the trio, with one seriously injured and the other powerless, could hold back the Desire Apostle. Therefore, he told Klein to immediately escape and rendezvous with the official Beyonders. Otherwise, all 3 of them would die here. At the same time, Ikinga raised his right hand with great difficulty, attempting to use some Beyonder powers to let the official Beyonders in the distance notice the abnormality inside. As for the miniature telegraph with the loudspeaker, it had long flown to the wall because of Ikinga's collapse. Klein looked hesitant. Just as he was about to make a decision, he saw a sticky black liquid flow down from the ceiling, quickly condensing into a pitch-black figure. The figure seemed to be completely wrapped in a black curtain, with only a pair of cold blue eyes exposed. Upon seeing him, Klein felt as if he could see the strongest emotions and desires of a living being. Fear, anger, greed, jealousy, hunger, lust, and so on. The Desire Apostle didn't waste the situation he had painstakingly created, and he immediately entered the activity room. At this moment, among the 3 detectives, Kaslana had collapsed from her emotional outburst. Ikinga Stanton's spine had been severely injured, and he had basically lost his combat strength. Only Klein was unharmed. However, apart from the revolver and Beyonder bullets, all of his mystical items were above the grey fog. And he was facing a Sequence 5 Desire Apostle, a powerhouse who had the ability to nurture a devil dog. At this moment, the corners of Klein's mouth slightly curled up. His right hand, which he had placed on the wound on Ikinga's back, abruptly wiped it, causing the obvious depression to strangely shift to the side, onto one of his rib. The most magical Beyonder power of a magician, damage transfer. It could transfer a wound to the user's body once, reducing a serious injury to a minor one, but it could not transfer the damage to other people or object. When Klein saw that Ikinga Stanton was injured, he had already thought of a follow-up plan. First, he would pretend that there was nothing he could do to make the Desire Apostle appear. Then, he would transfer the detective's wound, leaving him with only a minor rib fracture. At this moment, Klein believed that Ikinga would deal with the Desire Apostle at the same time. This was the most instinctive struggle of humans before death. This way, even if the Desire Apostle discovered that something was amiss, it would be too late for him to break away. Once Klein completed his treatment, He could join forces with the detective and hold back the target until the official beyond us arrive. Almost at the same time, the ring that Eichinger had pointed outwards suffused a vibrant green glow. His body was quickly enveloped by a faint glow, and his wound quickly recovered. His rib fracture was instantly healed. The great detective's pain was real, but his helplessness was fake. However, this overlapped with Klein's help. When the Desire Apostle, who was about to make a move, saw this scene, his eyes widened, and his body suddenly came to a halt. Without being entangled, he immediately turned around and ran to the window. During this process, his body rapidly collapsed, turning into a sticky black liquid. The liquid seeped into the ground, into the wall, and instantly disappeared. Klein only had time to snap his fingers with his raised right hand. The air bullet passed through the open window and shot outside, causing sparks to fly everywhere. However, the Desire Apostle had completely disappeared. He ran so fast, without any hesitation. "Are you even a devil? There's going to be a lot of trouble later on." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he turned to look at Eichinger Stanton, who had flipped over and stood up. The great detective happened to be looking at him as well. "You know how to treat. You know how to treat." The two of them asked the same question at the same time. After looking at each other, Eichinger shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect him to escape from the trap I set up." As he spoke, his ring emitted a faint glow, and he looked around to confirm that the Desire Apostle was far away. Eichinger then explained, "I didn't have the chance to simulate a healing ability this afternoon. Later on, I thought that I could use this to set up a trap and make the Desire Apostle appear because of my serious injuries, so I deliberately bandaged my wounds in a very exaggerated manner." He pointed to the marks on his left arm near his shoulder. "As expected, this came in handy, but I didn't expect you to be able to treat serious injuries." In the end, Eichinger sighed softly. In the end, both of them placed treating their injuries as their top priority. Neither of them bothered the Desire Apostle, allowing him to immediately escape once he realized that something was amiss. Be it me or Stanton, both of us have trump cards or arrangements that the Desire Apostle doesn't know about. We wanted to use this to trick him, but who knew that we would cancel each other out and let the target escape? Is this what it means to be positive and negative? Klein smiled helplessly. This is because we don't know each other well enough, and our teamwork isn't tacit enough. No, it's my fault. Eichinger said sincerely, when I saw that you didn't escape or defend yourself, but instead came over to help me, I should have deduced that you weren't panicking, that you had confidence, and that you had a solution. Unfortunately, when I wore this ring, my brain was constantly in a state of overload, making it difficult for me to think too much about other matters. 2081 This sealed artifact also has the effect of passively lowering one's intelligence. Klein smiled and said, "Mr. Stanton, this isn't the time to discuss who's responsible. Mr. Stanton, this isn't the time to discuss who's responsible. The Desire Apostle has already escaped. We have to consider what to do next." As Eichinger took off the ring, he turned to the door of the activity room and said, "The official beyond us are about to arrive. I'll go outside to appease Stewart and the others before discussing a solution. Are you coming with me, or are you going to do your own things first?" Official beyond us. Previously, Mr. Stanton mentioned the Nighthawks, Machinery Hivemind, and the military. "Please don't let it be someone I know." My spiritual intuition didn't warn me, so it shouldn't be. Mr. Stanton is giving me a chance to pack up and deal with sensitive items to prevent unfriendly official beyond us from finding trouble with me. Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind as he asked in thought, "Mr. Stanton, where was the Desire Apostle when you grasped his location?" Eichinger thought for a moment and said, "In your bedroom." "Your bedroom? Sit at your desk. How arrogant." Klein pointed outside the door. "I'll go check there and see if there are any traces left behind. If we can grasp the Desire Apostle's true appearance, the pursuit of him will definitely be much easier. I'll have to trouble you with the rest." "All right." Eichinger walked to the side and helped the weak Kaslana up. Upon seeing this scene, Klein suddenly found it amusing. "After discussing so much, making preparations and laying a trap, I still failed to hold back the Desire Apostle and ended up in this state. There are always more accidents than preparations." That's why magicians are only sequence 7. After leaving the room, Klein went straight to the second floor and walked into his bedroom. The layout inside hadn't changed at all. Even the distance between the chair and the table was the same as before, but Klein seemed to see a figure wrapped in a pitch-black liquid. He sat there, looking straight ahead, patiently and calmly waiting for an opportunity. As expected of a cold-blooded one, Klein looked at the glass of the oriel window, feeling that he might be able to divine what it reflected. The devil pathway is very good at committing crimes, so it shouldn't be that easy to leave behind clues. However, I can try going above the grey fog. Klein checked around and began to burn some of the mysticism notes he had casually written. Not long after he was done, he saw a few strangers go up to the second floor. The leader was a man with a rigid face, but he had a head of messy, unruly, and stubborn brown hair. He was holding an ancient silver mirror with strange patterns in his hand. There were black gems on both sides of the mirror as eyes. "Hello, Mr. Moriarty. I'm Ikanza Bernard of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Can I inspect this place?" Klein nodded. "No problem." He then said politely, "Do you need me to stay by your side and answer some questions?" "All right, sorry to trouble you. Mr. Stanton has mentioned your situation," Ikanza said with a smile. There were a few members behind him, and they all had different attitudes towards Klein. Some ignored him, some were curious, and some were hostile. "My situation? How did Mr. Stanton introduce me, and what sort of story did he tell?" Klein's thoughts raced as he followed Ikanza into the bedroom again. The other official beyond us formed groups of 2 and were in charge of different areas on the second floor. "This is where the Desire Apostle sat." Ikanza pointed at the chair in front of the desk. He had obviously already asked Ikinga Stanton. "Yes," Klein answered frankly. Ikanza didn't say anything else. He picked up the silver mirror and stroked its surface 3 times with his right hand. After a slight pause, he said in a deep voice, "Honorable Rhodes, my question is, what did the devil who was sitting here look like?" The surrounding lights suddenly turned dark, as if they had been dyed with the mist after the rain. A strange aqueous glow flashed on the surface of the silver mirror, forming a scene. A person covered in sticky black goo was sitting on a chair, his back facing the window and his face facing the bed. Right on the heels of that, the scene changed. The mirror in the corner of the room vaguely reflected the side profile of the black figure, a side profile that was also covered in pitch black. However, one could vaguely make out some outlines. The Desire Apostle had high cheekbones and a pair of cold blue eyes. Chapter 421. Glancing at the scene that appeared in the silver mirror, Klein immediately revealed a thoughtful expression. "This mirror is very powerful, and it even has its own name. It seems to be a living sealed artifact. This kind of thing might not be too harmful, but the difficulty of sealing it is very high. Unless it's a special situation, it's rarely used. This machinery hivemind member named Ikanza Bernard seems to have a high status. He should be a deacon, and he himself isn't simple. The limit of divination is about the result that the silver mirror just showed. Even if I go above the grey fog, I won't get any better results. I can't be sure what the Desire Apostle looks like. I don't know how many people in Beekland meet the requirements of high cheekbones and blue eyes." As Klein's thoughts ran wild, the scene that appeared in the silver mirror quickly faded. Following that, blood-red words were outlined on the mirror's surface. "According to the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask a question. If you lie or can't answer, you will accept the mission I assign or be punished." Klein pricked up his eyebrows when he saw this. "Is this truth or dare?" Interesting. The words that seemed to be dripping with blood slowly changed into new letters and a new sentence. "Red Light's real name? Red Light. One of the leaders of the Pure Light Brotherhood? One of the 7 rays of light high up in the spirit world?" Klein thought about it seriously and realized that he didn't know how to answer. He only knew of Yellow Light Venithan. Ikanza's throat moved, and sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. After a brief silence, he said in a deep voice, "Nanides. Nanides. Error." The blood-red words on the mirror changed again. "Is this a mission or a punishment?" There was an obvious struggle on Ikanza's face, and he finally exhaled. "Punishment." Just as he finished speaking, A bolt of silver lightning appeared out of thin air and struck his head. Ikanza's hair stood on end as his body fell to the ground with a thud. Some black smoke followed. However, the mirror didn't fall to the ground with him. Instead, it floated up and landed on the table. After 2 seconds, Ikanza stood up shakily from his chair and sat there, panting as he trembled. Klein looked at all of this speechlessly and didn't know how to react for a long time. Ikanza, who had recovered a little, looked at him and forced a smile. You should have heard of what sealed artifacts are. You should also know that they have certain negative effects. Yes. Klein looked at Ikanza's erect hair and suddenly understood why his previous hairstyle was so fluffy, messy, and stubborn. Klein couldn't help but say, actually, you can ask it yourself. There's no need to do it in front of me. Phew, the requirement of this mirror is that there must be someone watching. Ikanza was still trembling. It really has spirituality. Klein took 2 steps forward and came to the side of the table. He sized up the silver mirror curiously and discovered that apart from the strange patterns and the 2 eye-like attire, there was nothing special about the living sealed artifact. Ikanza turned to him and chuckled with a trembling voice. You can also ask it questions. We don't mind. No, that's not what I'm thinking. Klein would never play truth or dare with someone like Pen Spirit and Disc Spirit. As he spoke, he tried to touch the edge of the silver mirror. It's ice cold, metallic. Just as this thought surfaced in Klein's mind, he saw the ancient silver mirror tremble slightly. White words quickly appeared on it. Your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, is at your service. Ah! Klein was confused. Then, he silently moved away from the desk. What's going on? This mirror was just coldly playing truth or dare with me. How did it become like this in the blink of an eye? Klein was amused and puzzled. He quickly made a guess based on the information he had. The silver mirror knows the true name of red light, and it seems to have something to do with the spirit world, and the mysterious space above the grey fog seems to have something to do with the spirit world. At the very least, when I summon myself, I can see a place suspected to be the spirit world when I pass through the door. This mirror named Rhodes sensed the aura of the grey fog. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein saw Ikanza recover, stand up again, and hold the ancient silver mirror. The other 2 team members in the room had also ended their aimless search by pretending not to see anything. After a round of inspection, Klein bade farewell to Ikanza and the others and found Ikinga Stanton, who had returned to the activity room. What do we do next? He asked directly. Ikinga replied with a solemn expression, let Stuart and their families move in together first. Let Stuart and their families move in together first. This will make it easier to protect them, but this is only a short-term solution. You, Kazlana, and I will carry out our normal activities and receive secret protection. We hope to find the Desire Apostle as soon as possible. You're a believer of the god of steam and machinery, right? Yes, Klein answered as he drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. At the same time, he lamented. For the next period of time, I only dare to enter the world above the grey fog in the bathroom, in Empress Borough, in the luxurious villa of Earl Hall's family. Audrey looked at the elegantly designed wall clock on the wall, held back her nervousness and excitement, and slowly sat in front of the dressing table. She was about to go to her psychology teacher, Escalante's house, and take the crucial step of becoming an official member of psychological alchemy. And before that, she had to calculate the time to pray to Mr. Fool and ask him to provide help. I should be able to see an angel this time, right? Audrey thought with anticipation. She calmed down for a few seconds, clasped her hands together, placed them in front of her mouth and nose, and softly chanted the Fool's honorific name. 15, Minsk Street. Klein was standing in the living room, looking at the scene that had finally calmed down and sighed. To him, the Desire Apostle only brought about danger, but to Stuart and company, there was a change in their lives. I hope it can be resolved as soon as possible. With so many beyond us and sealed artifacts, there has to be something that can restrain the devil pathway. Amidst his thoughts, Klein suddenly heard a series of illusory pleas. It should be Miss Justice. He looked around, prepared, and walked to the bathroom as if nothing had happened. When he locked the bathroom door, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. My life has changed a little too, Before the threat of the Desire Apostle was resolved, he, who was secretly protected by the machinery hivemind, could only try his best to avoid going above the grey fog. During Tarot next week, he had to streamline the process and content, but no matter how much he compressed it, it would still take more than 10 minutes. Yes, constipation is a very normal thing. Who said that Beyonders can't be constipated? Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered the world above the grey fog. Following that, Audrey held a simple ritual according to her previous teachings and entered an artificial sleepwalking state. And when Klein saw her blurry figure appear in the Crimson Star, he followed the prescribed procedure. First, he used his spirit body to envelop the Dark Emperor card, then he picked up the paper figurine that had been cut with improved craftsmanship and shook it out. As expected, the paper figurine gathered the power above the grey fog and transformed into a gigantic angel with 12 pairs of pitch-black wings. When Audrey saw the sacred and dignified angel descend in front of her, wrapping itself in layers of wings, she was speechless for a long time. This is an angel, Mr. Fool's angel. Furthermore, it's an archangel with 12 pairs of wings. This is exactly the same as the description in the mythological books. This is also our Tarot's angel. Audrey watched the angel's figure quickly fade away and suddenly felt that it was abnormally cordial. She thanked Mr. Fool in joy, excitement, and piously. Then, she called for the maids and instructed them to make preparations to head out. Klein returned to the living room with a smile. He looked at the bullet hole in the wall and fell into deep thought. Should I hang a cheap oil painting to cover it up, or should I repair it and paint it? Hillston Borough, 7th Avenue, Escalante's home. Audrey left the maids and bodyguards in the living room while she followed her master into the activity room with her golden retriever, Susie. There were 2 other people waiting in the activity room. One was Hilbert Alucard, a psychologist whom Lady Norma had introduced to Audrey, and the other was Stephen Hampelster, the convener of the previous psychology seminar. At that moment, although it was already time for dinner, there was only an ordinary candle lit in the room. The candle was placed in the middle of the coffee table, gently swaying the dim yellow flame, dispelling the darkness in the activity room. After greeting each other, Hilbert, who had brown skin and some southern continent blood, glanced at Susie, but didn't say a word. Audrey smiled apologetically. With her around, I feel more secure. Susie also looked at Hilbert with innocent eyes. I can understand this mentality. Please have a seat. Hilbert smiled and sat on the sofa on the other side of the coffee table. Hampelster and Escalante also found their seats and sat down. After Audrey sat down, Hilbert picked up the candle wick and made the light brighter. Through the candlelight, he looked at Audrey. Now, answer me honestly. Do you really want to join psychological alchemy? His eyes seemed to be dyed with a hint of gold under the candlelight. Deep in his pupils, there was another eye, a vertical eye. Audrey suddenly fell into a daze before she snapped out of it and nodded slightly. Yes. Hilbert asked again, will you deliberately harm psychological alchemy? His tone was strangely enticing, as though as long as the person being asked gave an affirmative answer, he would unknowingly agree with it and follow it from the bottom of his heart. No, Audrey answered very rationally. After a few questions, Hilbert, Escalante, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. The former smiled and asked, is there anything else you want to say? Audrey hesitated for a moment and showed her honesty. I once bought the Spectator formula at a Beyonder gathering. I am already a spectator. Chapter 422. Erudite. This sequence's name sounds a little powerful. The Reader Pathways Sequence 7 is called Knowledge Keeper or Detective. It's a job that focuses on grasping knowledge and reasoning abilities. At most, it comes with decent combat and the ability to use machinery, so it's not considered powerful. But at Sequence 6, there seems to be a qualitative change, especially in the field of Beyonder combat. From the looks of it, every Beyonder pathway below High Sequence Beyonder has such a node, but it's not fixed at a certain sequence. For example, the Seer pathway is Sequence 7 Magicians. Klein drank a mouthful of hot coffee and didn't probe into the secrets of other sequences. He smiled and said, Mr. Stanton, you seem very relaxed. You're not nervous or worried at all. Eichinger didn't answer directly. He put down his knife and fork and took out his pipe. You don't mind, right? Actually, I do mind, but the pollution and fog in Beekland are already so serious. A few more puffs of second-hand smoke won't make it worse. Klein shook his head and smiled. Does this help you think? To be more precise, it's a habit. I'm used to doing this every day after breakfast. Eichinger fixed his pipe and took a deep puff. As he exhaled the smoke, he sighed. Fear, nervousness, and worry can't help us face threats. In that case, why can't we relax a little? The brain will be more active because of this. My assistant was too easily worried, which resulted in this fatal disaster. Sigh. Eichinger glanced at Kaslana and continued, besides, our opponent is a desire apostle. Furthermore, our opponent is a desire apostle. Emotions that are too strong must be forbidden. Having said that, he chuckled. Most importantly, it's not like we don't have any other way to lock onto the desire apostle. What way? Kaslana put down the last piece of bacon and asked seriously. Eichinger took a puff from his pipe and laughed self-deprecatingly. When discussing such topics, I still prefer an easy chair. Apart from having a premonition for danger, devils aren't good at divination or foresight. Therefore, if the desire apostle wants to find out who his main targets for revenge are, he'll definitely take the initiative to investigate the situation and gather information. Otherwise, how would he know that a group of private detectives have made outstanding contributions to the serial murders? How would he be able to accurately lock onto you and me? In this process, he'll definitely interact with many people. Even if he disguises himself, he'll still leave some traces. Combined with the blurry images provided by the machinery hive mind, he'll be able to form clues. Similarly, if he wants to attack me, he has to figure out where I live, what my daily routine is, and if there are any powerful official beyond us protecting me. This requires a long period of observation and investigation. Similarly, he has to interact with other people and fixed locations. Once there's interaction, there will be clues. One of my favorite saying is, those who leave will leaves. Then, he said, I like. Then, I like. Only, like, one, like. Erin, to say, and I. Last time, he was still in Tingen. Kaslana, whose cheeks were slightly drooping, sighed. As expected of a great detective. I didn't think of these things. Your observation and thinking skills are admirable. Eichinger smiled in response. Everyone has their own area of expertise. In terms of pure combat, I will be defeated by you over and over again. Sherlock should have thought of what I just said. He also has outstanding observation and reasoning skills. He is an excellent detective. Actually, when you spoke so confidently just now, I felt a little ashamed for some reason. Klein squeezed out a smile. No, you're a real detective, and I'm still far from that. You really are a humble young man. Eichinger sighed. He smiled and said, that's right. Next, we will start from these aspects. You will need to use your own resources and information channels. Apart from the tarot, a third of my resources and channels in Beekland come from you. Klein forced a smile and replied, all right. Apart from the Beyonder gathering at Eye of Wisdom, the only ones he could find were Marek and Miss Sharon, the vampire Emlyn White, and Father Utravsky. With the machinery hive mind secretly protecting me, Miss Sharon and Marek have to be eliminated. I can meet that vampire Emlyn. He's now considered half a believer of Earth Mother and is under the protection of Bishop Utravsky. He won't be targeted by the official Beyonders. Klein instantly thought of a direction. Kaslana fell silent for a few seconds. No problem. Klein smeared the remaining cream on the last bit of toast and chewed it unhurriedly before asking, Mr. Stanton, you previously mentioned the activation of a certain sealed artifact. Can it help us deal with the Desire Apostle? Yes, the Devil Dog was found and surrounded last time. It played a crucial role, Eichinger replied frankly. Its codename is 1-42. 1-42? Yes. It played a crucial role when the Devil Dog was found and surrounded, Eichinger replied frankly. Its codename is 1-42. 1-42? A Grade 1 sealed artifact is highly dangerous and has limited uses. Even the Diocese of Beekland can only preserve one or two of them. The corresponding description flashed through Klein's mind as he asked with interest, "What kind of item is it? What abilities and negative effects does it have? What abilities and negative effects does it have?" Eichinger smiled. "This is a secret of the Church of the Evernite Goddess, so I'm not sure. I only know that it wasn't originally in Beekland. It was sent here urgently because of the serial murders. It's said that it's a silver full-body armor stained with dark red blood. It once caused the destruction of a small city, and more than 100,000 people died because of it." Cursed armor? Klein returned with a question by naming it. Eichinger exhaled a mouthful of smoke and shook his head solemnly. "Perhaps it's not a curse. Some people call it crazy armor, bloodthirsty armor. Our church has once guessed that the blood stained its surface might have come from a deity from an even more ancient era. When it was first discovered, there was nothing unusual about it. It was just treated as a simple antique, sold and collected. However, as time passed, those who came into contact with it died one after another. Their deaths were extremely horrifying, and they were almost dismembered. After that, with it as the center, death spread outwards. There was no longer a need to come into contact with it, and a small city was destroyed because of it. This happened at the beginning of the Fifth Epoch. The Nighthawks are in charge of the aftermath. As expected of a Beyonder from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. He knows enough history and Beyonder matters." Klein praised silently. Kaslana, on the other hand, asked worriedly, "Will it put us in danger? The Church of the Evernite Goddess has definitely found the correct sealing method, but for us, it's best not to come into contact with them if possible," Eichinger said, half consoling and half reminding. After breakfast, Klein and he entered the living room where the battle had taken place, while Kaslana went to the bathroom first. Looking at her back, Klein said thoughtfully, "That's right. She seems to be a Beyonder of the Arbiter pathway. Your observation skills are indeed outstanding." Eichinger sat in a reclining chair. As Klein walked to the sofa, he muttered in puzzlement. "This pathway is strictly controlled by the royal family, the military, and the ancient nobles. Formulas and ingredients rarely appear in the outside world. Does Kaslana have such a background?" Eichinger smiled. "Obviously. But at this stage, she hasn't taken the initiative to mention the corresponding matter. This means that there's indeed a reason why it's inconvenient for her to speak of it." With a smile in his eyes, he looked at Klein, as though saying, "Aren't you the same?" Klein laughed dryly and sat down. After a while, Kaslana came to the living room and continued discussing the Desire Apostle with Klein and Eichinger. As she spoke, her expression suddenly turned gloomy, and she sighed. "This is the most dangerous matter I've ever been involved in. I don't know if I'll survive in the end. If I'm killed by the Desire Apostle, I hope that my tombstone will have this sentence, 'She had a great mother.'" Kaslana's voice gradually softened, and there was a hint of gentleness in her hard and unapproachable demeanor. Eichinger nodded in agreement. "She's also the most dangerous enemy I've ever faced." He then smiled. "If I die because of this, and you're still alive, are you willing to help me send my relics to Lemberg, to the Holy Temple of Knowledge? Don't raise flags like crazy." Klein's mouth was half open, unsure of how to stop the two detectives in front of him. "No problem, but I hope that this day will never come." He tried his best to resolve the situation. Isengard glanced at him and asked curiously, "What's that?" "Sherlock, what about you? If you're killed by the Desire Apostle, what wish do you want others to help you fulfill?" "Resurrect me." Klein sighed and said, "I wish to be buried in a nice cemetery. I hope to be buried in a beautiful cemetery. It's best if the body is whole and sprinkled with holy water and fresh flowers." The core meaning of his words was no cremation. The three of them fell silent for a moment until the doorbell jingled outside. The person who came was the deacon of the machinery hivemind named Ikanza Bernard. His hair stubbornly squeezed out of the brim of his hat, giving him an indescribably messy look with his deep and masculine features. This time, he didn't take the strange silver mirror named a Rhodes. It was unknown where he had stuffed it. If there's a chance, I wouldn't mind using that magic mirror to see how my loyal and humble servant will react. Klein thought. Ikanza didn't enter the door. He stood there, looked at the trio of detectives, and said in a low but rapid voice, Mr. Chapter 423. West End, 6, Edward Street. Ikanza Bernard pressed down on his black top hat, pointed to the door of the house behind the fountain, and said to Klein, Eichinger, and Kaslana, "We've reverse investigated all the channels through which the information were leaked. Combining the profile of the person's face and the help of the magic mirror, we've preliminarily locked onto a suspect." When you mentioned the magic mirror, you obviously paused for a moment. I don't know what price you have to pay to get the answer you want. Klein sensed the problem in Ikanza's tone and inexplicably sympathized with him. The owner of this house? Kaslana asked with almost certainty. Isengard Stanton looked around and said as though he was in thought, "You chose to contact us directly because you found another piece of evidence." "Yes, the portrait of the owner of this house can prove some things." He never takes pictures." Ikanza replied frankly. In addition, the surrounding residents have seen a big black dog nearby many times. This can basically prove that the target is the Desire Apostle. At this point, Eichinger suddenly laughed. "Sorry, we were too impatient, so you didn't even have a chance to introduce the suspect." As Ikanza walked around the fountain and walked to the front door of the house, he quickly said, "That's right. The owner of this house is called Patrick Jason, a major shareholder of a small bank. According to his neighbors, he is a cheerful, passionate, and optimistic middle-aged man. He has never married, but I think he has a few mistresses, several of them. In his social class, the number of servants he hired was seriously insufficient. Every time he held a dinner party or ball, he would have to hire a batch of temporary attendants from the Metropolitan Family Servant Assistants Association. His explanation for this was that he had problems sleeping, and too many servants would destroy the peace he needed. I can see that he has many secrets to hide, so he doesn't dare to hire too many servants." Eichinger said half-jokingly. Klein, who hadn't hired a single servant, said guiltily, "Maybe it's just that his finances aren't as good as everyone thinks." Yes, this is a factor that cannot be ruled out. Eichinger walked up the stairs and came to the front door. Ikanza glanced at Klein and said in enlightenment, "That's right. You don't hire servants and only get the landlord's maid to do temporary cleaning twice a week, just to hide the secret that you're a beyonder. Among all my secrets, this is the smallest one." Klein deliberately smiled bitterly. "Yes." As he spoke, Ikanza reached out and pushed open the main door. An indescribable stench wafted out from inside. The smell of decay. Eichinger instantly made a judgment. Ikanza called over a machinery hivemind team member. "Carlson, what did you find?" The beyonder named Carlson wore a pair of thick glasses and wore a complicated expression. "We found a lot of bodies here. In the cement basement, in the thick walls, in the garden where the weeds are growing, there are corpses hidden one after another. The earliest can be traced back to more than 10 years ago, and the latest are the servants who were still alive a few days ago. Some of them only have white bones left, and some have only rotted a little. Deacon, this place is like a human slaughterhouse." As he spoke, members of the machinery hivemind and carefully selected police officers carried out one corpse after another. Some of the corpses were completely dismembered, with tongues, fingers, stomachs, and eyes scattered all over the place. Some were just a pile of bones. Looks like a lot of missing person cases in Beekland will be solved because of this. Eichinger pinched his nose and sighed. Klein saw an intestine that was almost dragged to the ground. He exhaled and turned around to examine the situation in the house. Machinery hivemind member Carlson muttered a few more words. "Jason pays his servants very high salaries and gives them a lot of leave. The servants of the surrounding residents are very envious. Jason's chef even promised his child that he would come home once this week and bring him to the circus to watch a performance. What a devil." Kaslana was slightly moved. After looking around, Klein restrained his emotions and solemnly asked, "Why are the furnishings of the house so simple? As a banker, even if the bank he owns isn't big, Jason should have expensive porcelain, outstanding oil paintings, extravagant wall clocks, and various items made of fine silk. Why can't I see any of these at the scene?" Well, the wood used in his furniture is still very good. Carlson glanced at Deacon Ikanza, and after receiving a nod of agreement, he said, "It's obvious that Jason planned for a long time for this revenge. It's obvious that Jason planned for a long time for this revenge. He sold the valuable but inconspicuous items in the room one after another, and even agreed to the Varvat Bank's acquisition of his own property. After killing the servants, he sped up the speed at which he extracted the cash and sold the oil paintings and other items. He seemed to know that he would definitely be found, so he didn't take any chances. Before the operation, all he had left here was the house, furniture, and an identity. A large amount of cash, precious metals, and jewelry had been moved to who knows where." After hearing Carlson's description, a few adjectives suddenly appeared in Klein's mind: calm, rational, crazy, a true devil. Eichinger evaluated and immediately deduced, his mind is very clear, and he does things calmly, but he also has a strong tendency towards madness and a spirit of adventure. This matches the characteristics of his previous 2 operations. So, we have to be wary of his adventures. Klein keenly grasped the key point in Detective Stanton's words. Yes. Eichinger nodded solemnly. Following that, the detectives searched the house and found a lot of evidence that could prove that there was something wrong with Patrick Jason. They also saw the portrait hanging in the activity room. It was a middle-aged man with high cheekbones, blue eyes, ordinary facial features, and neatly combed hair. There was nothing special about him. At that moment, Ikanza came in and said to Klein and the others, "We found some items in a secret room." We found some items in a secret room and confirmed that Patrick Jason had tried to summon a more powerful demon, but for some reason, he did not succeed. Those items also confirmed his identity. He is a member of the Beria demon family. His real name should be Jason Beria. The Beria family? Klein nodded, unsurprised. In the ancient 4th epoch, the human forces that worshipped the demons formed a loose alliance called the Blood Sanctify sect. This organization is very divided internally. The 3 great demon families, Noir, Andrelade, and Beria, stand together. Their ancestors once received gifts from the abyss. They worship an evil god called the dark side of the universe. He's the ruler of the abyss, a terminator who will definitely erode and corrupt the entire world of reality and the vast universe. Eichinger introduced the wild beyonders to Klein and Kaslana. Ikanza shook his head and added, "If a severely divided organization doesn't eventually split up, integration and unification is inevitable. All kinds of situations and rumors show that since at least 1,000 years ago, the Beria and Andrelade families have been gradually weakening. In recent decades, they have even become the vassals of the Noir family. Yes, the Beria family's symbol is the combination of a pentagram and a goat's horn. No matter what, Belial was still an extremely ancient family with a deep foundation. It was no wonder that Jason could groom a devil dog. This was one of the reasons. The other reason was that he opened a bank, even if it wasn't big. In the 2nd epoch, the ancient god corresponding to the dark side of the universe was Devil Lord Farborti. Was there any connection between the 2? Klein sighed and felt curious. After repeated searches, the 3 detectives and the Machinery Hivemind members could only confirm that Patrick Jason was the Desire Apostle, but they were unable to find his current location. Klein used the excuse of asking for help and took a handkerchief that Jason had used in the demon summoning ritual. He planned on doing a divination above the grey fog when he had the chance. Jason had dealt with the things he often came into contact with. Not long after, Ikanza found them and said with a solemn expression, "The Nighthawks are coming with that sealed artifact. Let's leave first." "Okay," Eichinger and Kaslana answered at the same time. As for Klein, he had already raised both hands and feet in approval in his heart. After leaving Jason's villa that occupied a large area, Klein looked back as his expression gradually turned solemn. Puzzled, he asked, "I don't think there's a problem." "What problem?" Kaslana hurriedly asked. Klein deliberated and said, "By selling the bank, the property, and many valuable items ahead of time, it means that Jason was already prepared to abandon his current identity and life. If it's purely to avenge the devil dog, the motive wouldn't be enough to support such actions. Maybe he had a very deep relationship with the devil hound?" Sherlock, you probably don't think so, but I've really seen people who treat their pets as family, Caslana said disapprovingly. Eichinger said solemnly, no, Sherlock is right. Caslana, do you know what the ancient name of Sequence 8 of the Devil Pathway is? Caslana revealed a thoughtful expression. She seemed to have heard of it before, but she couldn't recall it immediately. At this moment, Klein helped her answer in a deep voice. Cold-blooded. Cold-blooded. Caslana ruminated over the name and immediately understood why the two detectives, Moriarty and Stanton, had said that. Seeing her reaction, Klein pointed in another direction and said, let's split up. We'll start from our own channels. After receiving confirmation from Eichinger and Caslana, he left in a hurry, but he wasn't in a hurry to go south of the bridge to find Emlyn White. He wanted to go to the Chissack police station first and retrieve the £50 bail. Chapter 424. The front door to Patrick Jason's house suddenly opened, and a group of Nighthawks in black coats jogged in. They looked wary, as if they were facing an extremely terrifying enemy. Tap, tap, tap. A silver full-body armor walked in. It gave off an abnormally heavy feeling, and every detail followed an ancient style. The area diagonally from the left shoulder to the lower abdomen was stained with dark red blood that couldn't be washed away. Together with the red spots that were splattered on other parts of the body, it formed a very bewitching and beautiful scene, like a unique and gorgeous decoration. Sole Assurer Sostel took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. Switch. The silver full-body armor stopped as it raised its hand to lift the visor, revealing the wearer inside. It was a rather handsome man with black hair and green eyes. Leonard, the master bedroom's bathroom on the second floor. Hot water is already prepared. Don't waste any time, or you'll have to return to the embrace of the goddess, Sostel exhorted. Yes, Captain Sostel. With the help of the other Nighthawks, Leonard Mitchell took off the heavy blood-stained silver armor. Wearing a red glove, he didn't exchange pleasantries or hesitate. He went straight to the second floor and found a bathtub that was still steaming with white steam. With a swish, Leonard quickly took off his clothes and lay in the hot water. He didn't even reveal his nose. His skin quickly turned red, like a cooked lobster. Strange silver patterns that looked like scars gradually seeped out of the surface. The silver patterns were like pure sword beams that constantly spread outwards, fusing with the hot water. In less than 20 seconds, the white steam disappeared, and a thin and transparent layer of ice even condensed on the surface of the hot water. Only when all the silver patterns had dissipated did Leonard sit up and pant. He tilted his head slightly as if he was listening to something. Then, he lowered his voice and said, "Old man, do you know the origins of 1 to 42? A slightly aged voice immediately sounded in his mind. You're getting more and more impolite. I don't know the origins of that strange armor. Without waiting for Leonard to ask again, he chuckled. But I can probably recognize the owner of the blood. Who is it? Leonard asked curiously. The slightly aged voice said in a low voice, an ancient god before the cataclysm. South of the bridge, Rose Street, Harvest Church. Just as Klein stepped into the quiet prayer hall, he saw Father Utravsky and vampire Emlyn White sitting on chairs, one in front of the other, one tall and one short. Their fingers were interlocked, and their palms were placed in front of their mouths and noses. This was the exclusive prayer posture of the Church of Mother Earth. At that moment, Emlyn White's expression was gentle and peaceful. There was no sign of the arrogance and vexation from before. The corner of Klein's mouth moved slightly, and he silently drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. He found a random seat and sat down. After the prayer was over, he walked to Emlyn White's side and smiled. "You are exceptionally pious today." "What?" Emlyn jolted awake as he muttered to himself with a pale face, "What did I do? What did I do?" His voice gradually became softer, as if he had already recalled what he had just done. "Perhaps it's not a bad thing." Klein comforted him with unconvincing words before sitting beside the vampire. "I don't wish to hear others say that, although I feel my resistance to it diminish." Emlyn's face was dark as he said in a mournful voice, "But, I don't wish to betray the moon." Klein didn't continue the topic that made the vampire sad and casually asked, "What's the matter?" He casually asked, "Do you sanguine worship the primordial moon, or a particular deity that represents the moon? Or can the two be equated? Both. Emlyn raised his chin slightly. To orthodox sanguine, it's naturally the deity that represents the moon. Her name is Lilith, the ancestor of our sanguine, an ancient god. As for the sanguine that humans have become, they are more inclined to worship the primordial moon. Under normal circumstances, the two can be equated, but at times, they don't overlap and are different. Humans that have become sanguine? Klein wasn't surprised that Emlyn White could say the name of a second epoch ancient god, Lilith. Instead, he was more concerned about the so-called human becoming a sanguine. Is this the vampire sequence that Mr. Aztec mentioned? He thought to himself. Emlyn said with a complicated expression, that's right. Yes, there are two types. One is transformed from the embrace given by the powerful blood breeds, and the other is transformed from consuming the corresponding potion. The latter is our most hated enemy. Why? Klein vaguely guessed the answer. Emlyn gritted his teeth and replied, the main ingredient of their potion is our blood essence. Indeed. Klein couldn't help but turn his head and size up Emlyn. Emlyn, who felt inexplicably nervous from his stare, snorted. You're already a beyonder. You can't switch pathways anymore. This is the first time I'm seeing a walking, no, living, no, speaking beyonder ingredient. However, in a sense, every human beyonder is also such an ingredient. Klein originally wanted to tease him, but he quickly felt a strong sense of sorrow. At this moment, Emlyn looked at Bishop Utravsky, who was carefully wiping the sacred emblem of life. He suppressed his voice and said, I found the two ingredients you wanted. What is it? Klein didn't hide his joy. Emlyn smoothly replied, the price for the 1,000-faced hunter's mutated pituitary gland and its blood is £2,000 for the former and £300 for 100 milliliters of the latter, totaling £2,300. 2,300. Klein blurted out. Can it be cheaper? After receiving his bail, he currently had a total of £2,185 in cash. To the middle class, this was already a rather ample amount of savings. Some might only be able to save up that much money in their entire lives, but Klein realized that it wasn't enough. No, if it wasn't for me, he would have wanted £2,800. According to the agreement, you have to pay me an additional £150, a total of £2,450, Emlyn said with a shake of his head. Looking at Klein's expression, he hurriedly added, in this era, dragons are rare. Apart from the sanguine with long lifespans, it's very difficult to find similar beyonder ingredients elsewhere. Even if there are, they'll be more expensive. I'm still short of £265. I've painstakingly saved up so much money, and I'm about to use it all up. Furthermore, it's still not enough. I hope Mr. the Hanging Man can sell the werewolf beyonder characteristic as soon as possible. There's still the human-skinned shadow characteristic and the deep-sea nogger's hair. It won't be much cheaper than this. I still can't determine the situation with Little Son, so I'll have to behave myself for a period of time. The payment he owes me is best paid by removing the mental corruption of a rampager from a mystical item. It's more discreet. Klein's thoughts instantly flashed as he felt the light outside the window dim significantly. He took a deep breath and said, all right. All right. But the deal will have to be delayed for some time. I recently offended a fellow who's being protected by official beyonders. You don't want that cellar to be locked in the cathedral's basement, right? And I still have to gather the remaining funds. Klein raised his head slightly and looked at the dome of the cathedral. Official beyonder? Emlyn White jumped in fright as he stood up abruptly and looked around. Klein glanced at him and said, don't worry about it. You're now a priest of the Church of Mother Earth. You have a legal identity, and Bishop Utravsky will protect you. I'm not. Emlyn's denial was abnormally weak. He sat down again and suddenly had a thought. Can those official beyonders solve the problem of psychological cues? Maybe. Klein nearly broke into laughter. But that way, there's a high chance that you'll become a believer of the Evernite goddess, the god of steam and machinery, or the lord of storms. Of course, you can also choose to become a member of the military's special department. They might send you abroad as a spy to seduce a noble lady. I only like dolls and pure and beautiful girls. Emlyn immediately emphasized. I can see that you're a little tempted, but only a little. Klein changed the subject. Do you know anyone from the Berrier family? In Beekland? Belial? That family of demon-worshipping lunatics? No, they are devils themselves. Emlyn blurted out in surprise. Why are you looking for them? Klein said helplessly, the person I offended was one of them, Patrick Jason Berrier, because of a serial murder case. Help me inquire about his recent whereabouts and acquaintances in your circle. If there's any accurate information, I'll pay you. This depends on the importance of the information. Of course, this can all be reimbursed by the Nighthawks, Machinery Hivemind, and the military. Klein thought in a relaxed manner. Emlyn nodded in thought. You actually dared to provoke a true demon. When you have accurate information about him, he will know that you will cause serious harm to him. It's fine. I have the protection of the official beyond us, Klein replied indifferently. Emlyn was momentarily speechless. After a few seconds, he said, All right, I'll give it a try. All right, I'll give it a try. The minimum reward for the information is £20. After settling this matter, Klein didn't stay any longer. He got up and walked towards the cathedral's door. His mind was filled with the problem of how he was going to raise the money. Miss Magician's new book has already been published. There should be a considerable amount of guaranteed royalties, and there will be subsequent royalties. Perhaps I can sell her the astrologer potion formula, but she hasn't even gathered the ingredients for the Trickmaster potion. Miss Justice has joined psychological alchemy, and I don't have the formula to sell it to her. Sell knowledge? The werewolf beyonder characteristic is only about £1,000 to £300, and it might even be lower. Could it be that a mystical item will be produced? Or I can think of a way to make Emlyn White a believer of the fool, and at the price of removing the psychological cue, I can receive offerings. Right, Jason Berrier is carrying a large amount of cash, jewelry, and precious metals. If I can find him, I might be able to get a share. Amidst his thoughts, Klein walked out of the cathedral and saw the dark sky and thin fog. He sighed softly. I'm short on money. Returning to Minsk Street, Klein walked into the bathroom with a thick stack of newspapers in hand, assuming the posture of someone who had been fighting for a long time. Chapter 425. 15. Minsk Street, in the washroom. Klein took out a paper figurine from a hidden pocket in his clothes and shook it, turning it into a stand-in. He made the stand-in sit on the toilet with a newspaper in hand to fool others while he hid in the shadows. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the grey fog. This series of actions was even more magical than magic. Inside the magnificent and ancient palace, Klein sat at the end of the long bronze table and conjured Jason Berrier's handkerchief in front of him. It was only a projection, but it could also be used for divination, provided that the handkerchief didn't leave his body in the real world. Back when he was divining the mutated sun sacred emblem in Tingen City, Klein had used a projection. Back then, he didn't know how to summon himself, so he was unable to bring an item with spirituality to the world above the grey fog. Of course, there was still a huge difference in the effects of using a projection and his actual body for divination. Therefore, whenever he could use his actual body, Klein would try his best to do so. However, he was now being protected by official Beyonders, so it wasn't convenient for him to hold a ritual. It would be troublesome if someone found out that he was lighting a candle while squatting on the toilet during the day. If I can really divine the whereabouts of the devil, Jason Berrier, but the revelation isn't clear enough, then I'll take the risk and summon myself to bring the handkerchief up. Klein mumbled as he conjured a piece of goatskin and a fountain pen and wrote the divination statement, Jason Berrier's current location. Normally speaking, it was impossible to divine the whereabouts of a target by relying on a handkerchief that had only been used in a particular ritual. This was because the connection wasn't strong enough, and there were too many disturbances. For example, it was easy to provoke the Abyssal Archduke that the ritual was directed at. However, to Klein, these disturbances could be eliminated. The so-called Abyssal Archduke was at most a high-sequence devil, and not the embodiment of the abyss, the dark side of the universe. And the targets of his mysterious space above the grey fog were the eternal blazing sun, the true creator, and other deities. Even the weakest was Mr. Dorr, who was at least at the angel level. Furthermore, he had yet to fail. As for the problem of the connection not being strong enough, Klein, who only received a certain amount of enhancements from the grey fog, was unable to resolve it. All he could do was give it a try and try his luck. Perhaps he would have the corresponding confidence after becoming a high-sequence saint in this domain. In theory, it's possible. After all, during a ritual, one's body, mind, and spirit are the most unified. It's also the easiest to communicate with the outside world. Klein, who could barely be considered a mysticism expert, muttered. He held the handkerchief and goatskin with the divination statement and leaned back in his chair. He quickly entered a meditative state and kept muttering Jason Berrier's current location. After repeating it 7 times, Klein fell into a deep sleep and arrived in the world of dreams. In the dusky world, countless scenes continuously flickered, disconnected from each other, extremely scattered. Soon, the image became clear and occupied Klein's vision, making him feel like he had entered a dream. In the dream, the light was dim, the desk was dark red, and a figure was standing in front of the oriel window, looking at the garden outside. There was a glass shed in the garden. Inside, roses bloomed, glistening in the December cold. The figure's appearance was projected on the window. It was a man of medium build, with slightly curly brown hair and cold brown eyes. He looked to be in his 30s. This. Wasn't I divining Jason Berrier's location? Who is this? It feels a little familiar. Klein was puzzled, but he didn't think too much about it. He allowed his spirituality to remain in a scattered state, as though he was wandering a mysterious world. Just as he was feeling puzzled, the man turned around and walked to a corner of the room. There were 2 large leather suitcases there. The man squatted down and opened one of the suitcases. Inside were neatly stacked stacks of cash and gold bars. The exposed banknotes were all in £10 denominations, and the gold bars emitted a charming luster. The man took out an item from a hidden pocket in the suitcase, shook it, and unfolded it. It was a slightly pale piece of human skin. It was a complete piece of human skin. The man quickly took off his clothes and put on the human skin. In just 10 seconds, he had transformed into Jason Berrier with high cheekbones, blue eyes, and neatly combed hair. At this point, the scene suddenly shattered, and Klein opened his eyes. It's no wonder Jason dared to take the risk. It turns out that he has been wearing this human skin for more than 10 years and has never revealed his true appearance. As expected of a calm and crazy devil. Klein couldn't help but sigh. Jason had left his portrait in the house, but it didn't arouse any suspicion from Isengard and company. This was because the surrounding residents had seen him and knew what he looked like. Even without a portrait, with the abilities of the official organizations beyond us, it was enough to recreate one, and the effect might even be more similar to a photograph than a photograph. Therefore, there was no need for Jason to have no motivation to destroy something like that. This was very understandable. Who knew that he had left a lure in this most ordinary place? If he were to search according to the portrait, even if the Nighthawks had sealed artifact 1 to 42, it wouldn't be that easy to lock onto the target. Furthermore, he had used his own abilities to conceal his face during his 2 operations. Who would have thought that the tightly hidden and protected face was fake? Klein sensed a hint of cunning from Jason. He rubbed his temples and began to recall the scene he had seen in the dream divination. A house with a glass greenhouse. This characteristic is rather obvious. There aren't many similar buildings in Beekland. But the problem is, how should I report it? The moment I mentioned this to the machinery hive mind, Jason must have already sensed the danger and started to disguise himself. Should I directly look for the Nighthawks with sealed artifact 1 to 42? What if I encounter someone I know? I don't want to turn into ashes and be scattered into the Tussock River. Besides, I can't rush to report it. I just started my operation, so it's impossible for me to get feedback from the information channels so quickly. That guy really has a lot of cash and jewelry. A whole box of cash. The total value might exceed £50,000. Klein's thoughts raced, and it took him a while to calm down. He decided to wait 2 days before using the appropriate method to inform the Nighthawks in charge of the revelation he had received. After the divination came to an end, he returned to the real world, removed his substitute, and squatted on the toilet. In the afternoon, Klein, who was about to leave, casually threw a coin. This time, the revelation he received was that it wasn't a good time to go out. "Will it be dangerous if I go out?" Without hesitation, Klein sat back down in the living room. After about 20 minutes, he heard the doorbell ring. He realized that it was Eichinger Stanton who had come to visit him. "Mr. Stanton, did you find anything?" Klein asked in delight. Eichinger pointed to the back of the hall. "Let's talk inside." "All right." Klein made way. After sitting on 2 sofas that faced each other, Eichinger held his deerstalker hat and took a deep breath. "That desire apostle has appeared again." Seeing Klein maintain his silence, he nodded in satisfaction and continued, "The family members of 2 detectives didn't want to be protected. The families of 2 detectives didn't want to be protected. They felt that they wouldn't be implicated, so they stayed outside. During lunch today, they were found dead in their respective offices. One of them was too terrified and scared himself to death, while the other was too excited and used up the last of his energy. They were too stubborn, as expected of the tyrant's believers. But this way, the mandated punishers have officially intervened. It's said that the high-sequence beyonders of the churches and the military have cast their eyes over, placing the matter of the desire apostle at the top of their list. You wish for me not to divulge your identity as a believer of the God of knowledge and wisdom?" Klein asked in enlightenment. "It's indeed easy to talk among detectives." Eichinger smiled and nodded. "No problem." Klein first made a promise, then said, "I have some information channels that can't be exposed. If I receive valuable information from them in the future, I hope you can help me pass it to the Nighthawks and keep it a secret." As for why he was looking for the Nighthawks and not the machinery hive mind, he believed that he didn't need to explain it too clearly. With Detective Stanton's intelligence, he could figure it out even if he used his toes. Eichinger first agreed to Klein's request, then he asked in puzzlement, "Telling me is equivalent to letting Jason know ahead of time. Telling me is equivalent to letting Jason know ahead of time. I hope I can find a good way to avoid it. Please also help me think of other possibilities. That ring of yours should be able to simulate quite a number of beyonder powers," Klein replied frankly. "All right." Eichinger didn't say anything else. He pondered for a few seconds, took out his pipe, and took a whiff. "The Desire Apostle's actions today have confirmed one of my guesses. Heh, it's also the problem you thought of before. His main goal isn't revenge." Klein understood what he was saying. Eichinger leaned forward and said solemnly, "Since Jason has already passed the cold-blooded stage, it means that he has definitely become cold-blooded. It's impossible for him to do this for that devil-hound. Sherlock, look. Up to now, all the official Beyonder factions in Beekland have been mobilized. Even the high-sequence Beyonders have shifted their attention to this matter. At this time, if Jason wants to deal with the other real target, wouldn't it be much easier?" Klein pondered for a moment before replying in a deep voice, "That makes sense." After chatting for a while, Eichinger continued looking for Kaslana. Klein tossed a coin and headed for the Quelaag Club as planned. For the time being, they didn't reveal their guesses to the official Beyonders, afraid that it would harm Jason and cause him to give up on the operation. As soon as he entered the Quelaag Club, Klein met Surgeon Allen in the lobby. "Long time no see," he greeted with a smile. "I've been too busy recently." Allen replied in a friendly manner, but he maintained his cold expression out of habit. "Besides, my wife has recently gotten pregnant. I'm going to be a father again." "Congratulations. When did it happen?" Klein asked casually. Allen thought for a moment and said, "It was recently confirmed." "It was confirmed recently. It should have been more than a month." Chapter 426. "Yes, more than a month ago." Allen nudged his gold-rimmed glasses and gave an affirmative answer. "More than a month ago? Wasn't that when you were plagued by nightmares related to Will or Septin?" Klein was surprised and puzzled, but he didn't let his emotions show on his face. In an instant, he thought of the 2 divinations he had done. Will or Septin was in a dark room, and there was the sound of flowing water outside. Could that be a sign of amniotic fluid or blood? Klein's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly came to a realization. When he looked at Dr. Allen again, The look in his eyes was rather complicated. He suspected that the child his wife was pregnant with was Will or Septin, a snake of Mercury. In mysticism symbols, the snake of Mercury's head and tail are connected, and it devours its own tail, implying the cycle of fate. In order to avoid enemies, Will or Septin took the initiative to secretly start a new cycle in advance. Klein made a guess based on the knowledge he currently had. Dr. Allen didn't notice the abnormality he was trying his best to hide as he said with a smile, "He'll definitely be an adorable fellow. He'll be a cute guy. When he's born, I'll hold a banquet to celebrate his arrival. Sherlock, don't reject my invitation." "Perhaps it's her," Klein replied with a smile. Frankly speaking, he was a little curious. He wanted to see what kind of state the newborn snake of Mercury would be in. However, he was also a little afraid and worried. After all, the snake of Mercury was a sequence one of the monster pathway of fate, and it was involved in the fight for the position of a deity. No one could be sure that the future would be smooth sailing, stable, and blissful. To Dr. Allen, "I'm not sure if it's fortunate or unfortunate. Whether Will or Septin is kind or not is one thing, and whether the other snake of Mercury will discover it is another thing. And Will or Septin hasn't done anything at the moment. Informing the Nighthawks seems a little cruel. I've always been able to understand unaffiliated beyond us. Quietly watching the development from the sidelines without getting involved or making use of it is the best choice. Maybe I've misinterpreted it and thought too much. Maybe Will or Septin isn't a snake of Mercury at all. Maybe Dr. Allen's wife's child is normal." Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. "Ha! That's even better," Allen said expectantly. Klein pondered for a moment before asking another question. "Do you still have nightmares recently?" "Occasionally, but they're all normal nightmares. There's no more Will or Septin." "Sherlock, thank you for your guidance," Allen said sincerely. No, that's not normal. As a keyboard warrior, my limited psychological knowledge tells me that it's normal for me to occasionally dream of Will or Septin. This is a standard reaction after being stimulated. Since the other party caused me so much trouble and left such a deep impression on me, it will definitely be reflected in my dreams. Therefore, the correct change is that I will occasionally dream of Will or Septin, but the dream will no longer be very clear. I might even forget the details when I wake up, only knowing that it happened." Klein became more certain. Just then, he heard a whoosh. He subconsciously looked out of the hall, only to see that the darkness in the air had been blown away by the strong wind, and the faint yellow fog had been swept away. The leafless branches swayed, and the strong wind dragged out a clear trace, heading straight towards the southeast. A few seconds later, everything returned to normal. It was as calm as before. It's rare to see such strong winds in Beekland during winter. At least, I don't have any impression of it. Allen also looked out the window and sighed. This isn't a normal wind. What happened? Klein suppressed his puzzlement and found an excuse to go to the bathroom to do an ordinary divination, but he didn't receive any effective revelations. He temporarily put the matter to the back of his mind and prepared to go to the underground shooting range to practice his marksmanship. But at this moment, an attendant in a red vest passed through the hall that was as warm as spring and came to his side. He said respectfully, "Mr. Moriarty, your friend is looking for you." "Who?" Klein asked in surprise. "Mr. Ikanza Bernard," the red-vested attendant replied. "That deacon who is often haircut. Why is he suddenly looking for me? Did he discover something new?" Klein immediately walked to the club's reception hall. Ikanza pressed down on his hat that was propped up by his fluffy hair, came over, and lowered his voice. "The mandated punishers have found Patrick Jason Berrier. How did they find him?" Klein asked, half surprised and half curious. According to the revelation he had obtained from his divination, Jason Berrier had always been wearing a human skin. His true appearance and aura weren't what they had been determined to be, so it was almost impossible to find him so easily. Ikanza looked around and said, "I'm not sure. I don't know. I just received the news." He pointed to a white bird perched on a tree outside the door. The bird was leisurely cleaning its feathers with its beak. Without waiting for Klein to ask again, Ikanza roughly described what had happened. The mandated punishers found clues and confirmed Jason's whereabouts, but this devil sensed danger ahead of time. Before the encirclement closed, he killed 2 mandated punishers and escaped. This made the upper echelons of the Church of the Storm very angry. Spellsinger of God, Ace Snake, personally gave chase. You should have seen the strong wind just now. It was caused by him. He's the Archbishop of the Church of the Storm Diocese of Beekland, and also one of the cardinals of the Church of the Storm. It sounds normal, but it feels strange. According to Mr. Eichinger and my guesses, this can also be understood as Jason, the Desire Apostle, luring away a high-sequence beyonder. Klein deliberated and asked, "Are you sure that the person who was discovered was Jason Berrier?" Ikanza's expression turned solemn as he replied in a rather strange tone. "I'll give it a try." He gestured for Klein to follow him out and onto a spacious carriage parked by the street. There were 2 machinery hivemind members inside. Ikanza took a deep breath and took out the ancient silver mirror with strange patterns from a special pocket inside his clothes. After doing the prelude, he said with a dark expression, "Honorable Rhodes, my question is, where is Patrick Jason Berrier's current location?" The light around him suddenly distorted, like a lamp after the rain. A scene quickly appeared in the silver mirror. It was an inland river boat with its sails raised. Jason Berrier, with high cheekbones, blue eyes, and neatly combed hair, pressed down on his cap, pulled up his coat collar, and hurriedly entered the cabin in a secretive manner. He really wants to escape from Beekland. Spellsinger of God seems to be rushing to the dock area. A female machinery hivemind member said in enlightenment. Isn't this too easy to expose? Klein was filled with puzzlement. Ikanza didn't care about this. All his attention was focused on the surface of the silver mirror. This time, he only had the option of answering the question. A mistake or a lie would result in a terrifying punishment. Soon, blood-red words appeared on the surface of the mirror. If the man you like is covered in warts, or has his skin peeled off, leaving only flesh and blood, or has become a monster, but can communicate, would you still like him? What a shameful question. Wait, a man? Klein almost turned his head to look at Ikanza. Ikanza slowly exhaled and said, "Yes, but I'll kill him with my own hands." Very honest. A new combination of words appeared on the surface of the silver mirror. This question and answer game is practically a public execution. Klein wanted to cover his face with his hand. He looked at the other 2 machinery hivemind members. There was nothing abnormal, or rather, they pretended not to have any abnormal expressions. He hesitated and said, "I keep feeling that it's too easy. Maybe that's not the real Jason Berrier." But Jason Berrier is pointing at him. Ikanza planned on losing the silver mirror. Klein thought for a few seconds and organized his words. "No, what I really mean is that we have to abandon some of our inherent judgments. What we're looking for is the Desire Apostle, not Jason Berrier. The 2 aren't necessarily the same. This is something I have to bring up as a detective." On King's Avenue, a luxurious carriage left the Parliament of the Kingdom. The carriage was carpeted and had furniture such as reclining beds, sofas, and tables. It was like a mobile room. Dressed in a dark blue admiral's uniform, the current Duke of Negan, Lord Pallers, was holding a glass made of crystal and drinking the blood-like Ormir wine. As he tasted the wine, he thought and said, "Invite Earl of Hall to be a guest tomorrow. Invite Earl of Hall to be a guest tomorrow. I want to talk to him about increasing the wages of factory workers, improving their working hours, and amending the poor law. These are all bills that he's been pushing hard for recently, so he should be very interested. Why is the Church of Evernight suddenly concerned about such matters? When inviting him, you can first reveal to Earl of Hall what I wish to discuss. Property restrictions for elections are a must, and they can't be lowered. Otherwise, those fellows who drive large numbers of workers will definitely occupy more seats. Also, suppress the recent attacks on invalid constituencies." The secretary beside him quickly recorded Duke of Negan's instructions. After saying that, Duke of Negan sighed and said, "I'm doing this for the status of nobles. However, there are more and more useless fellows among us. There are even quite a number of people who owe money to the rich." At this moment, the carriage didn't turn towards Empress Borough, but went straight ahead. As the nobleman with the most land besides the king, Duke of Negan had many mistresses. However, in the relatively conservative Kingdom of Ruin, this was a place where political enemies could easily attack. Therefore, even as a duke, he had to be sneaky when he visited his mistresses. However, this seemed to give him more pleasure. Today, he was going to the mistress he doted on the most for the past 2 to 3 years, a young lady who had just turned 20. Taking out a bottle of medicine made from the powder of a mummy and drinking it, Duke of Negan couldn't help but touch the accessory hanging around his neck. It was a dark blue thumb-sized conch. It was a mystical item that the Church of the Storm had specially provided after the Zilling's assassination. As long as Duke of Negan blew it, Spellsinger of God, a snake, in the Holy Wind Cathedral would hear the commotion and lock onto his location. To protect himself, Duke of Negan even changed the residences of his mistresses to Sherwood Borough, not far from the Holy Wind Cathedral. Chapter 427. In the carriage outside the Quelaag Club. The Desire Apostle isn't necessarily equal to Patrick Jason Berrier. Do you think we might have been misled? After hearing Klein's words, Ikanza didn't scoff, disdain, or belittle him. Instead, he seriously discussed the problem with him. Not a bad deacon. But it might also be because he often uses the magic mirror called a Rhodes. No matter how bad or sharp his temper is, it will be smoothed out. Klein praised inwardly and nodded sincerely. This is my personal opinion, out of caution. It's very simple to verify it. Ask the magic mirror for the location of the Desire Apostle, not Patrick Jason Berrier. Ikanza pressed down his hat and said, "That makes sense. That makes sense." His expression turned solemn again as he looked at the magic mirror in his hand. "Deacon Ikanza, if you get any clues here, the devil will definitely be able to detect it," Klein reminded him. "That's true." Ikanza turned his head to the 2 team members and said, "Continue to protect Mr. Moriarty in secret. Even if the Desire Apostle were to attack, the 3 of you will be able to hold him off for a long time. Furthermore, there are military personnel nearby." "Yes, Deacon," the 2 Machinery Hivemind members answered without hesitation. Ikanza immediately left and rushed to where the Nighthawks were, which was where Ikinger Stanton was. The Spellsinger of God has been lured away, and the sealed artifact of the Church of the Goddess has already been dispatched. If the Desire Apostle really does take action, it will definitely be this afternoon. I hope I can make it in time. I hope that the magic mirror can give the correct answer. But if that's the case, I won't have a chance to get involved. I won't be able to see the devil that's endangering everyone die with my own eyes. I won't be able to come into contact with his suitcase filled with cash, gold bars, gold coins, and jewelry. Klein sighed as he looked at Ikanza's back in disappointment. But he quickly regained his mood. "That's good too. At least I don't have to take the risk, and I can safely resolve this crisis. Furthermore, the Machinery Hivemind will definitely not mistreat me. If it really succeeds, my views and suggestions will definitely be placed in a very important position. Furthermore, I'm a believer of the God of steam and machinery. According to the style of the major churches, they'll probably give me a portion of the harvest. With the premise of £50,000, it won't be too little." Thinking of this, Klein couldn't help but feel a little regretful. However, he would not take the risk and get involved. The magicians never performed unprepared. It's still too tight and rushed. It didn't give me any time to plan. Klein nodded at the 2 Machinery Hivemind members, got out of the carriage, and returned to the Quelaag Club. Just in case, he got an attendant to reserve a lounge for him. Hillstun Borough, Ikinger Stanton's living room. Leonard Mitchell combed his slightly unruly black hair and followed Captain Sostel's instructions. With the help of the other Nighthawks, he struggled to put on the silver full-body armor that was stained with blood. He pulled down his visor, hiding his green eyes in the deep darkness. Then, he stretched out his left hand, which was wearing a silver metal glove, and took the magic mirror from Ikanza. Within the Church of Steam and Machinery, this silver mirror's codename was 2 to 111. "It's only a Grade 2 sealed artifact?" Sostel asked in surprise. Ikanza nodded. "Yes, it's not very dangerous." At the end of his sentence, his tone suddenly sounded like he was gnashing his teeth. In other words, It has reached the standard of a Grade 1 sealed artifact in all other aspects. Sostal asked thoughtfully. Ikanza glanced at him warily. Only in certain aspects. He refused to reveal any more information. At this moment, Leonard gently stroked the surface of the silver mirror with his right hand, and the living room suddenly fell silent. After repeating it 3 times, he said in a deep voice, "Honorable Rhodes, my question is, where is the Desire Apostle who attacked Ikinga Stanton?" The entire house suddenly darkened, as if a dark cloud had just floated past. Aqueous light flowed on the surface of the silver mirror, quickly condensing into a slightly blurry image. It was a luxurious villa with a large garden in front of the window. In the middle of the garden, there was a glass greenhouse. Bright red roses were blooming inside. Above the glass greenhouse, one could still see the pale sun behind the mist. "It's in Beekland." Ikinga Stanton immediately calculated the location of the scene based on the angle of view and the position of the sun in the sky. "This is completely different from when I asked for Jason Berrier's location. We were misled," Ikanza said in a deep voice. Soul Assurer Sostal exhaled. "How cunning. Then who is Jason Berrier, who's being pursued by the Spellsinger of God?" "Sigh, there's no time to discuss it. Let's first circle the general area from the information in the image and immediately take action. I suspect that the Desire Apostle will cause something big next." At this moment, the silver mirror named Rhodes had already dispersed the image and words appeared. It required Leonard Mitchell to answer a question. If he lied or was unwilling to answer, he would be severely punished. Leonard felt an inexplicable sense of nervousness. He put away his usual frivolous demeanor and quietly waited for the question. A few seconds later, he saw the blood-like words change as they took shape one after another. "Is there a host on you?" Halfway through the question, Leonard's pupils rapidly constricted. His back tensed up, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If it wasn't for the blood-stained silver armor concealing him, others would have already discovered his abnormality. At this moment, his left palm trembled for some baffling reason. The silver magic mirror suddenly trembled slightly, and the bright red words were strangely stained with a hint of green. If one wasn't staring at the mirror and paying full attention, it would be difficult for others to notice the extremely minute change in color. The words continued to squirm, changing the previous question. "Is there a mark on your body that you can't tell others about?" "Yes, that mark exists in my memories," Leonard replied calmly, but his body inside the blood-stained silver armor felt exhausted, as though he had suddenly relaxed after being highly tensed up. "This mirror is too dangerous. It actually sensed it directly. Thankfully, after so long, old man has recovered a little," he thought with dry lips. Sostal took out his pocket watch, opened it, and said to Leonard inside the blood-stained silver armor, "There's still time. You'll be in charge of the next operation." "Yes, Captain Sostal." Leonard secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Dock area, Beekland Dock. Patrick Jason Berrier entered the cabin he had booked. He looked out the window and observed the sky that was filled with a thin layer of fog, silently counting the time. After a while, he quickly took off his hat and clothes. Then, with a tug, he tore off the layer of human skin on the surface. Under the human skin was a beautiful woman in her early 30s with deep eyes. She wasn't the brown-haired, brown-eyed man that Klein had seen in the dream divination. The woman took out her clothes and methodically put them on, quickly becoming a charming and seductive beauty. Finally, she found a fist-sized stone figurine from the bottom of her suitcase. She wrapped it tightly with the layer of human skin that had been removed and tied a dead knot. After doing all of this, the riverboat had already traveled some distance. She opened the window and threw Patrick Jason's human skin, along with the stone figurine, into the river. Plop! The human skin that was tied to the heavy object sank rapidly. The woman clapped her hands, closed the window, carried her suitcase, and changed to a cabin that had been prepared. Then, she sat by the window of the new cabin and propped her elbows on the table. She rested her face on her hands and looked out leisurely. After an unknown period of time, she saw a strong wind blowing in midair, blowing away the thin fog. The corners of her mouth curled up into a radiant smile. Sherwood Borough, in a luxurious villa not far from the Holy Wind Cathedral. Pallas Negan, with a bloated waist and greyish-blue eyes, bear hugged his mistress, a beautiful girl with a hint of innocence on her face. There were two people beside him. One was a middle-aged man in a black tuxedo. He had brown hair and blue eyes, and he was expressionless. He was a Beyonder guard provided by the Church of the Storm, a Sequence 6 wind-blessed. The other was Duke of Negan's secretary. He was a thin, handsome, blonde young man. He looked refined, calm, and reserved. His greatest flaw was that his hairline had receded beyond his age. As for the other guards, or rather, security personnel, they were scattered outside the house. On the second floor, the wind-blessed rushed in before Duke of Negan could enter the bedroom and did a quick check. As for Duke of Negan's secretary, he was in charge of searching the surrounding rooms. After confirming that there were no problems, they nodded at Duke of Negan, indicating that he could continue. "My emotions have almost calmed down," Duke of Negan said half-jokingly. His mistress replied happily, "That way, we can have a good chat. Then we can have a good talk. I'd like to hear you tell me about your adventures at sea. I hope you'll have that spirit in the end." Duke of Negan hugged his mistress into the bedroom and closed the door with his heel. His secretary and the wind-blessed entered the rooms on both sides, not relaxing in the slightest. In the attic of the house, a man in a dark-colored coat sat on an old chair with his eyes half-closed. It was unknown what he was sensing, but from time to time, he would smile and shake his head. His brown hair was slightly curled, and his brown eyes were cold. He was none other than the one Klein had seen in the dream divination, and one of the suitcases by his feet was missing. How brave. Such a strong desire. This doesn't match my judgment of him. It looks like he consumed the corresponding medicine. He's really too cooperative. Heh, how could they have imagined that Patrick Jason Berrier was two different people? The man looked up slightly as though he was intoxicated. Almost there. This is the moment. Chapter 428. The glass greenhouse outside the window reflected the pale sun's light. The bright and glistening roses were eye-catching even in the thin fog. In the bedroom, Duke of Negan seemed to have regained the feeling of following his father and elders when he was young, riding a horse across the vast land, driving hounds, and chasing wild beasts. Finally, he reached the peak, and his surroundings seemed to become abnormally quiet. Right at this moment, his mind suddenly buzzed. He felt that kind of pleasure and comfort suddenly exploding continuously. There was no limit and no end to it, exploding again and again. Duke of Negan's waist trembled as his vision turned blank. His mind lost all its thoughts. His heart began to beat violently, unable to bear the burden. It was like a steam boiler that had exceeded its limits by an unknown amount. It would explode at any moment, and hot steam would spear out at any moment. If it were an ordinary person or a Beyonder with a weak physique, they would definitely have suffered a myocardial infarction, bleeding to the brain, and die on the spot. However, Duke of Negan ultimately survived. However, his eyes were glazed, and saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth. He collapsed weakly towards his mistress who was lying flat on the ground. The wind-blessed and the Duke's secretary, who were on guard in the two rooms, simultaneously sensed the abnormality and mystery of the spirituality. The former's body was suddenly enveloped by a violent gust of wind, sweeping him towards the wall. With a loud thud, he tore open a huge hole and entered the bedroom. The secretary went straight for the source of the mystery, the attic of the house. Along the way, he didn't dodge, but the decorative vases and other objects in the corridor seemed to have a life of their own as they cleverly avoided him. And when he ran up the stairs to the attic, the wooden floor seemed to move upwards, as though it was helping him. In just 3 to 4 seconds, this refined and handsome blonde young man had already entered the attic and saw a figure sitting on an old chair. The figure was covered in a sticky black liquid, like the gathering of all the ugly desires and intense emotions deep in a human's heart. It was greed that was willing to sell the rope that could hang oneself, hunger that didn't want to let go of its own kind, and unrestrained lust. This was a devil that walked on the ground. The thin secretary's expression didn't change, nor did he directly attack. Instead, he looked at the other party, reached out his hand, and politely closed the door. Bang! The wooden door of the attic was closed. The entire room suddenly felt as if it had been completely sealed off. It was as if they couldn't leave this place without expending a lot of effort to break it. At this moment, the concept of closing the door and sealing the room seemed to have been changed to sealing this place and isolating the inside from the outside. The Desire Apostle moved. His body swelled and grew a pair of huge bat wings that emitted light blue tongues of flame. One after another, fireballs emitting a strong smell of sulfur took shape and bombarded the blonde secretary of the Duke of Negan. The secretary stretched out his left hand, which was wearing a white glove. He clenched his fist and turned his wrist. Rumble. 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 The fireballs no longer followed the principles of a straight line or parabola. They suddenly scattered in all directions, as chaotic as the irregular movement of tiny particles that a botanist had proposed. Some of them hit the wall, some hit the ceiling, some landed beside the frail secretary, and some retreated, nearly injuring the Desire Apostle himself. The entire attic was in a mess. There were smashed and charred marks everywhere. Even the house shook twice. However, the mysterious power that sealed this place, or rather, the laws that had been tampered with, had yet to be destroyed. The surrounding walls, old wooden doors, and dusty roofs were only tottering, but they didn't collapse. The Desire Apostle didn't feel depressed because of the failure of his previous attempt, nor did he panic because the other party's emotions were calm and his desires were restrained. He couldn't control or catalyze them. His coffee-colored eyes suddenly had a fiery redness that resembled magma, condensing into the blonde secretary's appearance. He spat out a word in the devil language that was filled with filth and stench. Die. Almost at the same time, the gold-rimmed glasses secretary's pupils constricted. He spread out his left fist and aimed his palm at the Desire Apostle. Suddenly, his figure split into two. One was the refined, thin figure of him, and the other was a shadow covered in the black liquid of desire. The two quickly alternated, overlapping at times. Die. The language of foulness reverberated in the attic. The secretary grunted and took 2 steps back. The split figure dissipated, and large patches of red rust immediately appeared on the surface of his body and his face. It was as if he had turned into an Iron Man that had been left in a damp place for many years. Cough. Cough. He coughed violently and spat out clumps of blood that had congealed and was covered in rust. The marks on the surface of his body slowly shook off. Cough. 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 The Desire Apostle was also coughing, and he also coughed out blood that had congealed into rusty stains. The sticky black liquid that covered his entire body became much thinner. Half of the effects of his language of foulness seemed to have been transferred to him by the Duke of Negan's secretary. Inside the bedroom, the Wind-Blessed helped the Duke of Negan up and kicked the beautiful mistress to the other side, in case she was an accomplice of the attacker. The reason why he didn't help the secretary was because he knew very well that he only had one duty, to protect the Duke of Negan, and in such a situation, he had to be wary of more than one enemy. At this moment, the Duke of Negan eased up a little, but despite his considerable strength, his limbs still went limp. His body was empty, and his mind was dispirited. He was unable to use his Beyonder powers at all. He gestured for the Wind-Blessed to take off the conch necklace around his neck and bring the item to his mouth. The Duke of Negan took a deep breath and blew into the small conch that was covered in strange patterns. Hualala. The low sound of the tide spread out as it surged towards the Holy Wind Cathedral. With his grace's speed, he'll be here soon. The Wind-Blessed consoled him before carrying the Duke of Negan on his back, approaching the window and jumping down. He wanted to meet up with the Duke's guards outside. There were 2 or 3 low-sequence Beyonders inside. The Duke of Negan panted and said, "Capture. We must capture him alive, or a spirit body. I want to know who it is. Last time, it was Pirate Admiral Zillings who came to assassinate him, and this time, it was an unfamiliar Sequence 5 Beyonder." The Duke of Negan knew that he hadn't developed such a feud with anyone recently, so he was especially angry and resentful. He wanted to find the mastermind and use all his resources to tear him apart. And the premise of all of this was to find clues from the assassin. 7 or 8 seconds later, most of the Duke's guards surged over, surrounding Pallas Negan and the Wind-Blessed in the middle in front of the garden. "Wait here and be on guard against the enemy," the Wind-Blessed ordered. According to normal procedures, He should have escorted the Duke away from the scene of the assassination as soon as possible and rushed to the Holy Wind Cathedral, a safe place. However, he wasn't sure if there were any other enemies, and he was afraid of being ambushed along the way. And most importantly, he was worried that he would miss Spellsinger of God Ace Snake, which would put him in an even more dangerous situation. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time continued to pass as the house trembled from time to time. The battle inside seemed to have reached its climax. "Why isn't the Archbishop here yet?" the panting Duke of Negan asked in a slightly panicked tone. With the other party's flying speed, he should have arrived soon. However, the thin fog in the direction of the Holy Wind Cathedral showed no signs of being blown away. The Wind-Blessed was on high alert as he hesitantly said, perhaps the Archbishop, the Archbishop." In the end, he didn't mention the possibility that the Archbishop wasn't in the Holy Wind Cathedral. At that moment, the beautiful mistress of the Duke of Negan walked to the window of the bedroom on the second floor. Her eyes were lost as she revealed a sad but beautiful smile. Immediately after, she leaped down and deliberately hit her head on the cement floor. Bang! After a teeth-numbing sound, a large crack appeared on that beautiful head, and blood flowed out. She tumbled helplessly a few times, and finally, her face was facing upwards. Her eyes had completely lost their focus, and her frozen expression was filled with madness and fear. Seeing this scene, many of the members of the Duke's guards couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Even the Duke of Negan himself, under the premise that Archbishop Snake had yet to arrive, felt like he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. "Go! Get out of here," he shouted instinctively in his weakened state. The Wind-Blessed was rejoicing that he hadn't been soft-hearted and kicked the mistress away first. Otherwise, the Duke might have been killed on the spot. At that moment, when he heard the order filled with fear, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Inside the attic, the Desire Apostle, who was in the midst of a fierce battle, suddenly liquefied, turning into many black shadows that scurried all over the ground. After avoiding the blonde secretary's attack, he reformed in another direction. Then, he looked at his enemy, raised his right arm, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "No." The blonde secretary's eyes turned red. In an instant, the Desire Apostle clenched his fists. Outside the luxurious house, the Duke of Negan's horrified emotions suddenly exploded, shooting straight into his brain, drilling into his blood vessels and covering his nerves. He heard the sound of something shattering, and he felt a warm sensation at the back of his head. At the same time, several members of the Duke's guard panicked, raising the special revolvers or rifles in their hands and firing wildly at the center. Bang! 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 The Wind-Blessed was the first to grab the Duke of Negan and roll to the ground. Invisible winds as sharp as knives appeared out of thin air and slit the throats of the guards. Plop! Plop! The guards clutched their throats and slowly fell to the ground amidst the blood that seeped out. As for the Duke of Negan, his body twitched a few times before he stopped moving. He had been robbed of his life by his own fear. If he wasn't a Sequence 6 Beyonder, his fear would have even dismembered him. Of course, if he hadn't become extremely weak, he wouldn't have such intense emotions. Even if he had, he wouldn't have died as a result. But there were no IFS in this world. The leader of the Conservative Party, the nobleman with the most land besides the king, the elder brother of the current Prime Minister, a Sequence 6 Beyonder, and a genuine big shot, Pallas Duke of Negan, had died just like that. The roses in the nearby glass greenhouse were still blooming. In the attic, the blonde secretary clearly sensed something, and he could no longer control his emotions. Thus, his mind turned blank as he anxiously ran out and opened the door to the sealed room. 2 seconds later, he reacted and turned around again, but the figure covered in black liquid and the suitcase in the corner were gone. The Desire Apostle quickly left the villa and evacuated the scene according to the predetermined route. Chapter 429. The Desire Apostle, who had once donned Patrick Jason's human skin, immediately stopped and looked around in bewilderment. Only now did he vaguely sense the impending danger. He was at the edge of a garden, where the vegetation had withered due to the cold winter, revealing the dark brown soil. There weren't many pedestrians on the street on the right side of the street on a weekday afternoon. At this moment, there were only a few people passing by, not noticing anything unusual. The Desire Apostle's eyes suddenly shone with a hint of silver, and a full-body armor walked over from the other end of the garden. Its left shoulder was slanted downwards, stained with coagulated blood, exuding a bewitching beauty. It itself seemed to be very heavy, and every step it took caused the ground to tremble slightly. As soon as he saw the blood-stained silver armor, the Desire Apostle felt suffocated, as if he had encountered his most terrifying natural enemy. How did they come so quickly? How did they see through my tricks so quickly? The Desire Apostle regained his calm and cold-bloodedness. He focused all his attention on sensing the emotions and desires of the Beyonder in the blood-stained silver armor. However, to his despair, the silver armor completely blocked his Beyonder powers. It was as if he had touched a rock, a cold armor that had no wearer. The Desire Apostle had no choice but to raise his right hand and spread out his huge bat wings, quickly condensing them with some blue flames. At this moment, a silver light flashed between his right hand's thumb and forefinger, and his thumb fell to the ground with a neat cut. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the silver light flashed, the remaining 9 fingers of the Desire Apostle were cut off at the same time, and the suitcase he was carrying also fell to the ground with a thud. The Desire Apostle's pupils immediately constricted to the size of needles, and he immediately flapped the pair of huge bat wings on his back, quickly fleeing in another direction. The shadow at the bottom of his feet unknowingly shrunk and hid in a single spot. The Desire Apostle had just taken 2 steps when countless silver beams suddenly burst out from his body like blooming fireworks. The viscous black liquid that covered the surface of his body fell to the ground like raindrops, and the cuts on his forearm, arm, shoulder, ribs, neck, and other parts smoothly dispersed. Pa, pa, pa. The Desire Apostle's pale, blood-stained intestines, as well as his squirming stomach and contracting heart, all fell to the ground. The place where he stood had the densest scarlet blood. The more it spread out, the more it looked like it was sputtering, forming a beautiful flower of death. A sequence 5 Beyonder, a Desire Apostle who had just completed an impossible assassination, had been dismembered without being able to put up any resistance. This was a Grade 1 sealed artifact. This was sealed artifact 1-42, which had once caused the deaths of more than 100,000 people. Leonard Mitchell, who was wearing that terrifying armor, took 2 steps forward with difficulty. He sized up the corpses on the ground and raised his voice. "He's not completely dead yet." He paused for a moment, then added another sentence. "Different devils have different characteristics. This Desire Apostle's is shadow form. He just abandoned his body, leaving only his shadow." As Soul Assurer Sostal instructed a number of Nighthawks and Machinery Hivemind members to not let ordinary people approach, he observed the scene and listened to Leonard's words. He took out his pocket watch, opened it, and asked with a solemn expression, "What's going on?" "Only 10 minutes, is that enough?" "Don't force yourself." "No problem." 1-42 has already locked onto him. "I can feel its excitement," Leonard said without hesitation. Sostal spread his red-gloved fingers and said to the other Nighthawks, "Bring hot water with you and follow Leonard closely. Bring hot water and follow Leonard closely. If there's a problem, change it immediately and dig a bathtub on the spot. Also, leave a mark. The other team members and I will quickly follow." Tap, tap, tap. The blood-stained silver armor began to run in pursuit. It looked heavy, but it was unbelievably fast. Sostal watched the red gloves leave and turned to look at Ikanza. "Deacon Bernard, lead the remaining Machinery Hivemind members to that house and guard the Duke's guards and the others who are still alive at the scene." "Guard?" Ikanza subconsciously asked. Sostal nodded solemnly. How could the Desire Apostle be sure that the Duke would go to that house today, to the point of being precise enough to lure the Spellsinger of God away in advance? Ikanza was instantly enlightened. "Are you saying that a member of the Duke's guards or someone the Duke trusts is an accomplice of the Desire Apostle? Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to grasp the timing so well. The so-called operation would have no chance of success. I can only say that this is the most likely reason. We can't rule out the possibility of a prophet hiding behind the Desire Apostle." Sostal didn't say anything else. He led the second batch of Nighthawks and followed the mark to reinforce his teammates in front. With a sullen expression, Ikanza led the remaining machinery hivemind members back to the residence of the Duke of Negan's mistress. He looked up at the pale sun behind the thin fog and knew that the entire situation in Beekland, and even the entire kingdom of ruin, and the entire world, would change because of what happened today. In the dark source, a shadow was clinging to the bottom of the stone wall, quickly moving in a certain direction. He wanted to use the blood-stained armor's height and weight to shake it off, making it inconvenient for him to move in certain narrow areas of the source. And every time the shadow moved a certain distance, it would stop and freeze there. His pitch-black surface continued to swell and solidify, as if he was about to grow new flesh and blood, but due to the lack of materials, it was impossible for him to succeed. The Desire Apostle let out a painful gasp, feeling that he could fall into a hell of losing control at any moment in this state. He calmed down for a while, unable to reduce the danger of the problem, and continued to run for his life, afraid that the terrifying blood-stained silver armor had already quietly caught up to him. Inside the Quelaag Club, Klein entered the lounge and walked to the toilet with the newspaper. He was worried that the Desire Apostle would escape ahead of time, leaving behind hidden dangers for himself, Ikinga Stanton, Kazlana, and the other innocent private detectives. Therefore, he prepared to head above the grey fog to do another divination to confirm the other party's current situation and adopt a targeted strategy. Repeating the previous process, he used a paper figurine to replace Klein as he sat in the fool's seat, conjured Jason Berrier's handkerchief, and divined the other party's current location. In the grey dream world, Klein saw the dark source and a living shadow. He saw that the other party seemed to be trying to fill up a body of flesh and blood, but he kept failing. He saw some fine black dust shed from him. The scene then rose and came to the surface area, revealing a towering cathedral. Holy Wind Cathedral. Klein opened his lightly closed eyes and grasped the Desire Apostle's situation. The other party really hasn't been caught, but he seems to be seriously injured. His condition isn't right, and there's something strange about it. His suitcase is gone as well. He must have abandoned it when he was injured. Klein thought for a moment, and using divination, he recalled the map of Beekland and made it appear in front of him. Similarly, he also created a rough layout of the Beekland source. Having made full use of the source, he had been gathering similar information, focusing on East Borough, the Beekland Bridge area, and the Sherwood Borough where he was located. After hard work, he had long completed the first stage of his goal and figured out the main layout of the source. If he wanted to refine it further, it would take a very long time. At times, Klein even wanted to sneak into Beekland City Hall and directly peek at the corresponding blueprints. According to the two maps and the scene he had seen in the dream divination, Klein discovered that the Desire Apostle, Berrier, didn't flee in the direction of the Tussock River. Instead, he headed straight for Hillston Borough, as though he wanted to pass through it and enter the area with the artificial lake in Empress Borough. That is to say, he's getting closer and closer to me. Klein's heart stirred as he suddenly had an idea. Although I can't be sure which saw he'll pass through, I can use divination to determine. He's seriously injured and in a very strange state. His interference in this aspect has become extremely weak. If he's not far away, it's not impossible to find him. After all, I've seen his true appearance before, and I can grasp some of his aura. I'm a professional at finding people. I have to do something. I can't let him escape just like that. There's still time. After confirming the level of danger, Klein made up his mind and returned to the real world. He took out a candle and quickly set up a ritual, summoning himself and responding to himself. Not long after, a figure wearing black full-body armor, a pitch-black crown, and a cloak of the same color appeared in the bathroom. It was none other than Klein, who was in his spirit body and carrying the Dark Emperor card. He also included mystical items like the brooch of the sun and the biological poison bottle to ensure that nothing went wrong. Then, he disappeared into the air and left the Quelaag Club in another direction. At this moment, Klein could fly, so he was extremely fast, but he didn't cause any wind because he was a spirit body. He scraped a tree and took away a dead branch. With Jason Berrier's true appearance, some of the aura he remembered, and the handkerchief as a medium, Klein used the dowsing rod method and combined it with the layout map to quickly determine the saw that the other party had passed through. Entering the pitch-black and smelly place, Klein passed through a large number of narrow areas at his fastest speed and entered a relatively spacious area. The dark river flowed, and a mixed smell filled the surroundings. He occasionally adjusted his direction and chased after Jason Berrier. The Desire Apostle nearly lost control again. He hurriedly stopped and pressed himself against the damp walls and cold pipes, trying his best to restrain the bloodlust and desire to kill in his heart. Whoosh! Whoosh! The thin shadow undulated. At that moment, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the place he had just passed. The pitch-black full-body armor and the black crown first entered his eyes, outlining an extremely dignified figure. Behind the figure, the weightless cloak swayed gently as he moved forward. It's nearby. Chapter 430. A dirty river flowed in the ditch, and there was no light in the source. When a normal person walked here, they had to carry a lantern in order to see the necessary situation clearly. But to Klein, who was in his spirit-body state, this wasn't an obstacle. Everything around him had long been reflected in his eyes. Therefore, when the Desire Apostle discovered him, he also discovered the Desire Apostle. Without opening his mouth or hesitating, he directly opened his mouth and let out a silent scream. This was an attack that directly harmed the soul. The Desire Apostle's body, which was just about to move, suddenly stopped, as if someone had given him a heavy blow. Large patches of black fell off the surface of his shadow-like body, as if he was shaking off snowflakes that were stained with the deepest desires. At this moment, the already heavily injured Desire Apostle nearly fainted. Without the support of a corporeal body, he was like a candle flame in a gale under such an attack, swaying and about to be extinguished at any moment. His shadow suddenly dispersed, turning into a pitch-black liquid that flowed in all directions, making it impossible to know which one to chase. And at this moment, a shadow suddenly leaped out from the darkness behind Klein and pounced forward. The black liquid, which was no longer considered viscous, was only a tool used by the Desire Apostle to confuse the enemy and facilitate his surprise attack. Klein didn't seem to react at all, allowing the shadow to pounce on him. However, the Desire Apostle suddenly shivered, as if he had come into contact with the coldest thing in the world. The shadow quickly slowed down, as if it had been frozen to the point of being stiff. He knew that wraiths and shadows had their own freezing effects, but he never expected that this fellow wearing the dark crown would be able to affect him, who was also a spirit body. This was a complete suppression of one's level. Klein had long expected such an outcome. He half-turned his body, stretched out his right hand, and pressed it on the head of the stiff shadow. Then, the dark gold brooch of sun, which was covered by the pitch-black armor, flashed. The Desire Apostle sensed danger and felt the arrival of the apocalypse. He wanted to resist, but he was temporarily powerless. A bright and holy light appeared out of thin air, fell on the shadow's head, and enveloped his body. The surroundings were suddenly illuminated. The black shadow struggled with all its might, but it kept evaporating. In the blink of an eye, it had become abnormally thin. Its spirituality was filled with the radiance of the scorching sun and the crazy cries of unwillingness. Klein didn't give him a chance to catch his breath and summoned another pure and bright holy light. The feeling of daylight lasted for 2 seconds before the Desire Apostle fell to the ground, losing all signs of life. His body was still in the state of a shadow, thin as if there was no thickness. This sequence 5 Beyonder who had just assassinated a duke had died just like that. He didn't even have time to say his last words. At the same time, Klein saw the spirit of the man who had suffered a great blow and was about to dissipate. It'll take a while before the Beyonder characteristic appears. Should I imitate Miss Sharon and possess a shadow to speed up the process? But I don't know that technique. Klein considered what he should do next. Suddenly, he felt the ground tremble slightly. Relying on his spiritual intuition, he looked at the spot he had previously passed. A tall and heavy silver armor flew over. The area diagonally below its left shoulder was stained with a large amount of solidified blood. Sealed Artifact 1-42. Klein's heart tightened. Without any hesitation, he enveloped the Desire Apostle's spirit and ended the summoning. His original plan was that even if he didn't have the time to finish off the Desire Apostle, as long as an official Beyonder arrived, he would immediately return and leave the subsequent matters to them. The red glove in the blood-stained silver armor had just seen a figure wearing a pitch-black crown and a cloak of the same color when he discovered that the other party had silently disappeared without leaving a trace. He narrowed his eyes slightly and carefully examined the spot where the other party had been and found the Desire Apostle who had lost his life. "Eliminate the clues and destroy the evidence," he said in a low voice. Tap, tap, tap. The red gloves behind him arrived one after another. After returning above the grey fog, Klein wasn't in a hurry to mediate. He directly left the mysterious space and entered his body in the real world. He skillfully packed up the candles and other ritual items, and soon, he removed the last traces. After doing all of this, he created a double again, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and arrived at the ancient palace above the grey fog. Here, he could directly communicate with the remnant spirits like a true spirit medium. He didn't need to pray to anyone, nor did he need the help of rituals. This was something he had already verified when he was mediating with Nimblewright Master Rozigo. Considering that the Desire Apostle Belial's spirit had been purified and could dissipate at any moment, Klein planned on asking for more important information first. As for the Devil Pathways potion formula, he planned on leaving it for last. After all, even if he obtained it, he didn't plan on selling it, lest he nurture a few cold-blooded serial killers. Looking at the brown-haired, brown-eyed, and hollow-eyed Desire Apostle, Klein emanated his spirituality and asked, "What exactly are you plotting?" The Desire Apostle's connection with the outside world was completely cut off by the grey fog. He could only answer in a daze, "Assassinate the Duke of Negan." The Duke of Negan? Him again? Who wanted him dead so badly? Klein asked in surprise, "Why? Did it work?" "It was a success," the Desire Apostle replied calmly without giving any additional details. In this state, he would only answer when asked why. "Poor Duke of Negan, even the Lord of Storms can't protect you." Klein drew a crimson moon on his chest. He didn't try to understand the details. "Who ordered you? Is it the organization that hired Vice Admiral Hurricane Zillings back then?" Klein recalled the previous assassination attempt. The Desire Apostle said in an unperturbed tone, "That's right. An organization, the most secretive and ancient organization. Most beyond us don't know of its existence. It's said that its members are important figures in various fields. Perhaps the upper echelons of the various churches and various countries' militaries are one of them." That sounds familiar. Could it be the secret organization that Roselle the Great joined, the ancient organization that holds the second blasphemy slate? Klein's heart stirred. "What kind of reward did they promise you to be willing to give up the identity you've been working on for more than 10 years? The Desire Apostle's voice changed slightly as he replied, "A card of blasphemy, the Abyss card." "A card of blasphemy?" "One of the 22 cards of blasphemy created by Roselle, the Abyss card. This most likely corresponded to the Devil Pathway. It's no wonder that the Desire Apostle is willing to pay all the things he's accumulated over the past 10 years for this. That contains the hope of him becoming a high-sequence Beyonder. This reward is much more valuable than the mission. However, Vice Admiral Hurricane Zillings shouldn't be attracted by such a reward, unless that organization has another card of blasphemy that he needs, or something else. If it's really the mysterious organization that Roselle joined, it's normal for them to collect a few cards of blasphemy. Even if they don't, they still have the blasphemy slate." Klein was first alarmed before he asked in puzzlement, "Why are they dealing with the Duke of Negan?" The Desire Apostle's spirit became a lot fainter as he said in a hollow tone, "I don't know. I'm only considering if I should take on this mission." "Then, have you heard of anything?" Klein pressed. The Desire Apostle was still in that unperturbed state. "I heard that their main purpose is to resurrect, or rather, awaken the true Creator. They interfere with the progress of history, making it match their own needs, so that they can complete their goal at a certain point. If the trend of the times doesn't go as they expected, they will try their best to reverse this trend. Apart from that, they only watch quietly from the sidelines, watching coldly from the sidelines. Perhaps for decades or centuries, there won't be a single operation or commission. Apart from that, they'll just watch quietly and indifferently. Perhaps they won't take any action or commission for decades or centuries, a secret organization in the true sense of the word. It matches Roselle's description of secretly controlling the world. It's also related to the original creator. Seeing that the Desire Apostle's spirit body was about to dissipate, Klein hurriedly asked, "What's the name of that organization? How do I contact them?" The Desire Apostle looked ahead emotionlessly as his figure quickly dissipated. And before completely disappearing, he answered the question from before. "Their name is Twilight Hermit Order." In the house with the glass greenhouse, the thin Mr. Secretary, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and white gloves, sat with a somber face, which hid deep sorrow. "What's your name? What's your sequence? Which Beyonder pathway?" Deacon Ikanza asked solemnly. The blonde secretary slowly replied in a deep voice. "Lockhart, Siakam, sequence 5. As for which Beyonder pathway I belong to, you can apply to MI9 to check my files." "Very well," Ikanza asked. "Does the Duke come here at a fixed time every week?" "No, he's not someone who likes to stick to a schedule, especially after he was assassinated by the Zillings. Before today, no one knew that he would be here. I only heard about it in the Parliament this morning," Lockhart replied seriously. Ikanza thought for a moment. "If there is a spy among you, who do you think it is? Do you have any suspects?" Lockhart thought for a few seconds and shook his head. Ikanza asked about the details of the battle and gained a general understanding of the process. Seeing that Lockhart was pale and heavily injured, he politely got up and went to investigate the other members of the Duke's Guard. After watching the machinery hive-mind Deacon leave, Lockhart took a deep breath and walked with heavy steps to the side of Duke of Negan's corpse. This great noble was no longer naked, but there was still extreme fear on his face. After looking deeply at Duke of Negan's corpse for a few seconds, Lockhart whispered sadly, "Sorry." At this moment, with his back facing everyone, the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up. He added another sentence in his heart in an unusually calm manner. "This is the choice of the times." Chapter 431. Westborough, 9, Hope Street, Prime Minister's official residence. Agezid Negan stood behind a large table and looked at Earl of Hall with a grave expression. "Your Grace, my secretary should have already informed you of what happened. You're the first noble I thought of at this moment." This Conservative Party bigwig, the current Prime Minister, seemed to have aged several years in an instant. His tall and thin figure seemed to be unable to withstand the grievous news as he leaned forward slightly, to the point where he had to use both hands to support himself on the table. But his eyes were still sharp and his attitude was still calm. Earl of Hall, who had a beautiful mustache, sighed and said, "I'm sorry to hear this news. This has shocked me greatly. I was just about to visit His Grace in the next few days to discuss the few bills that we are all very concerned about. Who knew that he would be attacked?" His youthful handsomeness had been ruined by the deep wrinkles and his obesity. He first expressed his condolences, grief, and empathy. Then, he restrained his emotions and said, "His Grace is already dead. Compared to crying and anger, we need to be more cautious and calm. Only by doing so can we handle the aftermath and not let the heavy steam locomotive that is the kingdom run off the rails. This is also the reason why I came to you immediately. The other nobles will only shout for the gods, trembling in fear and expressing their inability to accept this. They will demand that the murderer be severely punished and the mastermind be found. In their opinion, even the heavily protected Duke could be assassinated, much less them." Prime Minister Agezid said in a deep voice, "This is a very normal and understandable reaction, but it's not the reaction we need." Earl Hall nodded and asked, "What's the matter? Who is the murderer? What's the motive?" "A devil who has been pretending to be a banker for more than 10 years, a real devil. By the way, your Varvat Bank has just acquired his assets," Agezid said without any change in his tone. "Patrick Jason?" Earl of Hall immediately recalled the man's name. He was the one who had approved the acquisition involving the bank. Prime Minister Agezid did not rebuke the other party. He was a sequence 5, but he suddenly sold his assets and abandoned the identity that he had been working on for more than a decade. "He risked great danger to assassinate my brother. Based on this, we can make a strong guess that he was instigated by someone or some faction. Unfortunately, he was killed while escaping. Even his spirit body was taken away. According to the Nighthawk's report, It was done by the hero bandit Dark Emperor. It involves an extremely secretive organization, and we can't figure it out in a short period of time? Earl of Hall asked. Yes, that so-called hero thief didn't leave any traces behind. We can only start with those who came into contact with Jason in the past few months. This will definitely take a lot of time, and there might not be any results. Agezid gave a definite answer. Earl of Hall took 2 steps forward. What is His Majesty's stance on this? Sad, but no concrete thoughts, Agezid replied. Earl of Hall frowned and thought for a moment. In that case, what's important isn't who the mastermind is, but what goal we want to achieve with this matter. If we want to start a war and restart the fight for the colonies, then we have to tell the people that the one who instigated Patrick Jason was the Faesac Empire. Then, we have to fabricate a detailed process and show them some evidence that seems to be the case. In the past few centuries or even 1,000 years, our neighbor to the north has always played such a role. I believe everyone is already used to it and will not doubt it. It's very, very, very normal for barbarians to do such things. Furthermore, the people fear them. Prime Minister Agezid twitched the corners of his mouth without a smile. However, we are making a series of changes. It will be the second half of next year at the earliest before we can stabilize and have the ability to wage war. Earl of Hall pondered and said, then find a target that everyone can accept. Then find a target that everyone can accept. Hero bandit Dark Emperor is too mysterious, and the secret organization behind him is even more so. If it were to be announced, it would definitely cause great panic. People are always afraid of the unknown and things they don't understand. Yes, how about the Aurora Order? They just assassinated that pervert Intes a few months ago, so it wouldn't be surprising for them to do anything else. Their reputation is sufficiently bad. Their situation has been repeatedly mentioned in the newspapers and magazines. They have even become horror elements and classic villains in many novels. Furthermore, this can effectively dispel the suspicions others have towards us. There will always be people who believe that we commissioned the Aurora Order to carry out the previous assassination. Also, take this opportunity to clean up Beakland while we're cracking down on illegal terrorist organizations. There are too many dangerous fellows hiding here. Agezid hummed in acknowledgement. The Aurora Order isn't a bad target, we'll use them as a target first. When we're ready next year, we'll announce the results of the investigation and accuse the Faesac Empire of instigating the Aurora Order. I believe no one will care about the excuses of terrorist organizations and northern barbarians. Earl of Hall was taken aback. This is a step further than what I had in mind. Agezid didn't speak further as he stood up. I'll meet His Majesty now. Having said that, he glanced at Earl of Hall. You have to be careful too. We still haven't figured out the motives behind those people's assassination of my brother. Temph, the Church of the Storm has already agreed to change the Archbishop of the Beakland Diocese. Snake is always late at critical moments. The believers of the Storm are always so irritable, easily angered, stubborn, arrogant, and easily manipulated by others. Don't be prejudiced. For example, Lumi is very intelligent. Earl of Hall chuckled softly before tapping his chest 4 times. Thank you. The goddess will protect me. Twilight Hermit Order. Sounds very impressive. Klein, who had returned to the real world, got up and pressed the mechanical button to flush the toilet. Amidst the sound of running water, he walked out of the bathroom and thought about the information he had obtained through mediumship. He suspected that the Twilight Hermit Order was the ancient organization that Roselle the Great had joined and possessed the second blasphemy slate. For the so-called course of history, choosing to assassinate the Duke of Negan sounds a little ridiculous, but it also makes sense. Their goal is to revive or awaken the original creator. This is somewhat close to the philosophy of the City of Silver. Little Sun and the others never believe that the Lord who created everything has passed away. They only accept that he has abandoned that region and have always been trying to get a response. Klein paced back and forth, letting his thoughts wander. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly heard knocking on the door. It wasn't an attendant or maid from the Quelaag Club, but a member of the machinery hive mind that Klein had seen before, Carlson, who wore thick glasses. How did you get in? Klein deliberately blurted out. Seeing that he was indeed in the room, Carlson's expression visibly relaxed. Seeing that there was no one around, he smiled. As a beyonder, there are always all kinds of ways. He received a message from Deacon Ikanza and learned of the Desire Apostle's death. Then, he came to confirm my situation, and my performance was quite successful. The great transformation of a living person wasn't exposed and successfully concealed. Klein's heart stirred. Your expression tells me that there's good news. Yes, Patrick Jason Berrier has been killed. You're safe and don't need our protection anymore, Carlson said truthfully. With this feedback, Klein felt that the potion in his body seemed to be digesting faster. He asked in surprise and delight, "Are you sure?" "Yes." Carlson gave an affirmative answer. "That's great," Klein said happily. Carlson glanced at him and praised sincerely. "Your detective intuition and logical thinking gave us the most important help. The deacon said in the letter that he would secretly give you a reward after this, about £1,000. £1,000. Not bad. That's very generous. However, even if the banknotes at the bottom of Jason's suitcase are all in £5 or £1 denominations, and even if his jewelry isn't too expensive, it's still about £50,000 in total. Maram Mary of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, including the value of the coin company's shares, is at most that much. Yes, Jason's accomplice in human skin who was responsible for luring the Spellsinger of God away probably took a portion of it. The rest is estimated to be £20,000 to £30,000, but that's still something that £1,000 can't compare to. What a pity. I can't think of it that way. Perhaps Jason's accomplice took away all the valuables ahead of time. Klein felt both disappointed and delighted. And the Machinery Hivemind's act of giving out a reward was even more proof of the success of his performance during this period of time. It made him feel that he was only one step away from completely digesting the magician's potion. It's what I should do. After all, I'm the one who's being threatened, Klein said with a smile. He wasn't worried that Jason's accomplice would take revenge in the future, because this revenge was just a pretense. More importantly, he would definitely be a Sequence 6 when the time came. Carlson nudged his glasses and deliberated before saying, "Sherlock, you're also a believer of God. Sherlock, you are also a believer of God. We hope to establish a good relationship with you. If you encounter any problems or gather any information, you can inform us. This is developing me as an informant for the Machinery Hivemind. I have another channel for reimbursement." Klein drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest in all seriousness. "No problem." Klein, who was no longer protected by the Machinery Hivemind, stayed at the Quelaag Club until after dinner. Then, he took a carriage and slowly returned to 15, Minsk Street. He habitually opened the letterbox and saw a new letter, one without a stamp. This letter was left behind by Detective Eichinger Stanton after his afternoon visit to no avail. He wrote, "I heard about your suggestion from the Machinery Hivemind. Your acumen and rigor are shocking. If you weren't already a beyonder, I would even think that reader is the most suitable path for you. You're the best young man at deduction I've ever seen." Klein stood in the living room and finished reading the letter left behind by Eichinger under the light of the gas wall lamp. There's nothing novel about the performance this time. It's a step-by-step repetition of what happened before. It didn't even have much of an effect. But the advantage is that there's enough of an audience, and they're all around me, allowing me to directly receive feedback. As Klein held the letter, he suddenly felt something. He half closed his eyes and felt that something in his body was rapidly disintegrating. He felt that many illusory stars had appeared around him, and he felt that there was a very weak attraction between the resplendent stars. In the last month of 1349, his magician's potion was finally digested. Chapter 432. The street lamps at night illuminated the wet ground, and from time to time, a carriage would pass by, splashing water droplets. Beekland was located in the middle of the kingdom, only a few dozen kilometers away from the Sonia Sea. It rained all year round, and the average temperature in July was only 28 degrees Celsius. The lowest temperature in winter was about 2 degrees Celsius. It was rare for the temperature to drop to zero or even break through, but this didn't stop people from feeling cold here. Even the northern Fasak natives, who were used to living in a world of ice and snow, sometimes couldn't withstand the humid chill that penetrated their clothes and flesh. Klein stood in a room with an unlit fireplace, behind the oriel window, looking at the tranquil scene outside. He felt his body, mind, and soul feel abnormally relaxed. As long as he gathered the ingredients and concocted the potion, he could immediately advance to sequence 6 and become a faceless. The magician's potion has been completely digested. The Desire Apostle was personally ended by me, unable to escape. The Aurora Order's search for the Fool's Believers is still in a dead end. Apart from Mr. Aztec being pursued by some unknown faction and the potion ingredients, I don't have any more problems for the time being. Klein leaned forward, exhaled, and watched as it condensed a layer of white fog on the window. The reason why he had taken the risk to intercept the Desire Apostle was that he was worried that the other party had other arrangements and could use this to successfully escape the pursuit of the official Beyondus. When the time came, he, who had provided the key advice, might be remembered and retaliated against later. As a cold-blooded demon, it was unlikely that he would take the risk to avenge his companions, but this didn't mean that they wouldn't choose to vent their anger because of the near-death experience. This operation is indeed necessary. Perhaps the Twilight Hermit Order is somewhere to receive the Desire Apostle. After the Desire Apostle escapes, I, who don't have the corresponding information, might only be on guard according to Sequence 5, believing that I wouldn't be in too much danger once I advanced to Faceless. However, the Desire Apostle might very well use the information provided by the Abyss card and the Twilight Hermit Order to advance to a high sequence Beyonder. Such a development is terrifying just thinking about it. A righteous stab is indispensable. Klein reviewed the afternoon's events and summarized his experiences and lessons. After admiring the night scenery for a while, he turned around and walked back to the sofa to sit down. With the machinery hivemind's bounty, the thousand-faced hunter's mutated pituitary gland and blood can be bought. The deep-sea nogger's hair also needs enough money. This material should be relatively easy to find at sea. I can get Mr. the Hanging Man's help. The only problem is the human-skinned shadow's characteristic, and even if there are clues, the gold pounds won't be enough. When he thought of this, Klein could not help but mock himself silently. I'm not a person who loves money. It's just a normal hobby. When I was in Tingen, I always encouraged Melissa to spend and urged her and Barnson to hire a maid. I felt that no matter what, I shouldn't mistreat myself. Every time I did a covert operation, I placed safety first and caution above all else. I wouldn't be affected by wealth. But for revenge, I have to advance my sequence, and advancing my sequence requires me to buy expensive Beyonder ingredients. All I can do is save up pennies at a soli, saving as much as I can. He suddenly shrank his shoulders, feeling that the coldness in the living room made magicians, who weren't known for their physical fitness, shiver. Therefore, he decided to take a bath, crawl into bed, and read books on the bed. There were still 3 or 4 hours before bedtime. There was no need to light the fireplace. Klein sighed, stood up, and walked to the second floor. The underground area of the steam church. When Ikanza had finished reading all the recorded statements, he took a sip of his coffee. After a few seconds of silence, he took out the ancient silver mirror named a Rhodes. Carlson glanced at it and asked curiously, "Deacon, if I were to ask the Honorable Rhodes about an unsolved mathematical problem or a classical paradox, would it give the correct answer?" "Most of the time, it will reject you directly. If it thinks that you have ill intentions, it might even give you a bolt of lightning or make you suffer a curse that you absolutely do not want to face." Ikanza sighed and said, "It's a living sealed artifact with extremely high intelligence. It's not a difference machine that rigidly follows the rules. When using it, it's best not to have the thought of taking advantage of loopholes." Carlson looked at the surrounding team members and kindly suggested, "Deacon, let me help you ask. I have nothing to hide." He straightened his back and assumed an honest posture. Ikanza smiled bitterly. "There's no need. I already know what I need to know. I'm no longer afraid of such questions. Besides, the Honorable Rhodes will occasionally ask rather profound questions. With your physical condition, the subsequent punishment won't be easy to endure." With that, He clenched his fists and stretched out his fingers to caress the surface of the silver mirror thrice. In the subtle mist, Ikanza said in a low voice, "Honorable Erodes, my question is, who instigated the Desire Apostle to assassinate the Duke of Negan, or which faction?" The silver mirror did not show any changes for a short while. It was only after a while that aqueous light appeared, outlining a scene that resembled an oil painting. It was a plain where the sun was about to set. The vast fields were covered with a pale golden afterglow. What does this mean? Carlson and the other Machinery Hivemind members looked at each other, completely unable to understand, even though there were beyond us who had advanced from mystery priors among them and were no stranger to interpreting revelations. Dusk. The symbol of life coming to an end. A sect that believes in death, or a lunatic who believes in the apocalypse, a mystery prior said after some deliberation. Carlson nodded in agreement. I think it's the latter. Ikanza ignored their discussion because Erodes's question had already surfaced. What's your favorite color of underwear? Ikanza's face suddenly flushed red, and he felt as if smoke was rising from the top of his head. With great difficulty, he spat out a word: red. The room suddenly became abnormally quiet. Carlson and the others pretended to look into the corner. Ikanza sat down in exhaustion, grabbed his fluffy hair, and prepared to ask a second question. Carlson couldn't help but say, "Deacon, let me give it a try. Try not to enter the punishment phase." Ikanza finally nodded in agreement. Carlson confidently imitated the deacon's actions and caressed the surface of the silver mirror 3 times. The other members gathered around again. Honorable Erodes, my question is, who are the collaborators of the Desire Apostle? The aqueous light floated and the image changed. The surface of the silver mirror first revealed the back of a woman with an extremely outstanding figure. Following that, it was an extremely blurry person. He could barely tell from his attire that he was a man. As expected, there's another collaborator. This should be the person who betrayed the Duke of Negan's intelligence. Unfortunately, the other party has dealt with it to a certain extent. Carlson said as he looked around. He believed that he didn't have any secrets that couldn't be told, so he didn't need to care about the follow-up questions. This time, the choices Erodes gave were question, mission, or punishment. Carlson said without hesitation, question. Bloody words quickly appeared on the surface of the silver mirror. You solve it with your hands every day? Carlson's lips quivered as he felt his ears rapidly turn hot. Although this was something he believed to be very normal, giving an answer in front of so many teammates and superiors still gave him the urge to bury his face in the ground. Yes. He answered very softly. At the bottom of St. Samuel Cathedral. Daly, who was wearing blue eyeshadow, threw a stack of documents in front of Sol Ashura Sostel. The information you want on all the cases involving tarot cards. It's less than I imagined, Sostel said in surprise. Daly chuckled. This is just an index. Upon seeing this, Leonard stroked his lower lip with his red-gloved right hand. Captain Sostel, why don't we investigate the people who came into contact with Jason Berrier and compare them with the previous 2 cases? It's very likely that there are clues to the organization symbolized by the tarot cards. The Duke of Negan is a devout believer of the Lord of Storms and represents the interests of the Church of the Storm in the political arena. The mandated punishers will definitely be frantically searching for the real culprit. There's no need for us to get involved, as that will easily create conflicts with them. We'll investigate other cases involving tarot cards, and we might find new clues. Of course, we'll definitely be running around because of this, but this is the duty of a red glove, Sostel explained with a smile. Leonard nodded. I understand. But in his mind, the slightly aged voice chuckled and said, that's right. The Nighthawks actually missed him just like that. That person has the scent of the Dark Emperor on him, the true scent of the Dark Emperor, in the Holy Wind Cathedral. Spellsinger of God Ace Snake, who was wearing a black bonnet, swept his silver eyes across and said to the selected elites of the mandated punishers, although I'm about to leave Beekland, this is the decision of the Council of Cardinals. Your next mission is to investigate the Duke of Negan's assassination. After the declaration, you have the right to use a Grade 1 sealed artifact. You must find out who is targeting us. Standing at the very front, A middle-aged man wearing a modified captain's hat immediately led the crowd. He clenched his fist and lightly hit his chest. "Yes, Your Eminence." His body was lean and his appearance was nothing special, but there was an anchor tattoo on his neck. In Queens, Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Audrey looked at Susie, who opened the door and said in a low voice, "Dad, what are they discussing?" Seeing that the Earl of Hall had returned very late with an unusually grave expression, she immediately sent the golden retriever, Susie, to sneak in to listen in. "The Duke of Negan was assassinated," Susie said as she closed the door. "Ah!" Audrey was taken aback, suspecting that she had heard wrongly. Although she had experienced the assassination of the Duke of Negan once, she had never imagined that this extremely powerful noble would really die because of this. "Really?" Susie gave an affirmative answer. Audrey was immediately at a loss, finding it unreal. Such a powerful noble, such a person of flesh and blood, who could talk and laugh, and who had even given her a manor, died just like that. Suddenly, she experienced the cruelty and coldness of the adult world. "Who did it?" Audrey asked subconsciously. "A Sequence 5 devil," Susie replied quickly. "But he's already been silenced by that hero bandit Dark Emperor." "Ah!" Audrey was stunned once again. How could it be hero bandit Dark Emperor? How could he be Mr. Fool's blessed? "He helped me resolve the crisis of the Duke of Negan's assassination last time." This is completely contradictory. Audrey immediately instructed Susie to listen in again. She locked the door, sat by the bed, and prayed to Mr. Fool. After reciting the honorific name and describing the assassination of the Duke of Negan, she asked with great trust, "Are your blessed present at the scene?" After a while, she saw the boundless grey fog and heard the voice of the Fool. "Yes. He's looking for the organization that instigated the Desire Apostle. It really wasn't arranged by Mr. Fool. The last time he got his blessed to stop Zillings, was it also for the organization behind it?" Audrey relaxed and asked curiously, "What organization is that?" "To think that it could garner your attention." A second later, she heard Mr. Fool reply in a calm manner. "Twilight Hermit Order."